Anyways, back to the video. Layer 1. The Tanakh. The Tanakh is the central text of the Jewish religion. It's an acronym for the Torah, the 5 books of Moses, Nevi'im, prophets, and Kesuvim, writings, which contain the rest of the books of the Bible. It deals with from the creation of the world all the way to Moses receiving and teaching the Torah to the Israelites conquering and settling in the land of Israel. It sort of acts as the Jewish people's guidebook to life, and the 613 commandments of the Torah are mentioned all throughout it. Although the word Torah is more of a blanket term which includes a lot more, as you'll soon see. Kosher. Kosher are the laws of the Jewish dietary restrictions, things like not to eat certain animals, specifically anything which doesn't chew its cud or have split hooves, to not eat certain fish, anything without fins or scales, the laws of how to slaughter those animals, not to eat meat and milk mixed together, and a lot more. Shabbos. Shabbos is the Jewish day of rest on Saturdays, commemorating the fact that God rested on the 7th day of creation. You're not allowed to do any form of work on this day, you're not even allowed to use any electronics, and the whole day is spent basically with your family, going to synagogue and learning. Synagogue. A synagogue, or a shul, is the Jewish place of worship, usually housing a Sefer Torah and having services on holidays, Saturdays, and every day of the week, often. Prayer. There are 3 types of prayers said every day in Judaism: Shacharis, the morning prayer; Mincha, the afternoon prayer; and Ma'ariv, the evening prayer, with Shacharis being the longest. It covers a lot of topics, from thanking God for stuff to asking for things and whatnot. The Torah is only read on Mondays, Thursdays, holidays, and Saturdays, and there's additions in prayer made based on the holiday. Hebrew. Hebrew is the native language of the Jewish people, and the main language written of basically all Jewish texts, aside from ancient Aramaic and a lot of the later ones. So most religious Jews speak Hebrew to an extent, biblical Hebrew at least, to be able to read from their texts. Overall, it's a pretty important language in Judaism. Tefillin. Tefillin are those little black boxes worn during the morning prayer on the bicep and forehead. They contain a little scroll containing portions of the Shema, and you say the Shema while wearing them, all based on a verse from the Torah. It's a very important obligation and is done by all Jewish boys over the age of 13. Mezuzah. A mezuzah, similar to tefillin, contains little rolled-up scrolls of the Shema and is nailed to your doorposts based on a verse from the Torah. It also acts as a sign of protection, and there's a special blessing you say while putting it up. You're meant to have one on every doorpost in your house, or at least one by the entrance. Ahavas Yisrael. Ahavas Yisrael, or loving your fellow Jew, is a commandment which is stressed at length throughout all of Jewish scripture and tradition, so much so that it's described as the basis for the entire Torah, and the destruction of the second Beis HaMikdash is heavily associated with a lack of it during that time period. Proper pronunciations. Basically, when the Torah was translated to English by other religions, they changed the pronunciations of basically every name in the Torah, which then became the worldwide accepted pronunciation, although it isn't really accurate. For instance, Abraham instead of Avraham, Isaac instead of Yitzchak, Esau instead of Esav, Moses instead of Moshe, etc. Kippah. A kippah, or a yarmulke, is the little hat that Jewish people wear. It's not sourced from any biblical obligation, it's just a very old tradition, and the idea is that you wear it as a constant reminder that God is above you at all times. Tzitzis. Tzitzis, on the other hand, are a biblical obligation. They're the little strings that Jewish people wear at the corners of their garments, as it says in the Torah to attach strings to any 4-cornered garment. Also, the specific amount of strings and knots add up in a calculation to 613, so the other idea is that they're a constant reminder of the 613 commandments of the Torah. Moses. Moses, or Moshe, was the leader of the Jewish people throughout most of the Torah. He brought them out of Egypt after the 10 plagues, split the Red Sea, brought them to Mount Sinai, and received the Torah, and eventually passed away right before entering the land of Israel. He's a pretty important figure in Judaism, and he'll come up a few more times on this list. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, or Avraham, Yitzchak, and Yaakov, are the Jewish patriarchs and are predominantly spoken about in the first book of the Torah, Genesis, or Bereshis. They mostly traveled around the land of Canaan, dealing with the locals and their issues before finally settling in Egypt before they were all enslaved. The 3 of them, and their wives, and their children, are all immensely important figures in Jewish tradition. King David. King David is another important Jewish figure, being the second king of Israel, although all future kings would come from his dynasty as opposed to the first one, which we'll get to later. He's known for killing the giant Goliath when he was younger, and then spending the rest of his life fighting wars against a bunch of people. First, kind of, against the current king of Israel, Shaul, and then against the surrounding nations around Israel, and then finally his own son who tried to usurp him. He composed the book of Psalms, and it's from his line that a new king will one day come in the form of the Mashiach. Hanukkah. Hanukkah is a holiday which celebrates the miraculous victory of the Jewish people during the time of the Second Temple against the far greater Assyrian Greek armies who had occupied their land and temple. We celebrate it by lighting a menorah, which is an 8-pronged candelabra, to commemorate the miracle in regards to the lighting of the temple's menorah when they rededicate it, specifically that they only found 1 jug of pure sealed olive oil to last 1 day, but it miraculously lasted 8 days instead, hence the holiday being 8 days long. Passover. Passover, or Pesach, is another 8-day holiday, which commemorates the exodus from Egypt, and it's celebrated by having a big meal called the Seder, where you eat matzah and myrrh and read the Haggadah, which tells the story of Passover, and also you can't eat any bread during this holiday. Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur are the days of judgment at the very beginning of the Jewish calendar. It says that on Rosh Hashanah you are inscribed, and on Yom Kippur you are sealed in regards to your year. So both days are spent almost entirely in prayer, with Yom Kippur being a fast day. The 7 Noahide laws. There are 613 commandments for Jewish people and 7 for non-Jews, which are to not worship any idols, to not blaspheme, to not murder, to not do adultery, to not steal, to be nice to animals, and to set up courts of justice. Also, apparently non-Jews go to heaven if they keep those 7, so that's cool because it's a lot easier than for what Jews have to do, but yeah. Israel. Israel is a land of particular importance to the Jewish people. Besides for nearly half of all Jewish people in the world living there, it has specific religious importance too, with nearly every major event in the Torah happening in, around, or about this land. It's called the Promised Land towards the Jewish people, and is the location of the first and second temple, which were both respectively destroyed, and God willing will one day be the site of the third temple with the coming of Mashiach. Mashiach is the word for a time period, and also for the figure who will usher it in, specifically an ending era of peace, prosperity, and happiness for the whole world, once the world has been made into a good enough place through doing Torah mitzvahs, allowing the world to be a dwelling place for God. It also sort of acts as the purpose for all of creation. Okay, that brings us to layer 2. Judea. Judea is the old name for what is now Israel back in biblical times until about the 1st century. It's the terminology used in most older texts and was the home of both temples, so it's an important terminology to know if you're going to go through some of the older biblical texts. The temples. There were 2 temples, the 2 Beis HaMikdashim, where God was worshipped back in the old days. The first was built by King Solomon and destroyed by the Babylonian Empire, and the second was destroyed by the Roman Empire, where it and all its implements, such as the menorah, the altars, the shulchan, which was the bread holder, and more, were ransacked or destroyed. The only thing remaining from the second temple is the Western Wall, which still stands today. Temple sacrifices. There were many forms of sacrifices offered in the temples during many parts of the day, different animal sacrifices, bird sacrifices, flower sacrifices, spice sacrifices, and many more. The custom and ritual of which were very complex and performed by the Kohanim. Nowadays, obviously, they aren't really done anymore, but it's actually as a replacement of sorts that Jewish people pray, among, obviously, other reasons. There's a lot of Kabbalistic and esoteric explanation as to why exactly God wanted animal sacrifices, but it's a whole topic, yeah. Jewish sects. There are many sects of Judaism, each with slightly varying customs, traditions, or points of focus, depending on where in the world they're from or who the rabbis were and are. Some of the main ones include Litvish, Satmar, Breslov, Chabad, and others, and they're sort of all over the world, in their own little communities. The written Torah and the oral Torah. So yeah, in Judaism, there were actually 2 Torahs given on Mount Sinai. The first, the written Torah, which is the regular Torah that you probably think about, the 5 books of Moses and whatnot. And the other is the oral Torah, which was passed down for generations by word, which describes and expands on, in detail, what exactly and how to do the commandments of the Torah. In fact, basically everything Jewish people do is derived to some extent from this, be it the exact laws of Shabbos, kosher, holidays, tefillin, whatnot. Eventually, it was written down in the late 1st century by a rabbi by the name of Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi in the form of the 6 books of the Mishnah, which are a pretty central text in Judaism. The Talmud. So the Mishnah was pretty esoteric and complex, and not everyone could get through it. Also, there's a lot of unresolved debate throughout it on a lot of topics, so all the rabbis of the time got together and discussed it even further, trying to figure out who exactly was right with all the arguments and make it more accessible for everybody. The end result was the Talmud, or the Gemara as it's known, which is 40 books long and covers nearly every topic in Judaism, consisting basically of a bunch of rabbis arguing back and forth over the exact details of performance of every commandment in the Torah. Some of the topics include the laws of prayer, Shabbos, holidays, marriage, courts, inheritance, damaging of others' property, divorce, and many more. On top of all that, due to the formatting of the book, which was, like I said, a bunch of the greatest rabbis of the time in a room arguing back and forth with a stenographer recording everything, there's also recorded all the times that they got sidetracked about some of the most random miscellaneous topics, stories or otherwise, a lot of which will appear later on in this list. Anyway, this text is pretty much the most studied text in Judaism, or at least its more relevant books. Kabbalah. Kabbalah is the esoteric hidden meaning behind the Torah in regards to a lot of obscure topics. It was first really written down by a rabbi named Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai in the 1st century, later by the Arizal and others, all great rabbis. Some of the main books of which are things like the Zohar, Sefer Yetzirah, and others. The creation of the world. The world, according to the Torah, was created in 6 days, going through light, water, land, sun, moon, and stars, fish, birds, animals, and then people. It's one of the most discussed topics, especially in regards to Kabbalah and other esoteric sources, but for now, the simplest answer is best, which is that God created the world in 6 days and rested on the 7th. Elijah the Prophet. Elijah the Prophet, or Eliyahu Hanavi, is one of the most enigmatic figures in the Book of Prophets. He lived during a time of mass idolatry and a wicked king over Israel who encouraged the worship of this idol called Baal. So Elijah challenged their prophet to a competition of sacrifices of sorts. Whoever God accepted their sacrifices, that is, they were right. And of course Elijah won, and he ended a famine. He's a very important figure, and has a lot of very strange lore tied to him, so he'll appear a few more times on this list. Jewish food. There's a lot of food eaten specifically on holidays or as a part of tradition and whatnot. Matzah, wine, challah, donuts, hamantashen, etc. Which they aren't too bad. It's just that a lot of traditional, non-religious Jewish food, especially from Ashkenazi Jews, meaning Jews from Europe and Russia, is genuinely pretty terrible. Things like gefilte fish or whatever, which is just basically a fish loaf. Although Sephardi food isn't too bad, which is, yeah. Tisha B'Av. Tisha B'Av is the date in the Jewish calendar, the 9th of the Hebrew month of Av, when both temples were destroyed. It's a pretty major fast day, and the book of Eicha, Lamentations, is read. Matzah. Matzah is a food eaten on Passover. It's basically a large, flat cracker, which is made of flour and water and is entirely unleavened, the whole thing being made in under 18 minutes. It commemorates the fact that as the Jews left Egypt, they left in such a rush that they didn't have time for their bread to rise, so now we eat crackers which are unleavened on Passover. Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve, or Adam and Chava, were the first 2 people ever made on the 6th day of creation, and then immediately sinned with eating of the tree of knowledge before being banished from the Garden of Eden. There's a lot of Kabbalistic interpretation of the entire event, but yeah, simple answer for now. Samson. Samson, or Shimshon, was a figure during the Book of Prophets who was a Nazir, which meant he took an oath to not cut his hair or drink wine, and because of that, he had incredible strength. He fought against the ancient Philistines. Some of his feats include ripping a lion in half and killing a few thousand Philistines with a donkey's jawbone. His wife, Delilah, wasn't so great though, and convinced him to tell her the secret of his strength, and then she cut his hair and he was captured, having his eyes poked out and publicly displayed. But then he prayed to God for his strength to return, and he pushed over a giant pillar, destroying the building he was in himself and all the Philistines inside. Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai was the mountain where the Torah was given and received. There's a lot about why that mountain, for instance, because it happened to be very small, which teaches humility, and in a desert so that the Torah couldn't be tied to any one location. Also, it says that the mountain sprouted with flowers, so that's nice. Mikvah. A mikveh is the pool of water used for ritual immersion. There's a type for people and a type for utensils before they're used. It was more significant back in the times of the temple, back when all the laws of purity and impurity applied. Less nowadays, but there is still an obligation for women in regards to menstruation, and men still do it just for other reasons. Bris Milah. Bris Milah is the circumcision given to Jewish boys at 8 days old and represents the covenant with God. It's a whole ceremony, and the rabbi who does the actual circumcision is called a mohel. Sneas. Sneas refers to the general laws of modesty for both men and women, which basically defines the way why religious Jews dress that certain way. Bar and Bat Mitzvah. Bar and Bat Mitzvah are the days when a Jewish person becomes an adult, religiously at least, and become officially responsible for their actions. Boys at 13 and girls at 12. They also become obligated in a lot of specific commandments, putting on tefillin, for instance, for boys, and they often read from the Torah for the first time on their bar mitzvah. That's the literal definition, but a bar mitzvah could also refer to the first time you put on tefillin. Wedding customs. There's a lot of specific customs for Jewish weddings, one of the most famous being probably to smash a glass, which is done as stated based on a story from the Talmud to remind ourselves that in spite of the day being joyous, that the temple was still destroyed and the Jewish people are still in exile. So we should still be sad because of that. Blessings on everything. Blessings on everything refers to the fact that in Judaism, there's a specific blessing you make on basically everything you do, be it one on every time you eat, the exact blessing depending on what type of food it was, a blessing after you eat, there's a blessing said upon seeing lightning, thunder, a rainbow, upon waking up. If you could think of something, there's almost definitely a blessing you say before or after doing it. Okay, layer 3. Gehenna. Gehenna is the Jewish form of hell. It has many forms and levels. There's reference to a Gehenna of fire and a Gehenna of snow, among others, although its purpose differs kind of from other religions. In Judaism, it's not really a punishment per se. The max a person can get there is 1 year, and the idea is that, as it says, every Jewish person has a portion in the world to come. However, people still do a lot of wrong in this world, so the purpose of Gehenna is to sort of cleanse or scour your soul before you're allowed in. Gan Eden. The version of heaven in Judaism is Gan Eden, the Garden of Eden. There's a lot of reference as to what you do there, lots of learning, it seems, but most of it is probably metaphorical, as you wouldn't have a physical body. Although, to be honest, heaven and hell and such notions are really not focused too much on in Judaism, as the main focus is much more what you can do while you're in this world, as opposed to what happens when your time is up. The resurrection of the dead. In regards to the Mashiach, there's a lot of argument, mostly between Maimonides and others, as to whether the time will be miraculous and have all sorts of spiritual things going on, or very ordinary, with it just literally being a time of peace with the reinstitution of the Jewish kingship. However, one thing that everyone agrees on is in regards to the resurrection of the dead, that during the time of the Mashiach, or maybe right before, all the dead will arise and come back to life. It's even the 13th of the Jewish principles of faith as established by Maimonides. The Spanish Inquisition. The Spanish Inquisition was a period during the 1400s through the 1500s where Spain decided to force everyone to convert to the religion or else be tortured and burned alive publicly. The Jewish populace were either exiled or lived in secret with the religion, which often didn't go so well. It marks a pretty unfortunate time in Jewish history. Stories in the Gemara. Stories in the Gemara references the fact that all throughout the Gemara there are all sorts of little stories and anecdotes ranging from pretty normal and innocuous or interesting to supernatural and strange to just plain out of pocket, but they're all definitely interesting and worth a read. Some of the more interesting ones are later on in this list. Hillel and Shammai. Hillel and Shammai and their respective schools were two of the most prominent rabbis in the times of the Gemara and argued with each other on pretty much every single topic imaginable, although apparently they themselves were pretty good friends. We nearly always hold like the opinions of Hillel and his school, as theirs was slightly larger, and we go like the majority. Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva is a pretty fascinating figure from the Talmud. He was an illiterate shepherd for nearly his entire life, but after a famous story where he saw a rock with a hole being bored through it from a stream which was dropping water onto it, and also with some encouragement of his wife, he realized that anything could be accomplished with persistence. So at the age of 40, he left to a school, and within a few decades became one of the most important and respected sages of all time, with thousands of students. The story ends kind of sadly, though, with him living through the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple, and eventually being captured and skinned alive by the Romans. Bar Kokhba. Bar Kokhba is a famous historical figure who's also mentioned throughout the Talmud. After the destruction of Jerusalem by the Romans, he led a surprisingly successful revolt, and people started to think he was the Messiah, along with Rabbi Akiva. Unfortunately, Bar Kokhba got a little bit too haughty and then got into an argument with his uncle before apparently mistakenly pushing and killing him. So things went south from there, and at the Battle of Beitar, he and his forces were destroyed by the Romans, with their corpses being left to rot unburied for years after. The whole incident kind of marks the end of the Jewish resistance against the Romans in the early 1st and 2nd centuries. The Purim story. The Purim story is a famous story as told in the Book of Esther during the period between the First and Second Temple under the rule of the Persian Empire, specifically about how the king Ahasuerus killed his wife and wanted a new one, so married Esther, who was secretly Jewish, and how she and her adoptive father Mordecai foiled the plan of Haman, who tried to destroy the Jewish people using their political positions. The story is commemorated on the holiday of Purim, where the Megillah, which tells the story, is read. King Solomon. King Solomon was the son of King David and was gifted by God with almost supernatural wisdom. He ruled over an era of peace and happiness for the Jews, built the first temple, and apparently, according to most legends and stories, could speak to animals, the wind, and apparently, occasionally, demons, which did not go well, but that's later on the list. King Saul. King Saul, or King Shaul, was the first ever king of Israel, as spoken about in the book of Samuel, but lost God's favor after not listening to him in regards to fully wiping out the wicked people of Amalek, so God decided David would be king instead, and then Saul spent the remainder of his kingship fighting against the enemies of the Jewish people in these surrounding countries, and also trying to kill David, to try and stop him from stealing his throne, although Saul's son, Yohanna's son, was best friends with David, which made things kind of tough. Eventually, Saul realized his wrongdoing and made peace with David, but later, after going to battle, all of his men were killed along with his sons, and then being surrounded by the enemy, he killed himself. Locusts. Locusts refers to the fact that there are several species of locusts listed throughout the Torah which are kosher, although nowadays we aren't really sure which species of locusts they are, so now we just don't need any species of locusts to be safe. 10 plagues. The 10 plagues were brought by Moses against Pharaoh to make him let the Israelites leave Egypt, and they consist of blood, frogs, lice, wild animals, pestilence, boils, locusts, hail, darkness, and the death of the firstborn. The full story of Abraham. There are several expanded stories of figures from the Bible which were recorded and passed down for a few generations and then written down in the Talmud or similar. One of the most famous of which is the full story of Abraham, particularly when he was younger, how he discovered God at 3 years old, and then spent most of his life fighting against the practice of idolatry. Eventually, the king of the region where he lived, Nimrod, arrested him and threw him into a giant fire, but he survived miraculously, the fire turning into a garden, and then he left, and then the story picks up from there in the Torah. Eruv. An Eruv is something spoken about at length in the Mishnah and the Talmud. Basically, you can't carry outside on Shabbos in public property, the exact definitions of which are outlined in the Talmud, but there's an exception if you make an Eruv, which is basically a long temporary fence around a large area and closing it off, and that makes it permissible to carry there on Shabbos. So there's one that's maintained around most major cities. Some people seem to think it's like cheating somehow, but it's part of the oral Torah, which was given by God, so I'll leave that up to you. The Lubavitcher Rebbe. Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, also known as the Lubavitcher Rebbe, is a tremendously important figure in modern Judaism, being the 7th Chabad Rebbe and working his entire life to teach and spread Judaism, establishing many institutions and having synagogues be opened in even the remotest corners of the world to reach even the farthest Jews. He spent basically every minute of his day meeting with people, answering letters, and teaching Torah, his teachings being studied by Jews all over the world still to this day. Chassidus. Chassidus is a subject that was first really established by the Baal Shem Tov and the Alter Rebbe in the 17th century. It's basically just Kabbalah, but simplified and condensed, so even not exceptionally scholarly people could learn it, and is a central part of most Jewish thought and teachings today. Dreams. Dreams are spoken about throughout the Tanakh, often containing messages and hidden meanings, most famously with Joseph and his dreams. The Talmud has a list of certain symbolisms and meanings to interpret certain concepts or symbols or animals seen in a dream, but it also says later on, based on a famous story, that all dreams go according to their interpretation, which could either be a metaphysical concept or a psychological one, depending on your preference. It's something you could really look into as far as you'd like. Golden Calf. The Golden Calf was a pretty unfortunate time in Jewish history, right after receiving the Torah by Mount Sinai, due to a combination of some mathematical miscalculations, a little bit of trickery from the Satan, encouragement from some bad actors, and a whole lot of people just not being all that great. They decided to make a golden calf and worship it, so everything got kind of messed up there, and then Moses broke the 2 tablets, and yeah, not a great look. Mivtayim. Mivtayim is a thing that particularly students of the Chabad sect do, where every Friday they go to large public squares and spend all day asking random people if they're Jewish, and if yes, whether or not they want to put on tefillin, as it's a fairly important obligation. They even give out menorahs or read the Megillah, depending on the holiday, and they really travel all over, even going to, in some cases, prison to help out Jewish inmates. The 12 tribes. The forefather Jacob had 12 sons who would be the 12 tribes of Israel. Each of them had a banner and a sigil, and every person who is Jewish today is descended from one of the 12, going according to your father. Although 10 of them went missing at some point, leaving only Binyamin and Yehuda, the tribe of royalty, and the line of King David. The only people who know for sure nowadays what tribe they're from are Jews who are Leviim or Kohanim, as both are from the tribe of Levi, or, much more rarely, people who can trace their ancestry all the way back, or at least to someone like the Maharal of Prague, who was able to trace his ancestry back to King David. It wasn't an apple. This refers to the fact that, for some reason, a lot of people seem to think that the fruit by the tree of knowledge was an apple. It was not an apple. It doesn't say apple anywhere. It says eitz, which is the Hebrew word for fruit. The Talmud says it was either a fig, wheat, or grapes, but most probably figs. I don't know where apple came from. That was just made up. There was no apple. Okay, layer 4, and this is where things start getting kind of weird. Starting with dibukim. Dibuk is something spoken about in a few stories and legends. Basically, if a soul is exceptionally wicked, it will be punished by being forced to wander the world for a period without his body, during which it can possess a body and cause all sorts of issues. I don't know how many verified cases of such there are exactly. Like I said, it's mostly from stories or retellings or whatever, but it is still a concept. And there are cases of people being possessed still recently, so do with that what you will. Demons. All throughout the Torah and the Talmud are referenced certain entities called shadim, or demons. Their role is different than in other religions. They sort of act more like a malicious animal than anything else. There are a bunch of stories and details on them throughout the Talmud, such as where they like to haunt, what forms they take, and how to banish them. It's questionable how literal it is. I have seen an interpretation that says they're all an allegory for bacteria, as it does say in the Talmud that there are thousands of them surrounding people at all times, and they're not visible, and they're very small, and they cause illnesses and whatnot. But then again, based on a lot of other stories, it seems to imply that they are actual, literal things. As to why they aren't a thing so much anymore, I've seen some sources where it says that the Baal Shem Tov, who was a 17th century rabbi, banished all of them, or maybe it was some other great rabbi or something along those lines. I've also seen that as they're a spiritual entity, and as the world becomes less and less spiritual and more physical, so too does spiritual things like leave the world, and that's why demons aren't seen anymore so much. Cherem. Cherem is a thing that's not really done so much anymore, but if a person was really, really bad or disrespectful to the sages or something like that, they could be put in cherem, which basically means that they're excommunicated and no one talks to them, and it's a whole thing. Like I said, it's not really done anymore. Arei Miklat. An Arei Miklat is one of the odder commandment in the Torah. It's a city of refuge. Basically, if a person mistakenly kills another person, they have to run away to a pre-designated city where the relatives of the person that they killed aren't allowed to kill them anymore. And the city is called an Arei Meklat, or, like I said, a city of refuge. And then they have to stay there until the current Kohen Gadol passes away. Also not something that's done anymore, but yeah, still pretty interesting. Solomon's throne. Solomon's throne is that while Solomon was king, he had a giant throne assembled, apparently, by the best craftsmen in the land. It was made of gold and jewels and whatnot, and apparently the person who made it was a master at making mechanics and rudimentary automatons, because supposedly on each of the 6 steps leading up to the throne, there were 2 animals standing opposite each other, lions and wolves and lambs and eagles and whatnot, and every time he took a step, the mechanics ran and the animals would one by one lift up their arms to lift him up the steps before the eagle finally descended and placed the crown on his head. Eventually, the Babylonians destroyed the temple and stole the throne, but apparently everyone who tried to ascend it, the animals would just injure them, so now we just have no idea where the throne is. Laser beam vision. Laser beam vision is that all throughout the Talmud, there are stories of the sages, most particularly one of them, named Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who, whenever someone did something exceptionally wrong, he would look at them and they would be incinerated. And it's not like a one-off occurrence, it happens all the time, so apparently laser beam vision was a thing. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai was a famous Talmudic sage and a student of Rabbi Akiva, mentioned earlier on the list. He's probably most famous for, after speaking out against the Roman government, being forced to flee with his son, where he lived in a cave for over a decade. Eventually he left and continued with his teachings of Kabbalah. Lag BaOmer. Lag BaOmer is a holiday celebrated in honor of the passing of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, and also to commemorate the ending of a plague which happened to wipe out nearly all of Rabbi Akiva's students. It's celebrated with bonfires and dancing. Tower of Babel Demons. The Tower of Babel was an incident way at the beginning of the Torah, where there was a bunch of wicked generations, and then they decided to fight against God by building a giant tower to reach him. Eventually God decided that enough was enough, and he mixed up their languages and scattered them all across the world. The Talmud mentions that some of them were turned into demons, and apparently that's one of the sources for those things, among others. Tzom Gedalia. Tzom Gedalia is a fast the day after Rosh Hashanah to commemorate the death of the last Jewish king of Israel, Gedalia, who was assassinated by his friend. Seeing sounds. Seeing sounds refers to that by Mount Sinai there were a number of miracles that took place, including apparently people being able to see sounds, whatever that means. Necromancy. Necromancy is something done throughout the Torah by some bad characters and forbidden as one of the commandments. Probably the most famous use of which was King Saul asking a woods witch to summon his mentor, the prophet Samuel, and then Samuel told him that he was no longer a worthy king and that David should be king instead. Black magic. Black magic is explicitly forbidden by the Torah of any form. There are tons of stories in the Talmud of people dealing with forms of black magic, some people being cursed or turned into animals, or in one case exploded, but I don't think it's done anymore by people, at least not that I've seen. White magic. White magic is the opposite of black magic, probably, and is a bit of a misnomer because it more refers to using Kabbalah and other good spiritual energies to combat black magic or otherwise. It's been used, as mentioned in the Talmud, to fly or incinerate people, or later on make a golem. Giraffes are kosher. Giraffes are kosher is that, technically speaking, a giraffe would fall under the category of a kosher animal, as it chews its cud and has split hooves, but it isn't eaten because it has a weird neck and no one really knows exactly how to slaughter it in a kosher way, also because it's a giraffe and you probably shouldn't eat those. Eliezer versus an elephant. During the Hanukkah War against the Greeks, the Jewish people were led by Yehuda, the leader of the Maccabees. He had a brother named Eliezer, who during a larger battle saw an enemy war elephant, charged it on horseback, and killed it, although it fell on top of him, killing him, which was a shame, although it's pretty cool. Layer 5. Ashmedai, King of the Demons. There's a strange story in the Talmud featuring Solomon in his attempts to build a temple, sending his servant to capture an entity known as Ashmedai, which apparently means king in the language of demons. After being captured, he showed Solomon the location of a special worm called the Shamir worm, which could cut rocks it was placed on, due to the fact that the temple stones weren't allowed to be cut from iron tools. He then kept the demon king in his palace garden, enchained, until he was eventually deceived by him into setting him free, at which point the demon arose, unfurled his wings, one of which apparently stretched to the depths of the earth and the other to the heavens, and then flung Solomon several hundred miles away. Solomon then spent the next few years traveling back. There are several stories and legends about him in this period. Anyways, he eventually made it back and found that Ashmedai had been impersonating him for the past while. So, after secretly proving to the Sanhedrin, the high court, that he was the real Solomon, he and a small army stormed back into his castle and came face to face with Ashmedai, who then disappeared. That's basically the only reference to him that I've ever seen, but it's a pretty fascinating story. I'm summarizing the whole thing a bit. If you want to check it out, definitely look it up. Yehudis. The story of Yehudis is an interesting one. During the Hanukkah story of the War of the Maccabees against the Greeks, there was a general who was causing serious issues for the rebels, so she allowed herself to be captured, pretending to defect to the enemy, before meeting privately with the general, eating and drinking with him, waiting until he fell asleep, and then grabbing his sword and beheading him. Then she snuck the head out of camp, rallied the rebel army, and won a victorious battle. Golems. Golems are a creation of Earth in the form of a man and given life through Kabbalistic ritual, the most famous of which was made by the Maharal of Prague to defend against the increasing blood libels in those times. It couldn't speak and followed orders exactly, sometimes too literally, and was eventually killed by the Maharal by erasing a letter carved into its forehead from the word MS, truth. The letter Aleph was erased, creating the word Mis, which means death. The Walls of Jericho. There's an interesting event right after the death of Moses, where the new leader of the Jewish people, Moses' student and successor, Yehoshua, had to fight against the city of Jericho, which had massive impenetrable walls. So, as commanded by God, some Kohanim circled the city for several days while blowing a shofar, and the walls all miraculously collapsed, allowing them to conquer the city. The death of Titus. The Roman general, and later emperor, Titus, was the historical figure who famously destroyed and looted Jerusalem and the Second Temple after his father, Vespasian, had besieged it for a while. Afterwards, he became emperor for a few years before dying of a fever, apparently. According to the Talmud, as a punishment from God, a small gnat flew into his nose and ate at his brain for years, and when he eventually died, they split his skull open and found that the gnat had swollen to the size of a small bird. Mashiach ben Yosef. So, according to some sources, there are actually two Mashiachs, the main one being Mashiach ben David, ushering in and ruling over the era of peace, but beforehand will be a tumultuous time of war, where a different man known as Mashiach ben Yosef will lead the Jewish people through the wars before dying in the end. The Leviathan. A few times throughout the Torah, and lengthier in the Talmud, there is mentioned a giant beast known as the Leviathan, which lives in the very depths of the ocean, has hardened, impenetrable scales, and can breathe fire. In fact, it's more described like a dragon than anything else, except maybe without wings and in the ocean. Does it exist? Maybe. God knows, we have no idea what's at the bottom of the ocean, so we'll see. Ma'aseh Merkava. Ma'aseh Merkava refers to the story in the Book of Prophets where a prophet, Ezekiel, has a vision where God speaks to him through a fiery chariot with angels that each have many faces of lions and men and eagles and oxes, and apparently has some secret interpretation that, as mentioned in the Talmud, anyone that teaches it improperly would die. But Maimonides basically just explains it, and apparently it's an allegory for the astronomical sciences or something along those lines. Shabtai Tzvi. Shabtai Tzvi was a mid-16th century character who was an expert in Kabbalah and decided to use that knowledge to declare himself the Messiah. He got a sizable following and did a bunch of weird stuff like marrying a Sefer Torah before being forced to convert by the government to Islam, proving that he was a false Messiah. Pretty unfortunate situation for everyone, and this whole scenario was the reason that practically usable Kabbalah stopped being taught, as opposed to now, where everything that's taught is basically just theory. Avshalom. Avshalom was the son of King David, who was known for his vanity, haughtiness, fratricide, and beautifully long hair. He decided to rebel against his father, raising an army and convincing King David's top general, Achitophel, to defect to him. But due to his haughtiness, he stopped listening to Achitophel, lost a battle, and then rode away before having his hair get caught in a tree and then being ripped off a horse, at which point he was impaled by King David's general. So, sad story. Nephilim. Nephilim are strange creatures mentioned in the Torah, possibly being descended of fallen angels and being abnormally large, giant-like creatures. There are lots of giants throughout the Torah, people like Og, Sichon, the giants of Israel as seen by the spies, Goliath, and others. Og is a figure in the Torah who was a giant, the king of the land of Bashan, and absolutely massive, lifting up a mountain to kill the encamping Israelites in the desert. Moses killed him, taking an axe, jumping, and embedding it into his heel, causing him to drop the mountain on his head, fall, and then die. He's mentioned in a few Aggadic sources too, most famously, probably, being around since the flood, probably being descended from the Nephilim, and apparently holding on to the side of Noah's Ark to survive the flood, according to one source. Gog and Magog. Apparently, before the coming of Mashiach, there will be a great war between two nations known only as Gog and Magog. We're not fully sure which countries those refer to. Some say the whole thing is referring to World War II, others say it's something yet to happen, not sure. The prophecy of the Iraq War. There is a prophecy in regards to one of the wars in the years before Mashiach comes. Specifically, it mentions a war between the countries of Persia and Assyria, and how one will request assistance of Edom, which is in the west, and something about it ending on the date of Purim, which all precisely lines up with the Syria-Iraq war in 1991, wherein Saddam Hussein fought a war against Iraq, who asked help from the US, which caused a whole issue. Also, he decided to fire a bunch of chemical missiles into Israel, which got everyone worried, but then the Lubavitcher Rebbe in New York gave his assurance that no one would be hurt, and that God watches over Israel, and none of the dozens of missiles fired killed anyone. Then the war ended on Purim, and that was that. So a lot of people see that as a biblical prophecy that occurred. Big Frog. So there's an opinion that during the 10 plagues, that during the second plague, the plague of frogs, it was actually one gigantic frog that, when struck, spit out little frogs. And the biblical source for this is the fact that the word used in the Torah for frog is singular. So, maybe. Yonah and Pare. The story of Yonah, or Jonah, and the whale is pretty well known. Yonah was a prophet who was told by God to travel to the land of Nineveh and to tell the people there to repent, but he refused and ran away and then was swallowed by a whale. So he conceded, went to Nineveh, and then they repented. There is, however, a source which says that the king of Nineveh was the Pare who enslaved the Jewish people in Egypt, and I guess repented? Perhaps. Gematria. Gematria is a very famous concept all throughout the Torah, that basically every letter has a numerical value, Aleph being 1, Beis being 2, and certain words or phrases being tied together based on having the same numerical values. It's a whole thing. There's a lot of things which bring it up, but yeah, it's a pretty interesting topic. The Mount Sinai threat. So, in the Talmud, it says famously that God offered the Torah to every other nation before the Jews, who all didn't accept it. So, when he finally got around to the Jews, he wanted to be certain that they accepted it, so he lifted up Mount Sinai and held it over them just to make certain. As for the question of how did the Jews properly fully accept the Torah if they were threatened with a giant mountain, that'll be answered later down on the list. Layer 6. Casual demon stories. This refers to that all throughout the Talmud there are dozens of stories mentioned almost offhandedly involving people or sages fighting or dealing with demons and shadim and other spiritual, supernatural entities. It even works its way into actual discussion of biblical law. For instance, it discusses a case where if a person is in a pit and he asks you to bring divorce documents to their wife, but you can't see them. Are you allowed to bring those divorce documents? And it discusses that maybe perhaps it's a demon pretending to be the person, but then it says no, because maybe you'd be able to see that it has a shadow, and everybody knows that demons don't have shadows. But then it says that according to one source, demons do have shadows, but then it says no, everybody knows that demons don't have the shadows of a shadow. So yeah, I guess demons are a thing that are discussed often. Okay, moving on. Loose Beis HaMikdash tile. There's a strange story in the Talmud wherein some Kohanim were serving in the temple, and one of them found a loose tile, lifted it up, peeked inside, and then was incinerated. So what was all that about? I have no idea. That's all there is. Mordechai and Haman chilling. There's a famous commentary on the story of the Megillah, where decades before the whole thing, Mordechai and Haman were dealing with some military issues in maybe India, I want to say. Anyways, they were traveling together, and Haman ran out of food, so he begged Mordechai for some. So Mordechai gave him some on condition that he'd vow to be his slave, and this is apparently some background to the history between these two, and why Haman had such a hatred for Mordechai. The location of the Aron. So, no one knows where the Aron is. It contains the Ten Commandments, the mun, which the Jews ate in the desert, and a few other things, and between the temple being destroyed twice, no one knows where it is anymore. There is one idea, and that is Solomon's Labyrinth. Apparently, beneath the Temple Mount is a giant labyrinth made by King Solomon to store stuff, I guess. Apparently, that's where the Aron is, maybe. I don't think it'd be very safe for most people to traverse, as it was made by King Solomon, and probably has all sorts of traps and whatnot. How true this is, I don't know, but the small amounts of scientific research that has been done into the Temple Mount reveals that there are some tunnels of sorts underneath, so maybe. The Tanya. The Tanya is a very important book in Judaism, written by the Alter Rebbe in the late 1700s. It's basically the main source for most Hasidic thought and speaks about a lot of Kabbalistic topics like the nature of the soul, the purpose of man in this world, the different spiritual worlds, and a few others. I have a video which summarizes the whole thing if you're interested in it, but yeah, pretty important book. Yud Tes Kislev. Yud Tes Kislev is the date, the 19th of the month of Kislev, where the Alter Rebbe was released from prison after being arrested on false charges of supporting the Turkish government who were fighting against the Russians at that time. After being released, he wrote the Tanya, and it's a date that's celebrated as a minor holiday for a lot of Jewish people. Everyone was a giant. So there's a story in the Talmud where some rabbis were traveling with a guide through the Sinai desert and came across the bodies of some of the Israelites who were wandering in the desert back in biblical times. Apparently they were so large that one of them rode on horseback while carrying a spear underneath the bent knee of one of them. So this kind of implies that everyone was giant back in the day, and I guess maybe people shrunk over time. It does say elsewhere that Moses was 10 amas tall in one source, which is, an amma is a foot and a half, so approximately 15 feet. So yeah, I guess a lot of people were very tall back in those days. Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish was a rabbi in the Talmud who was known for once being a bandit chief before repenting and becoming a Torah sage. He's a pretty interesting figure. Apparently he killed a tribe of cannibals during his bandit days. Whatever, it's a whole thing. Solomon and the man with two heads. There's a story where a man with two heads came to King Solomon and asked for a double inheritance because he had two heads. So Solomon said fine, but he'd have to pour boiling water on one head, of course, to prove that despite the two heads, it was one body, and then the guy conceded and said fine. Weird story, but pretty interesting. Elijah's ascension. So it says Elijah never died. Basically, he was so holy and his physical body was so, spiritually elevated that when he died, he ascended to heaven in a fiery chariot before his student Elisha. So there are many stories in the Talmud and all throughout history of Elijah appearing and helping people out and performing miracles and whatnot. In fact, there is a custom that on Passover night, we open the door for Elijah and pour a cup of wine for him. Also, it says that the coming of Mashiach will be heralded in by Elijah, so look out for that. Sefer Yetzirah. Sefer Yetzirah is a strange book. No one really knows who wrote it, but it's really old. Apparently maybe written by Adam or possibly Abraham. It's a very Kabbalistic text, and it talks about the spiritual etymology and makeup of Hebrew letters and what they represent, and how they form together words, and apparently somehow it can also show you how to make a golem if you know how to read the text properly. Satan. Satan is a figure in Judaism who plays a slightly different role than in other religions. He still acts under God's purview, and his job is to be the prosecutor of the Jewish people in the heavenly court, both for individuals and the Jewish people in general. The Yetzer Hara and the Yetzer Tov. As opposed to the Satan, there's the Yetzer Hara and the Yetzer Tov, which are the good inclination and the evil inclination, as illustrated in a lot of Kabbalistic texts and the Tanya. Basically, there's two souls instead of every Jewish person. One is of Klipa, which is a concept to be explained soon, and it's basically the idea of wickedness and impurity, and the other soul is a literal piece of God, and they both try to get you to follow each other, and that's that. Klipa. Klipa is a concept all throughout Kabbalah. Basically, it's that God concealed himself from the world, allowing for the idea that things think they exist separately or independently of God. Hence, God is not seen or felt in the world, and this idea is called Klipa. Tzimtzum. Tzimtzum is another Kabbalistic concept, and it's the reason that Klipa exists. Basically, God made these spiritual concepts called Tzimtzumim, which conceal God's light from the world, allowing it to have individuality and not be subsumed back into God's infinity. Esrog stoning. So there's a historical incident back in Judea before the destruction of the Second Temple. There was serious tensions between the Jewish sects in that time, one of which was led by the Kohen Gadol, Alexander Yanai, who intentionally misperformed a service in the temple to make a mockery of it and provoke everybody, and was then pelted with esrogim, which are lemon-like citrus fruits used on the holiday of Sukkot by the Jews in the temple, which is a pretty funny image if you think about it. But then he used the incident as an excuse to kill everyone there with hired mercenaries, so maybe not so funny. The Golem's Haunt. This refers to the fact that the Golem of Prague, as mentioned earlier, was stored in the attic of the Shul of the Maharal of Prague, a shul which still stands to this day, and literally no one has ever opened the attic since. It's locked, and no one's been up there. Supposedly, there's a story where the shul was stormed during World War II by some Nazi soldiers, some of which entered the attic and were found dead later, or something along those lines. How true the story is, I don't know, but I really don't recommend checking the attic for yourself. Nero was Jewish. So Nero, the emperor of Rome, possibly converted to Judaism, according to the Talmud. Apparently he led the initial assault against Jerusalem in the 1st century, but after hearing a prophecy in regard to the death of whoever destroyed Jerusalem, he fled and then converted to Judaism. That might actually be the case, though. Some say it was a general named Nero, and he was called Caesar by the Talmud because the Jews just called any Roman in authority by Caesar, because they weren't too particular about getting their nomenclature right. Or some translate it to mean that it was a man sent by Nero, or maybe it actually was Nero, who historically committed suicide, but I don't know, maybe the Romans did some embellishments. The 8th day of creation. According to Pirkei Avos, which is a very prominent Jewish text, on the eve of Saturday, God created a few specific extra things for later on down the line. Specifically, the mouth of the earth, which would swallow Kairach later on in the Torah, the mouth of the well of Miriam, the mouth of the donkey, which Bilam owned, the rainbow by Noah, the manna, which the Jews ate in the desert, the staff of Moses, the shamir worm, as mentioned earlier, the letters, the writing, and the tablets. And some also say demons, the grave of Moses, the ram of Abraham, and also the first pair of tongs, because you would need a pair of tongs to make the first pair of tongs. The Torah was accepted on Purim. As mentioned earlier, God threatened the Jews with a giant mountain by the giving of the Torah. So how did they properly accept it? Answer is by Purim. They fully accepted it, as it says, Kimu v'kiblu ha-Yehudim, which means that they accepted what they had already accepted, because they all unanimously decided to maintain their Judaism in spite of the threat of death by Haman, and this was the moment of the full proper acceptance of the Torah, hence why Purim is a very important holiday, on top of the other reasons. Layer 7. The final layer. The Lubavitch Rebbe killed Stalin. Oh boy, here we go. This is a bit of an odd one. Religious Jews do not like communism, especially the Soviet Union, which was responsible for hundreds of thousands of Jewish deaths. In 1952, Stalin started the Doctors' Plot, which was a conspiracy that a group of Jewish doctors were conspiring to kill leaders of the Soviet Union, including Stalin himself, in connection with Western intelligence. It was a pretty major concern, particularly with the Jewish communities, obviously. Anyways, the Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, as mentioned way earlier on the list, spoke one night on Purim on March 5th, 1953, about how terrible Stalin and this whole situation was at length. Then he suddenly became very serious and started a chant of the word hurrah amongst the crowd, which obviously is an exclamation, but also in Hebrew could be two words, hu and ra, which mean he is wicked. That went on for a while, and then they moved on. Anyways, at that exact moment, Stalin had a heart attack and died, and the Doctor's Plot was undone. So, did the Lubavitcher Rebbe kill Stalin? I'll leave that one up to you. Samach Vav. Samach Vav is a collection of essays written by the 4th Chabad Rebbe, the Rebbe Rashab, which speaks in great detail about the exact mechanics of the different spiritual realms. It's very long and very complicated, and I've tried to go through it, but I didn't really get most of it, so moving on. Acher. Acher was a person in the Talmud where, the story goes, he, with 2 others, went to heaven for a period, one of whom died, one survived and lived on, enlightened by the experience, and the third, Elisha ben Avuya, kind of snapped and became a heretic who would publicly sin and was known as Acher. Gilgul. Gilgul is when someone doesn't fulfill their purpose fully in this world, they get sent back down and reincarnated to try again. So most people alive are probably a reincarnation of an old soul, possibly even of several people. There's actually a whole discussion about the resurrection of the dead in regards to how people will be resurrected if there's only one soul between several bodies. Consensus seems to be that the soul can divide while maintaining its individuality, so still everybody. Balaam versus Pinchas epic anime duel. Okay. Balaam was a sorcerer and black magic user who caused issues for the Israelites and tried to curse them in the Torah. And Pinchas was a guy who heroically stopped a giant heresy by a guy named Zimri by stabbing him with a spear. Anyways, later in the Torah it says that Balaam returned leading an army, but they were defeated, and then Pinchas executed Bilam. Anyways, there's a famous Medrash commentary passed down, which was that during the battle, Bilam used his black magics to start flying and rain fireballs on the Israelite army, so Pinchas grabbed the tzitz, which was the golden headband worn by the Kohen Gadol, started flying too, and then fought Bilam in the air. Eventually, Pinchas defeated him, knocked him down, and beheaded him on the spot. V'ata Tetzaveh. V'ata Tetzaveh was the final text given out by the Lubavitcher Rebbe before his passing, which is a Hasidic work which basically talks about, among other things, the importance of wanting and working towards bringing the Mashiach, in spite of the fact that the world, as of now, is a fairly and simple and easy time for the Jewish people to live in, comparatively, at least. Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi and Marcus Aurelius. So, all throughout the Talmud, it mentions many stories where Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, the great sage who authored the Mishnah, hung out with the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, who apparently was a pretty good guy, and they helped each other out and gave each other advice, and they were apparently pretty good friends. I don't think there's much historical evidence for this, but that was kind of the point of their friendship, that they had to be low-key about it, because the Jews and the Romans were not getting along too well at that time. The Beinani. The Beinani is a concept in the Tanya, which was mentioned a few layers earlier, that the highest level an ordinary person can aspire to be is the spiritual level of a Beinani, which is essentially perfection in action, speech, and thought, to never sin your entire life. Like I said, I explained it a bit more in my Tanya video, so definitely check that out. Hitler was a demon. So there's a theory that Hitler was maybe a demon, and the evidence for this is the fact that no one ever saw him with his shoes off, and as the Talmud says, a demon, even when in human form, has rooster feet, so clearly Hitler was a demon. I don't really like this one. This is basically the only one on this list that doesn't have any legitimacy or from any source at all. It honestly reads more like a cope than anything and kind of lessens the whole situation, so maybe not. Klipas Noiga and Shalish Klipas HaTmeis. Those two are two Kabbalistic concepts in regards to Klipa. Specifically that there are two types of Klipa, which is, like I said earlier, caused by the concealment of God in this world. The first one, Klipas Noiga, is basically what basically everything in the world is made of, which is a level of impurity, but it contains a spark of good within it that you can elevate it. So everything in the world by default is not great, but it could be elevated to impurity by using it in a good deed. Shalish Klipas HaTmeis, on the other hand, is there are some things which just can't be elevated, which is why there are certain things which can't be used for a good deed. For instance, not kosher food or similar. The Four Worlds. So, according to a lot of Kabbalistic sources and also the Tanya, there are 4 spiritual worlds, and they are Atzilus, which is the highest spiritual world, Bria, where the souls of the most righteous people are. After that is Yetzirah, where all the angels dwell, and then the lowest realm is Asiya, where everyone else is. And as each level descends, there is more concealment of godliness. Hence, this world, being the lowest world, has the most concealment of God. How to summon a demon tutorial. Okay, so in the Gemara, specifically in the tractate Brachos, page 6a, it gets very sidetracked and then explains how to summon a demon. Although not specifically how to summon a demon, it's more because demons are everywhere. It's how to make them visible to you. So here's what you do. I'm just gonna read it. So, one who seeks to see them should take the placenta of a firstborn female black cat born to a firstborn female black cat, burn it in the fire, grind it, and place it in his eyes, and he will see them. He must then place the ashes in an iron tube, sealed with an iron seal, lest the demons steal it from him, and then seal the opening so he will not be harmed. Rav Beve Bar Abaya performed this procedure and was harmed. The sages prayed for mercy on his behalf, and he was healed. So, I guess this kind of more lends credence to the opinion that when it says demons, it refers to bacteria or similar. Although, maybe anyone wants to try that for themselves, please let me know, and I'll pray for you. The Great Kaiju Battle. I have a whole video on this topic, so I'm just gonna condense it really quickly. Basically, the Leviathan, as mentioned earlier, during the times of the Mashiach, will fight against the Great Ox, which is some other giant creature. And then they're gonna go at it for a bit, and then the Leviathan is gonna kill the ox by slaughtering it with its fin, and at the same time the ox is going to gore the Leviathan with its horn, and most people explain it to be an allegory for the spiritual elevation when Mashiach comes. Like I said, I have a whole video. I'm not explaining the whole thing here, but yeah, maybe there'll be a giant kaiju battle. So we'll see. Worthy and unworthy. This refers to a very prevalent concept in regards to the coming of Mashiach, which is that there's a lot of contradictory things in regards to the Torah, where sometimes it says that there will be great miracles in Revelation, and in some places it seems to imply that there won't be, it'll just be an ordinary time, like I said earlier, although, like I said, everyone agrees on the resurrection of the dead. The consensus as to all the differing opinions is that there's two ways the Mashiach could come. One is with the Jewish people being worthy and earning it, which is where it'll be a miraculous period and there'll be spirituality and miracles and whatnot, versus the other option where it just happens because, I don't know, maybe the time ran out or something, and then it'll happen in a very bland, ordinary way. The final seventh generation. This is a very important concept as taught in Chassidus and the Lubavitcher Rebbe, which is that the final generation, the generation that would bring the Mashiach, was this generation, the people alive today. The seventh generation. This tracks with a lot of other things in regard to the Mashiach's coming, which is that it'll be like nowadays because there's like all sorts of things happening which lead a lot of people to believe, especially religious Jews, that Mashiach will come any day now. So yeah, hopefully, God willing, although everyone should try to do just a little bit more to facilitate that. Layer 8. Saita. So, the Saita ceremony is a bit of a strange one. Essentially, in the times of the Talmud, if a woman was accused of adultery, the rule being that it's after she was warned in regards to it prior, and also two witnesses saw her and the other guy go into seclusion, she could prove her innocence by participating in the ceremony of the Saita. So, she would go to the temple and drink a mixture of water, dust, and a bitter substance, probably wormwood or something along those lines. In addition, verses of the Torah in regards to this whole process were then written on a piece of parchment and dissolved into the water mixture. Then she would drink it, and if she was innocent, nothing happened, and everyone went home happily, and she was blessed with health and children and whatnot. However, if she was guilty, and for some reason decided to stick with proceeding with the ceremony, then after she drank the mixture, her stomach would swell and explode, proving her guilt, and also killing her by exploding her stomach. Not something done anymore, but yeah. There's also a whole thing about how we're allowed to dissolve verses of the Torah in spite of the disrespect in order to prove a woman's innocence in this regard and resolve marital issues. But yeah, pretty interesting ceremony. There's an entire book of the Talmud dedicated to discussing it. Tefillin straps form letters. Tefillin are the prayer boxes worn during the morning prayers by Jewish men, and are a tremendously important obligation in Judaism. They have two main parts: the boxes, which contain little scrolls with portions of the Shema written on them, and the straps, which are wrapped on the arm and fingers in a very particular manner. Specifically, the straps actually form letters, particularly the 3 letters of God's name. There are 3 wraps on the bicep, which form the 3 lines of the Hebrew letter Shin. The knot on the head tefillin forms the letter Daled, and the knot on the arm tefillin forms the letter Yud, which combined spell God's name in Hebrew. Pretty cool. Maybe look out for that the next time you put on tefillin. 10 Sephiras. The 10 Sephiros are a very prominent concept in Kabbalah. In fact, if you've ever done any research into anything about Kabbalah or Jewish mysticism, you've almost definitely come across this symbol, which represents it. Essentially, it refers to the 10 godly attributes, each of which are located respectively on the chart, I guess. The first three are the intellectual attributes, wisdom on the right, understanding on the left, and knowledge in the middle. However, it doesn't just refer to the word knowledge, for instance. Each of those words are just a placeholder of sorts to refer to a much broader concept. Knowledge, or chachma in Hebrew, refers to the concept of the initial spark of knowledge, right as it appears in your mind. Think the idea of like the light bulb sparking above someone's head, and you won't be too far off. The idea, specifically, is when the thought is without form or definition, as it just appeared, and only exists as a vague notion of sorts, but it's infinite and absolute, as in that moment you're entirely sure of that thought. So that's wisdom. Understanding, or bina, is the opposite of that. In a sense, it's the idea of once a thought has fully descended into your mind and has definition, so could say be expressed verbally, however, now has limitations and doesn't feel as absolutely definite, but it is actually usable. Da'as, or knowledge, is the unity and combination of those two, and is the third sephira on the chart. You get the idea. In fact, Chabad, one of the largest Jewish sects, which is based in a lot of Kabbalistic, Hasidic ideals, the word Chabad is an acronym of these three faculties: Chachma, Bina, Da'as, Chabad. Anyways, later on in the list you have chesed, kindness, gevura, its opposite, severity, unity, victory, beauty, foundation, kingship. Like I said, each word expresses a full concept, but yeah, those are the 10 spheres in short. Chess. Chess is a game that is played very extensively by Jews, particularly on Nittelnacht, which is one of the few nights of the year that Jewish people don't learn Torah. The custom, by many, is to play chess, as it's a very intellectually stimulating game and more productive than most other activities. In fact, quite a lot of prominent chess players were Jewish: Bobby Fischer, Garry Kasparov, among others. In fact, there's a Jewish tradition that the game of chess was invented by King Solomon, although that one's not definitive. Truth is, no one really knows for sure who invented chess. It was possibly started in India, so perhaps. Whoever made it had to be pretty smart, though. The Hydra Battle. The Hydra battle is in reference to a story in the Talmud, where a rabbi fights against a demon that takes the form of a Hydra-like creature. The story is on page 29b of Tractate Kedushin, and it starts by saying that there was a demon who was haunting the study hall of the sage Abaya, who's a pretty prominent sage throughout the Talmud. Anyways, it was a demon so powerful, apparently, that unlike most demons, it was able to harm people even when there was two people there at once, which is unlike most demons, because it says that most demons could only harm somebody when he's there alone, but this demon could harm people when there were two of them. Anyways, so this big Rabbi Acha Bar Yaakov, happened to come into the town. So they decided that they were gonna have him fix the issue by tricking him a little bit. They told him that they didn't have any place for him to stay, so he should just stay in the study hall, which he did. Anyways, that night the demon appeared to him, and it took the form of a serpent with 7 heads, hence the Hydra. Anyways, so he began praying to God, and he bowed down to God 7 times, and each time he bowed down, one of the demon's heads fell off. And the next day he came to the townspeople, and he got really mad at them. So that's the end of that story. The 4 capital punishments. In Judaic law, meaning so long as the Jewish people have full autonomy, a temple, and an appointed king, there are certain levels of crime, the most severe of which can net you capital punishment, i.e. the death penalty. And there are 4 forms of capital punishment, depending on the violation. They are stoning, burning, decapitation, and strangulation. The process of which differs, but starts with the person being drugged until he's in a delirious state and won't experience any pain. Stoning begins with taking the guy and throwing him off a cliff. If he dies, then that's that. However, if he survives, they throw a giant rock on him. And if he still survives, then he's stoned in the ordinary sense by the populace. Burning is done by stretching a rope around his neck and pulling to force his mouth open, at which point molten lead is poured down their throat. Strangulation is done similarly, except without the molten lead, they just strangle him, and decapitation is just a standard sword beheading. 1,000 years equals 1 day. There's an essay by a prominent rabbi nowadays, Rabbi Tzvi Freeman, which covers a Hasidic concept taught by the Rebbe Rashab, the fifth Lubavitch Rebbe, in regards to the eras of the world, that roughly 1,000 years correlates with a 24-hour cycle of a day, particularly in regards to the 6th millennium, which it is, right now, according to the Jewish calendar, the year being, as of this video's posting, 5784, since the creation of the world. It coincides with different parts of the day, midnight, dawn, sunset, etc., with massive changes throughout the world history or Jewish history, be it the good at some points, say the morning watch, which is a time period in the Jewish daily calendar, coinciding with the late 1500s through 1600s and the Enlightenment period, the scientific revolution, and in the Jewish world, the beginnings of teachings of the Kabbalah by the Arizal. Then dawn coincides with the late 1700s and the printing of the Tanya, an extremely prominent book in modern Jewish thought, which made Kabbalistic and Hasidic ideas understandable for even the simplest of individuals. Also, as stated by the Zohar in reference to the flood of Noah during his 600th year, in the 600th year of the 6th millennium, the gates of supernal wisdom will be opened, as will the springs of earthly wisdom, preparing the world to be elevated in the 7th millennium, which coincides pretty neatly with the Industrial Revolution and massive technological advancements from the 17 to 1800s. This idea goes on for a bit with each time period, but to finish, we're in the final hours of the 6th day. The 7th day, Shabbos, the Day of Holiness, is the time of the Mashiach, holiness, and peace. Hence, similar to the minutes before Shabbos arrives, it's a very hectic and chaotic period. So too with the world right now. However, just like Shabbos can be brought in earlier, so too Mashiach can be brought in through doing more good deeds. That's the gist of it. It's a work that I'm pretty fond of, so maybe check it out yourself. The Frog's Brave Sacrifice. Okay, so during the 10 plagues, the second plague was the plague of frogs, and frogs appeared, or perhaps when giant frog appeared that spit out little frogs, that's earlier on the list. However, one of the commentaries add that the frogs did a great self-sacrifice, which was that when the Egyptians would make food or bake bread or similar, they would toss themselves into the oven, the frogs that is, and into the Egyptians' foods, which would ruin their food, killing the frogs, but causing the Egyptians even more issues. So yeah, the frogs did a very brave sacrifice, and we're all very thankful. Warhammer 40k is canon. So if you don't know what Warhammer 40k is, just skip this one. It's more of a joke post than anything, but yeah, here we go. So there's a prominent debate in the Talmud, in one of the later tractates, between an Alexander of Macedon, most probably Alexander the Great, who apparently was on pretty good terms with the sages, as you'll see later on in the list. Anyways, he came to them and asked them a bunch of questions in regards to Jewish tradition and also in regards to his own military campaign. One of the questions of which was, where is the location of Gehenna, or hell, basically? And there were a few answers given, one of the answers of which was that it is located above the heavens, or maybe in outer space, I guess is implied. So, hell is in outer space, therefore Warhammer 40k is canon. The Great Debate of Athens. Okay, this one's a bit of a long one. The story in the Talmud goes that one of the emperors of Rome challenged a Rabbi Yeshua ben Hananiah, to debate some of the philosophers of Athens. However, they all had a big secluded location in a cave, which he then snuck into through a whole stealth mission, and then confronted the Athenian philosophers. Anyways, then they posed him a series of very, very strange questions. However, it's explained that each of the questions is an esoteric way of referencing some of very classical questions on Jewish theology. For instance, they began by asking a certain man who goes and asks to marry a woman, and her family does not give her to him. Why would he see fit to go to a family that is greater than the first? So Rabbi Yeshua took a peg and stuck it into the lower part of a wall, and it did not go in. He then stuck it into the upper part of a wall, and it went in. And he said to them, in this case too, this is how he'll basically find the right girl. And then there's a bunch of similar questions to this, and they're basically like questions like, how does God first decide to reject the Jewish people with the destruction of the first temple, and then take them back with the second and the third, whatever, stuff along those lines. but it's all metaphor for stuff like that. Anyways, this goes on for a bit. One of the more interesting parts is where they ask him to build a house in the air, and he starts flying, and then so that he started flying. That was the thing. There's another thing where they bring him 2 eggs, and they ask him which is of a black hen and which is of a white hen, which is also a metaphorical thing. Anyways, this goes on for a bit, and yeah, in the end, he like bests them in the debate, and that's the whole conversation. It's a pretty interesting piece. Anyways, that's the end of layer 8, which brings us to layer 9, which begins with the 39 malachos. In regards to Shabbos, there are 39 forms of work, because obviously work isn't allowed on Shabbos, but the specifics of which are the 39 forms of work which were performed in the Mishkan, or the tabernacle, as the Jews traveled through the desert. Those 39 forms of work, called malachos, were sowing, plowing, reaping, gathering, threshing, winnowing, selecting, grinding, sifting, kneading, baking, shearing, cleaning, combing, dyeing, spinning, stretching threads on a loom, making loops on a loom, weaving threads on a loom, separating threads on a loom, tying a knot, untying a knot, sewing, tearing, trapping, slaughtering, skinning, tanning, smoothing, ruling lines, cutting, writing, erasing, building, demolishing, extinguishing a fire, kindling a fire, striking a final hammer blow, and carrying. Now, each of these 39 malachos includes quite a lot of common everyday activities. For instance, sowing will include any form of planting a tree at all, even something like watering a plant, or even something as far as pouring water on the ground outside. So that applies to each of the 39 pretty extensively, and that's why there's a lot of things you're not allowed to do on Shabbos. But yeah. Talmud Yerushalmi. So there are actually 2 Talmuds. The main one that's mostly learned by everybody is Talmud Bavli, which is the Talmud which was written in Babylonia. However, there is a second one, Talmud Yerushalmi, which was written in Jerusalem. It's a bit shorter and covers a lot of the same topics, but the style and formatting is different, and it's a lot more complicated. So generally, the one that's predominantly learned is the Babylonian one. However, some people do also choose to learn the Yerushalmi one. The practice of Molech. So there's a few idols called out by name in the Torah, specifically to not worship. One of which is the practice of Molech, which I guess was an ancient Canaanite idol of some sort. The practice of which was basically child sacrifice of a sort, except I don't think they would actually kill the child. They would take it and they would pass it through a fire, whatever that means. And I guess this was their way of representing offering the child up to their false idol of Molech, and that's forbidden in case you ever wanted to pass your child through a fire, which I don't do that. The punishment of the spies. There's a pretty interesting and unfortunate period during the Torah where the Jews are about to cross into the land of Israel. However, they get a bit nervous, so they beg of Moses and God that they allow a bunch of spies to go through the land and track it out and make sure everything's good. So Moses sent 12 spies, 2 of which were pretty good guys, but the other 10 decided to badmouth the land of Israel and say how everyone was going to get killed if they entered and how it was ruled by giants and terrible people and scared everybody. So God got pretty upset at them and caused them all to die from a horrible plague. Now, there's a pretty interesting Hasidic teaching that explains the actual motive of the spies. The spies weren't bad people or anything. In fact, each of them was a great sage amongst the Jewish tribe. However, what they did do was make a pretty severe mistake, which was that during the travels of the desert, the Jewish people didn't do any physical labor. They had all their food supplied directly to them by God. It was easy. All they did was learn Torah and do good deeds, and they didn't need to focus or think on anything. And they thought that once they entered the land of Israel, things were going to get pretty tough and complicated, and they'd have to work for their food, and it would distract everybody from learning Torah and make things like really tough. So they much preferred to be in the desert, which was free of any physicality or complications, as opposed to in the land of Israel, where they would have to engage with physicality and other such things. So they tried to make all the Jews afraid to enter the land of Israel, so that way they could spend the rest of their time in the desert being able to learn Torah and just not have to think about anything else. However, this, of course, was a mistake, because the purpose of people is to go into the world and engage in physicality and elevate it through using it for good things, not just hide in your room all day and study. So that was the mistake that the spies made according to some Hasidic teachings. Adam and Lilith. So there's this demonic entity referenced a few times throughout a lot of sources, including the Talmud, called Lilith, or Lilith in Hebrew. She's pretty strange, and there's not a lot on her, but it seems she's, so to speak, the mother of demons. There are some sources which say, however, that Adam, the first man, either prior to his marriage to Eve or perhaps after the sin with the Tree of Knowledge, married this woman, Lilith, and gave birth to all demon kind. There's not a lot about this whole thing, but still it's a pretty interesting thing that I thought I'd stick in here anyways. Yom Kippur chicken waving. Okay, so this refers to the practice of Kapparis, which is done right before Yom Kippur starts, which is Yom Kippur being the holiday at the very beginning of the year, which is the Day of Atonement. The custom is to take the chicken and wave it around your head a few times while saying a prayer, which says essentially that the chicken should be the recipient of any harsh decrees by God as opposed to you. Then the chicken is slaughtered and given to charity. The idea definitely isn't that you're just exempting yourself from any sins by killing a chicken. Instead, the whole ceremony is more intended to serve as a wake-up call to people right before Yom Kippur starts, which can hopefully lead you to contemplate your wrongdoings and then do a proper repentance yourself. It's preferable to do with a chicken, however, it's also okay to do with some money to give to charity later on instead. Lulav and Esrog. Lulav and Esrog is a ceremony that's performed on the holiday of Sukkot. Essentially, you take 4 plants, a lulav, which is a palm branch, 2 willows, and a minimum of 3 myrtles, and they're all tied together, and also an esrog, which is a yellow lemon-like citrus fruit. You hold them all together, and then you wave them in each direction after saying the requisite blessing. The reason why is that each of the different plants represents a different type of Jewish person with different levels of Torah knowledge and observance, and we're bringing them all together to represent our unity as a Jewish people. The significance of rain. So all throughout the Talmud, and particularly in Tractate Tainus, it speaks at length about the importance and significance of rain. Now, this might just be because they lived back in the Middle East, wherein rain was an extremely important thing, and if you didn't have any rain, then people just weren't going to eat for a period. However, it does tie rain together with a lot of great blessings and whatnot. So if rain occurs ever, it's seen as a sign of great blessing, and that God has given favor to the Jewish people and similar such notions. I'm not sure if it's referring to rain in Israel or rain all across the world, but yeah, that's the idea. Yosef's dreams. So there's a pretty interesting story in the Torah, way back in the books of Genesis, wherein Yosef, one of Jacob's 12 sons, had a few dreams. The first of which was that he and his brothers were gathering bundles of grain in the fields. Then his bundle stood straight upright, and all of his brothers' bundles bowed down to him. The second dream he had was wherein the sun, the moon, and 11 stars bowed down to him, both of which he saw as representing his family with him at the center, which he then told to his family, which all of his brothers got pretty upset about, and then they sold him to slavery after faking his death, and he landed in Egypt, wherein he went to prison for a period and interpreted some other dreams before eventually being released, interpreting the Pharaoh's dreams in regards to a significant famine that was going to be occurring soon, at which point he was made a pretty top member of the Pharaoh's cabinet, I guess, and eventually Joseph's brothers came down to Egypt to purchase food due to the famine that was going on, and in that way his prophecy came true. Shabriri. Shabriri is a demon that's mentioned in the Talmud, which is associated with blindness and bad eyesight. Apparently he rests in uncovered water and wells, which more lends credence to some of the opinions that demons are representative of bacteria, but maybe not. Layer 10. The Angel and the Leviathan's Duel. So the Leviathan, on top of being mentioned earlier on this list, was a giant beast which will be killed apparently by the giant ox during the time of the Mashiach's coming. It's explained that this whole thing is a metaphorical concept for the elevation of people spiritually once the Mashiach arrives. However, during this whole thing, it does mention a pretty interesting anecdote about the angel Gabriel, would fight a battle or a duel or maybe a hunt of some sort against the Leviathan and would win with the assistance of God. Although I'm not sure how this fits in exactly with the Hasidic teaching of this event, but I'm sure it fits in somehow. I just not 100% sure what it is. The parable of the fox and the fish. So there's a famous story in the Talmud where Rabbi Akiva, one of the great Talmudic sages, was teaching Torah back in ancient Judea after the Romans had decreed it forbidden and that anybody who was caught doing it would be executed. Anyways, so this one guy, Rav Papas ben Yehuda, walked in and went over to Rabbi Akiva and asked him, "Why are you teaching Torah? Wouldn't it be safer to just stop?" So he responded with a parable of a fish and a fox. Essentially, there was a fox walking along the banks of a river and he saw a bunch of fish frantically swimming around. So he asked them why they were swimming so frantically, and they responded that there was a bunch of humans who were trying to catch them by spreading nets. So the fox asked them, "Hey, why don't you just come up on dry land and live with me?" So the fish responded that that would be extremely foolish because if they left the source of their life, the water, then they would die in spite of the dangers involved. So too, it would be unthinkable for the Jewish people to leave the source of their life, the Torah, in spite of the dangers involved. Restroom blessing. This refers to the fact that there's a little known piece of information that as Jewish people say blessings on basically everything that they do, there's also a blessing you're meant to say after you use the restroom, which is essentially just thanking God for making your body function normally, which is a pretty important thing to be thankful for. 60-to-1 ratios. There's a pretty interesting portion in the Talmud where it states a bunch of 60-to-1 ratios, which I think are pretty interesting. It says that fire is 1/60th of hell, honey is 1/60th of the mun, which the Jewish people ate as they traveled through the desert, Shabbos is 1/60th of the world to come, sleep is 1/60th of death, and dreams are 1/60th of prophecy. The temple altar. Steel ball run. Basically, the way that the temple altar used to work was that there would be multiple Kohanim who would serve in the temple. However, they would only need one or two to actually perform the service on the actual altar. So, as the altar was just a giant ramp with a altar at the top of it, the way they did it was that they would have a race every single day, and whoever made it up top first would be the one who would get to perform the service. Which is nice that they were also eager to perform the service of the temple. However, one time they did this and someone pushed someone on accident and they fell off the altar and they got badly injured. So from then on, they decided to just do it by drawing lots. The 4 elements. So in the Tanya and a few Kabbalistic sources, there is a notion of the 4 elements of the soul, which represent a lot of your emotional attributes, each of which correlate with a different element. The 4 elements, of course, being fire, air, water, and earth, each of which represents a number of different emotions and attributes. For instance, fire would be representative of passion and anger and haughtiness, or earth would be melancholy and sloth. You get the idea. Queen Esther summoned a demon. So in the story of Purim, Queen Esther was forced to marry the non-Jewish Persian king Ahasuerus. And there's a question as to how this was allowed, as obviously a Jewish person is never allowed to marry a non-Jewish person. So there's a few answers given. However, the one I'm focusing on today states that basically she never actually was with the king. Instead, she summoned a demon who took her form, and then she had that demon go in her place, which is one of the more fun answers to that question. The 3 mortal negative commandments. That's a terminology I'm just using to refer to the fact that, generally speaking, of all the commandments in the Torah, you're supposed to violate any of them to prevent yourself from dying. For instance, if someone's extremely sick and they have to break Shabbos to heal that person, you're absolutely supposed to violate Shabbos to help that person. Or, in some more extreme examples, if someone threatens you with death in order to violate one of the commandments, for instance, to eat not kosher, then you're still allowed to violate one of the commandments. However, there are 3 things which you are on absolutely no circumstances allowed to violate, even if it means your death. And those 3 things are to, 1, not worship a false idol, 2, to not have any improper relations, and 3, to not kill anybody. So if you're faced with any of those 3 things, you're meant to die before you do them. There's also differences in regards to common things, if it's a time of great danger for the Jewish people, or if you're in public, or similar such notions, but that's the basics of the idea. The Kabbalistic importance of learning. In short, to summarize this one, because it goes on for a bit, basically learning Torah holds extreme Kabbalistic importance. because the idea of learning and fully grasping a concept is for your mind to become subsumed and enclosed in it. So the idea is that as the Torah is God's will, when you learn Torah fully and properly understand it, particularly more complicated notions like the Talmud or Mishnah or similar, when you fully comprehend and grasp it, then you're enclosing yourself in God, so to speak. Hence, there's a particular importance in learning Torah. The sages banish idolatry. So, idolatry and such notions are pretty common throughout the Torah. However, it's a bit of a question, because nowadays, no one really wants to serve idols. No one really has a desire to do that anymore. So then how come the Torah speaks about it at such length? So there's a pretty interesting episode in the Talmud where it states that during the times of the Second Temple, there was such great issues with idolatry that the sages decided that they were just going to essentially permanently banish the desire to serve idolatry. So they fasted and prayed at length, and essentially a form of a lion cub made of fire, representing man's drive for idolatry, appeared, and they were able to capture and contain it. And this is the reason why people no longer have a desire to serve idolatry. However, they decided to do the same thing again, this time with man's desire for relations, which they successfully accomplished. However, because of that, everyone in the world stopped reproducing. So they decided that it would be prudent to reallow it, with the caveat that they completely annulled the desire of relations with one's relatives, which is why that's no longer a desire. Okay, layer 11. The sun revolves around the earth. Okay, this one's gonna require some explanation. Maimonides, at the beginning of his Mishnah Torah, a work which essentially acts to condense the entire Talmud, begins with a few miscellaneous topics. It begins with things like the importance of faith, and as Maimonides is known for his role as a physician, lengthy explanation on proper health and diet. He does, however, go on a lengthy diatribe about the nature of the sun, stars, and planets, sourced in some very old tradition. And one of the most controversial points is the statement that the sun revolves around the earth. Now, initially this seems ludicrous. Of course the earth revolves around the sun. This is like old science. Thing is, it's not actually definitive unless you're using, well, old science. According to modern sciences, particularly Einstein's laws of general relativity, motion is entirely relative. So, as long as you're within the system of orbit, you could never truly tell which sphere revolves around which, as it's relative to the object. The only way you can know for certain is if you left the system entirely and then looked in from outside. So realistically, it's kind of false, according to modern science, at least, to say with objective certainty that the Earth revolves around the Sun. And in fact, it could very well be in accordance with Maimonides. Okay, that aside, a lot of people have a hard time with this one. It just, I don't know, seems so medieval. I get it. I just, do some research. AI does not know Gemara. Okay, this one I put in here because while I was doing research for these videos, once or twice I tried to use AI to just quickly pull up an answer, and it completely gets everything wrong in regards to the Talmud. I don't know why. Maybe there's just not enough data on the internet for it to compile, but it almost always gives you a false source or just misquotes things. So if you're ever going to try to learn the Torah, or I don't know about the Torah, but definitely the Talmud or any similar more esoteric Jewish books, definitely don't use AI. Use a qualified rabbi. Or better yet, just look up the source yourself. Chitas Rambam. So there is a program which is instituted that a lot of Jewish people follow, which is essentially to read a daily portion of the Torah, Tehillim, which is Psalms, and Tanya. As there's a portion of the Torah read once every single week, you divide each portion into sevenths, and then you read 1/7 of the Torah portion every single day. The Tehillim is read in a monthly cycle, with a portion being 1/30th. And the Tanya, which is in a yearly cycle. As for Rambam, specifically to learn his Mishnah Torah, the cycle is either to learn 1 chapter a day and finish the whole thing every 3 years, or to learn 3 chapters a day and learn the whole thing every 1 year. Daf Yomi. There's a similar thing with the Talmud, which is to learn 1 daf, which is a way of saying a page being referring to both sides of the page, so technically 2 pages, but it's 1 page. Because the Talmud has pages sorted into side A and side B of 1 page, whatever. So you do 1 page every single day, which is what Daf Yomi means, and then you'll finish the entire Talmud in about 7.5 years. What it means to destroy Amalek. So there's a commandment in the Torah to utterly destroy the tribe of Amalek, which were a pretty nasty group of people who caused a lot of issues for the Jewish people as they traveled through the desert and also later on. In fact, Haman was a descendant of theirs. However, what they represent spiritually is the desire to quash any religion or excitement or passion in regards to such notions, as is seen by a lot of the things which they tried to do during the times of the Torah, which was to cause issues for the Jewish people by fighting against them, not in hopes of defeating them, as they were a much more powerful force at the time, but in hopes of showing that everybody that they weren't invincible and were capable of being fought against, which, because of this, caused a bunch of issues later on down the line for the Jewish people as they traveled through the desert and afterwards. So the spiritual notion of Amalek is the part of a person which tries to squash any excitement or joy in regards to spiritual or holy matters, saying, this is stupid or whatever, such notions. And the purpose of destroying Amalek is to make ourselves not succumb to these thoughts and instead be happy and passionate about important things. Writing to gravesites. So there's a very prominent custom amongst religious Jewish people wherein they have great sages or rabbis or rebbes or similar, and the custom is to write letters to them while they're alive and getting answers and asking for blessings and whatnot. However, after their passing, it's also a custom to continue this and to write letters to their gravesite and to place it on the grave or similar. People even do similar such notions by writing letters and putting it in the kosel wall. Anyways, it's just a way of connecting to the sage and asking for a blessing, as, even though they're not here physically, they're still with us spiritually, and yeah, that's why a lot of people write letters to grave sites. Bittul Torah. There is a notion called Bittul Torah, which isn't really focused on so much, but basically it's the idea that you're really never not meant to be not learning Torah or doing things which facilitate that. So if you're ever just wasting your time, that's not really allowed. It's called Bittul Torah. So if you kind of have to always be either learning Torah or doing good deeds or doing things which allow that, for instance, eating or sleeping, because you can't do good deeds or learn Torah without doing that. Anyways, not everyone does this because it's incredibly difficult to have your entire life, but I guess the greatest sages and rabbis do manage to do this somehow. The Azazel sacrifice. So, in the times of the Torah and also the Talmud, as part of the Yom Kippur ceremony, the Kohen Gadol would take 2 goats, one of which was designated for God and the other for Azazel. Anyways, the goat designated for God would be offered as a sacrifice for atonement, and the one designated for Azazel was pushed off of a cliff and dashed to bits as it fell. Maimonides explains that the whole process was symbolic, but also it's worth note that this whole ceremony is where the terminology scapegoat comes from, so that's pretty interesting. Alexander the Great and the Kohen Gadol. There's a story in the Talmud, of course, wherein basically Alexander the Great was traveling through the land, conquering countries as he did, and eventually he came to the land of Judea. So he was about to travel into the land and conquer it. However, the Kohen Gadol at the time, Shimon HaTzadik, put on his priestly garments and went out to meet Alexander the Great. When they approached each other, Alexander the Great saw Shimon HaTzadik, went off his chariot, and then bowed down to him. When he was asked why, he responded that whenever he was victorious in war, right before he went to battle, an image of the man, Shimon HaTzadik, appeared before him. So the attack was called off, and as thanks for the next year, every single Jewish boy born was named Alexander, which is why Alexander is a pretty common Jewish name nowadays. Aliens. So, in Judaism, it's possible that aliens exist. There's not too many sources or references towards it. However, the Lubavitch Rebbe did mention a whole thing wherein he says that aliens are very probable that they exist on other planets. However, they wouldn't be intelligent life forms because this was the planet with Mount Sinai, and that wouldn't really be fair if somebody was on a different planet and they were intelligent life forms, which is a pretty interesting answer to the Fermi paradox, although I doubt taking a religious angle is really such a scientific notion, but that's the Judaism answer, which is basically that aliens exist, but just not intelligent ones. Layer 12. Letters to the Rebbe. In addition to the earlier point on the iceberg in regards to sending letters to the gravesites of tzaddikim or sages, the idea is particularly stressed with the Lubavitch Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. His gravesite, the Oil in Queens, in New York, has tens of thousands of people attend it every single year in order to pray or write a letter and place it on his grave. It's a very important practice amongst Chabad Jewish people, and also non-religious or even some not Jewish dignitaries attend this location to pray or write a letter. People write letters often asking for blessings of health, children, wealth, or similar. And yeah, like I said, it's a very important tradition. The Kohen Gadol's breastplate. The Kohen Gadol, the high priest who served in the temple, had a special breastplate with 12 stones on it. Each stone represented one of the 12 tribes and had the names of each individual tribe engraved onto their respective stone. The stones were ruby to represent the tribe of Reuven, praise to represent the tribe of Shimon, carbuncle for Levi, emerald for Yehuda, sapphire for Yisachar, pearl for Zevulun, leshem, which is a stone which we're not entirely sure what it is, for Dan, turquoise for Naphtali, crystal for Gad, chrysolite for Asher, onyx for Yosef, and jasper for Benjamin. Also, during the times of the temple, God would communicate through the breastplate by shining a light through the letters that were carved onto the stones to form words, in order to give advice or answer questions posed to the Kohen Gadol or the heads of the tribes of Israel. As for where the breastplate is nowadays, it was probably hidden away, so we have no idea. King David's sword. This one's a bit of a short one, I just think it's pretty interesting, which is that King David had a sword which he used during his military conquest, presumably. Although, as he acted in the role of a king, it's more likely that it was a ceremonial thing than anything else. However, it did have God's name engraved into it, according to one commentary, so whenever he would swear an oath or similar, he would hold on to his sword and take the oath. So, yeah, it's pretty cool. The laws of battle. So, in Judaism, there are several laws in the Torah, part of the 613 commandments, in regards to the laws of battle, in case the Jewish people as a religion ever decide to go to war. Now, this was particularly applicable during the times of the biblical conquest of Canaan, but still makes for some pretty interesting learning. Some of the more interesting ones include, say, always giving the offer of a peaceful surrender before going to war, certain exemptions from people's military service if they've just recently gotten married or built a house or something along those lines, to have a clean, neat camp with shovels by your weapons in order to be able to dig latrines and similar, and other similar notions such as that you have to have trust in God and not feel fear during the actual military battles. Cool hats. So what this refers to is that nowadays a lot of Jewish sects wear interesting hats. For instance, some wear fedoras, some wear those big round hats called a shtreimel or a spudik or something along those lines. Different Jewish sects have different customs as to which hats they wear. The reasons for which is that it's generally customary to wear a hat as a sign of respect before God, obviously. So a hat is worn most generally while you pray, but also some people just wear it always. The actual specific type of hat worn is dependent on the Jewish sect and its custom. For instance, some wear the big circular one called a shtreimel because they're descended from Russia, where that was a very common hat for upper class people to wear, and that's what the rebbeim or rebbes or similar would wear. And yeah, similar such notions with each individual hat. It just depends on the individual sect. Avraham's gifts of sorcery. So it's well known that Avraham had two main sons, Yitzchak, who would give birth to Yaakov, and Esav, Yaakov being the father of the 12 tribes and therefore the source of the Jewish people, and Avraham's other son, Yishmael, who's relevant for a lot of other reasons. However, a while after, and after the death of Abraham's wife, Sarah, Avraham got remarried to a woman by the name of Keturah, who, according to some sources, was his prior wife, whose name was Hagar. But anyways, so they had 6 other sons, whose name were Zimron, Yakshan, Midon, Midian, Yishbak, and Shuach, who are basically just never brought out through the entirety of the Torah, but they're there. Anyways, it says that Avraham gave all of his possessions to Yitzchak, as he was the main inheritor of all of his stuff. But it says to the other sons he also gave some additional gifts. And, according to some commentaries, these gifts were the teachings of magic and sorcery and black magic. So they and their descendants were the main source of black magic and sorcery for the rest of the history. So there are 12 months in the Jewish calendar. Tishrei, Cheshvan, Kislev, Teves, Shvat, Adar, Nisan, Iyar, Sivan, Tammuz, Av, and Elul. Every single one of these months has a holiday in it. Tishrei has Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, and Simchas Torah. Kislev has Hanukkah in it. Teves has Asara B'Teves, which is a fast day commemorating the Babylonians besieging the first temple of Jerusalem. Shvat has the holiday of Tu B'Shvat, which is the birthday of trees. Adar has Purim. Nisan has Passover. Iyar has Lag BaOmer, which was earlier on this list, and Sivan has Shavuos, which commemorates the giving of the Torah. Tammuz has Shiva Asar B'Tammuz, which is another fast day. Av has Tisha B'Av, which is the fast day which commemorates the destruction of both temples. And the month of Elul is considered an entire month of preparation for the holidays of Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. So the only month of the Jewish year which doesn't have any holidays or special days or anything similar is the month of Cheshvan, which is the second month. So it's called Mar Cheshvan, which means bitter Cheshvan, because there's no reason for it to be joyous. So, sad month, I guess. The Fast of Esther. During the Purim story, one of the main events was the fact that Esther had to make an audience with the king to request assistance in regards to helping the Jewish people from their destruction by the decree of Haman. However, the rule was that nobody, not even the queen, was allowed in front of the presence of the king without express permission by him. Anyone who came in violation of this decree was immediately sentenced to death, and clearly the king had a history of executing his wives. However, Esther realized that this was something that had to be done, so beforehand she fasted for 3 days. Now obviously the story worked out pretty well and Ahasuerus found favor in her and granted her what she wanted. However, it still was a very dangerous and significant moment during the whole event, so to commemorate that right before Purim, the day before, it's a fast day wherein everybody fasts to commemorate this event. Layer 13. Binyamin was a werewolf. So Yaakov, the forefather, had 12 sons, which would eventually become the 12 tribes of Israel. The 12th and youngest of his sons was Binyamin, who Yaakov was known for being extremely protective over. Also, the symbol on Binyamin's flag was a wolf, and this was because his father, before his passing, blessed Binyamin, stating that he was a ravenous wolf, and he consumes his foes and then divides their spoils. In fact, some of the descendants of Binyamin were renowned for their skill in battle and warlike nature, having descendants such as King Saul, Queen Esther, Mordecai, and others. However, according to this one commentary, this means that literally Binyamin was a werewolf because he's compared to a wolf, and also his father was very protective of him and didn't want him leaving his side because he was concerned he would turn into a wolf. I'm not 100% sure about this one, but maybe it's metaphorical. Yaakov's neck turned to stone. Okay, this one's a bit more prominent, and it states that basically Esav sold the birthright of the firstborn to Yaakov, who then claimed it, which upset Esav greatly. So, fearing for his life, Yaakov fled, got married, and had a bunch of kids. When he returned, he found out that Esav still bore his grudge, and in fact had amassed a absolutely massive army, presumably to kill him. So, what he did was he sent a bunch of gifts to try to appease his brother, and then finally appeared before him. At which point Esav, in front of his entire army, ran before Yaakov and hugged him and kissed him. And then everybody was happy and moved on from there. However, according to one commentary, Esav didn't actually intend to kiss him, he intended to bite out Yaakov's throat. However, in that moment, God performed a miracle, and Yaakov's neck turned to stone, causing Esav to be unable to do this, thus saving his life, and everybody moved on from there. Rachel and Leah were great sisters. So what this refers to is that Yaakov married 2 sisters, Rachel and Leah. He actually only wanted to marry Rachel, and worked in her father's field for 7 years in order to be allowed to marry her. However, on the day of the wedding, the father put Rachel's sister, Leah, in the wedding dress with her face, of course, covered instead. Now, Yaakov had suspected this because Lavan was known for his trickery and dishonesty, and devised a plan with Rachel where they made a secret code of sorts in order that she would be able to identify herself to him during the wedding to say that she was the actual true sister. However, after Leah was picked, Rachel saw that she would be immensely embarrassed if it came out that she was the incorrect sister, so she taught her sister the correct code in order to be able to prove that she was Rachel when she actually wasn't, giving up her chance to marry the person she wanted to marry. So Yaakov unknowingly married Leah, and that was basically the end of that. However, Yaakov so badly wanted to marry Rachel that he worked for her father for another 7 years to be able to marry the 2 of them. And it's a very important moment in the Torah that teaches the importance of being kind to others and saving them from embarrassment, even at great personal cost, and especially if they're your siblings. Avraham made a golem cow. So, earlier than all those events in the Torah, towards the beginning, Avraham had guests over by his house during a very famous story, and the guests were actually angels, but whatever, it's a whole thing. Anyways, it says that he made a cow for them, and according to one commentary, being that Avraham was one of the more likely candidates to be the author of the book Sefer Yetzirah, which apparently teaches one how to do a lot of very Kabbalistic things, such as, for instance, make a golem. It's very possible that this cow that he made was actually a golem cow, which he then served to them, which would also explain how he was able to serve it with dairy later on, because obviously that would be in violation of the laws of kosher. So, it's possible. The 12 tribes banners. So, in addition to each of the 12 tribes having a representative stone on the Kohen Gadol's breastplate, they also had an individual flag with a sigil on it, each of which represents either a significant aspect of the leader of the tribe or a significant moment during their history. They are Reuven on a red background of mandrake flowers, which represent the time that he gave flowers to her mother in order to help her with her pregnancy. Shimon, a green flag with the buildings of the city of Shechem, which him and his brother killed everyone inside after they assaulted his sister. Levi, a red, white, and black flag with the Kohen Gadol's breastplate. Yehuda, a blue flag with a lion to represent their royalty. Yisachar, a dark blue flag with a sun and a moon. Zevulun, a white flag with a ship to represent that they would be merchants. Dan, a blue flag with a snake. Naphtali, a dark purple flag with a deer. Gad, a black and white flag with a tent camp. Asher, with a pearl-colored flag with an olive tree. Yosef, who had two sons who each had their own flag, Ephraim being a bull, while Menashe, his other son, had an ox, and Binyamin had a multicolored flag with a wolf on it. Astrology is actually a thing. So, throughout the Talmud, it mentioned that basically astrology is actually kind of a thing. It lends pretty good credence to the fact that people born during certain months or under auspicious times will have certain attributes or things, concepts or similar tied to them. For instance, being born under different planets like Mars will result in one thing or similar. Some people say it's just not literal and can be disregarded, others say not. So maybe astrology is actually a thing. Ancient medical advice. So this is another thing, similarly to the previous in the Talmud, where it goes every once in a while just into very lengthy diatribes about ancient medical advice, some of which are more spiritual in nature, stuff like bloodletting, making poultices, and similar such notions. You can look into it, but there's a lot on it, and I'm not going to go through every single example given, but yeah, there's a lot of ancient medical advice throughout the Talmud. Some laws of nature changed. So there's a notion, which actually is in regards to the previous entry, which is that a lot of the ancient medical advice, some of the instances given are kind of spiritual in nature and include kind of Kabbalistic rituals or similar, some of which don't work nowadays. And the answer given to a lot of this is the fact that some laws of nature basically changed. And the reason why is because in regards to a lot of spiritual matters, the world has become less spiritual over time, and because of that, a lot of spiritual medicinal concepts would used to work because the world was spiritual, so you could use spiritual medicine kind of things. And now, since the world is not so spiritual, a lot of those things don't work anymore, which sort of related to a lot of things on this list in regards to more spiritual matters like demons or ancient medical advice here, or yeah, you get the idea. God created an old world. So this one's a bit of an interesting one. There's a lot of questions asked by some theologians, which is, according to the Jewish calendar, the world is 5,784 years old as of the making of this video. No less than 6,000 years, which obviously doesn't line up with carbon dating or basically any other ways that science determines the ages of basically anything. So there's a pretty famous answer given, which is very simply that God created an old world, which answers the question pretty entirely, which is essentially that God made the world less than 6,000 years ago. However, the world which he made a world which was old in nature. So he made it with all the old fossils and whatnot underground, pre-built, and everything as if it had been around for a very, very long time, even though it had only been made roughly 6,000 years ago. So that's basically how Judaism answers that question. Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai's stealth mission. Okay, so there's a bit of background for this one. During the times of the Second Temple, towards the end of it at least, the Romans got pretty annoyed at the Jewish people because of some conflicts in the area and sent their general Vespasian to besiege the temple. Now, the Jews there were doing a pretty good job defending their city and maintaining their walls and blockades against the siege. However, the one thing was that they were mainly reliant on their food storehouses. And according to the Talmud, they had a lot of food stored in their houses, specifically about 27 years' worth. However, there was some pretty significant division amongst the populace of Jerusalem. Basically, there was the normal people who decided, hey, we could just, wait the Romans out because we have enough food to last for a few decades, and we're doing a pretty good job so far. However, there was another group of people, historically known as the Zealots, who decided, no, that we have to fight against the Romans for some reason, and they decided that the best course of action was to burn down all the food storehouses to force people to fight. And then they basically just ran around the city in gangs, causing issues all over the place. So obviously this completely crippled the city's defenses. Now they had no more food, and there was massive infighting and division amongst the city, and also no one was allowed to leave, because, like I said, the Zealots were kind of the worst. However, there was this one guy, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who was a pretty famous sage throughout the Talmud, and he decided he wanted to sneak out to entreat with the enemy general, Vespasian. So what he did was he faked illness for a period, and eventually faked his own death. So he had his students carry him in a coffin out of the city. They were stopped by the Zealots by the gates, who wanted to even stab through the coffin with spears to determine whether or not the rabbi inside was still alive, but they convinced him not to because it would be seen as extremely disrespectful. So eventually they managed to exit the city, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai jumped out of the coffin and managed to gain access to the camp of the Romans, and he was brought before their general. The story goes that he told him a prophecy that he would soon be king because only Jerusalem could ever fall to a king, and then Vespasian got pretty upset at him because that was very disrespectful. However, during their actual conversation, a messenger ran in to inform Vespasian that he had been appointed emperor, as the current one in Rome had just died, which actually lines up historically both with the years and the fact that during that period there was the year of the 4 emperors, wherein a bunch of emperors were dying left, right, and center, and they decided to appoint Vespasian, who was on campaign in Jerusalem trying to besiege it, as the new emperor. So anyways, ending of the story is that Vespasian decided that he was pretty happy with the rabbi and granted him what he requested, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, realizing that he would of course refuse to not finish the siege and destruction of Jerusalem, requested that he only spare one small city on the side, the city of Yavne, which was renowned for having the greatest sages of the time, on top of a few other things, including curing the illness of one rabbi. And yeah, then they went on their separate ways. Vespasian returned to Rome, became the emperor, and sent his son Titus in his stead, who would conquer Jerusalem and destroy it. And that's basically the end of that. Also, it's interesting to note that the ancient Jewish historian Josephus takes the whole story and attributes it to himself, but there's a version of the Talmud where it's attributed to this one rabbi, and there's a version of the historian who attributes it to himself. So yeah, that's that. Layer 14. Magic dust. So the story goes that Avraham, the patriarch, had to deal with an issue during that region where there was a war between a bunch of kings, during which his nephew, Lot, got captured. So to help solve the whole thing, he joined the sides of one of them, and he threw dust at one of the armies of the kings, and the dust became spears and arrows and other dangerous, sharp objects, which decimated the enemy army. Anyways, during the times of the Talmud, there's a famous story where a guy by the name of Nachum Ish Gamzu was tasked with carrying a small fortune as a gift to one of the newly appointed Roman Caesars. However, along the way, he stayed at an inn, at which point the owner opened up his treasure box in secret, saw the treasure inside, and swapped it out for dirt. So, unbeknownst, he carried on his mission and brought it before the emperor, opened it up, and it was dirt. So the emperor got pretty upset, of course, and was about to have him executed, when suddenly one of the men of his court, who, according to the Talmud, was Elijah the prophet, stepped forward and said that perhaps this was the same dirt which Avraham threw at his enemies, which became arrows and spears and whatnot, and could be used in a military campaign, so it was actually a very good gift. So the Roman general tried it out at his next battle, and of course the dust turned into spears and arrows and whatnot and defeated his enemy, so he was very thankful and gave the rabbi a great treasure, and then he sent him on his way. Anyways, so then the innkeeper who initially stole the money found out about this whole situation, so he came before the emperor carrying even more dirt, but the dirt didn't work for him, so he was executed. And that's the end of that story. The Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton refers to the fact that God has a secret name, which is only known by the holiest of rabbis, and I don't know if anybody nowadays knows it, but apparently it's 72 letters long, and that's the name that you would speak if you wanted to do some like more advanced Kabbalistic magics, like flying or similar. I don't know. I don't know what the name is, but if anybody does, please let me know. The rain circle. So there was a guy during the Talmud called Chani Hamagil, and the reason he was called that was because during this time there was a pretty severe famine, because for the longest period there had been no rain, and rain in that area of the world is very, very necessary. So this guy, Chani Hamagil, decided to pray to God, and what he did was he traced a circle around himself and said that he was going to remain in the circle until God sent rain, and then immediately it started raining, so he left the circle. Testing God, 100% real, confirmed. So what this refers to is the fact that officially, according to the Torah, you're not meant to test God. It's like very rude, probably. There's a lot of things in the Torah which it says you'll get certain rewards if you do them. For instance, long life or similar for this thing. But it says you shouldn't like try to do them and like take notes to see if it works or not, because it's probably, like I said, disrespectful. However, it says that there is one thing that you're allowed to test God on, which is the giving of charity. Because it says if you give charity, it says you'll be rewarded with great wealth in return, particularly if you give ma'aser, which is the Jewish custom that 10% of any money you ever receive for any reason at all is given to charity. It says that if you give ma'aser, then you'll receive double in return. So it says that that's the one thing you're allowed to test God on. And it's worked pretty well for me in the past, but yeah, if anybody wants to try it out for themselves, it's completely allowed. The naming system. So in Judaism, there is a naming system which takes place, which is how Jewish people get their names. The naming system essentially goes as follows. First of all, you don't ever name a person after a relative that's alive, as that's considered not a very great sign. And the reason why is because you're meant to name the child after a relative who has just recently passed away, a grandparent, for instance, or something along those lines. Alternatively, you should name it after a great rabbi or a sage, or you name it based off of the date it was born, if that holds any significance. For instance, if the child was born on Hanukkah, you would probably name the child Yehudis or Yehuda if it was a boy or a girl. Or if it was born on Purim, then you would name him Mordechai if it was a boy, or Esther if it was a girl. But if those names were already taken, then I guess you just have to pick something else. Anyways, that's how Jewish people have their names decided. Napoleon Bonaparte versus the Alter Rebbe. So according to Jewish legend, Napoleon Bonaparte and the Alter Rebbe did not get along very well at all. They lived around the same time, and the Alter Rebbe was notoriously against the activities of Napoleon, particularly with his many anti-religious sentiments, to the point where the Alter Rebbe attributed Napoleon to using black magic or other similar such klipa notions, and even sent some people as spies in his ranks in order to try to undermine him. Anyways, this went on for a period with Napoleon trying to cause issues for the Alter Rebbe, and the Alter Rebbe doing things to get in the way of Napoleon, apparently, and that's sort of how things went. The death of King David. So in the Talmud, there's the story as to how exactly King David passed away. Basically, he was learning, and as is said, the angel of death can't kill somebody as they're in the middle of learning Torah. So the angel of death waited, but he just never stopped learning, and he would just sit there and learn Torah all day. So what he did was he waited until King David was walking down the stairs, and then shoved the tree basically over. So King David stopped for just an instant to learn Torah, and then he caused him to fall down the stairs and die. And that's how King David passed away. Nigunim. Nigunim are Jewish Hasidic songs, the idea of which being is to be a very meditative, contemplative piece, which is supposed to evoke the emotions of the soul, and often represents a lot of Kabbalistic or Hasidic concepts in its tune. It's often the main pieces of music that are listened to by very religious, particularly Chabad Jewish people. In fact, generally speaking, the music playing in the background of this video is such a piece. Tzadik v'Tovlei and Tzadik v'Ralei. These two, the Tzadik v'Tovlei and the Tzadik v'Ralei, are two concepts brought up at length in the Tanya. Essentially, as every person has two souls, the good soul and the bad soul, the animal soul and the godly soul, those two souls fight within one another, giving man the temptation to do bad or to do good. And it's their job, obviously, being a person has free will, to decide between the two of them. However, rarely, there are some people called tzaddikim who just don't have an evil inclination, meaning that they just don't have any desire to do bad ever. And these people, like I said, are called tzaddikim, and refers to only the most righteous of people in history, like people like Moses or King David or similar. And there are two levels of which. There is the tzaddik viralai, which is a person who just doesn't have a bad soul, but he's called viralai, which means that he has bad to him because he hasn't fully, completely, utterly destroyed the bad soul. And this is based off the fact that the other one, the tzaddik v'toivlai, which means a righteous person who has good to him, has so completely destroyed his bad soul that it's become another good soul, which is how you know it's fully gone. Anyways, it's a very esoteric concept, but yeah, that's essentially what that is. In every generation. So there's another Kabbalistic concept, which is that in every generation, a person is meant to regard himself as if he has personally left Egypt. What this means is that, spiritually speaking, your body, quote unquote, is considered the exile of your soul, because your soul is sort of forced to go down into your body, even though it was much more enjoying itself up in heaven, because it's a spiritual thing and it doesn't really like being in a physical low world. However, it does it anyways because that's its purpose and mission, to elevate this world by going down into it. However, what a person could do is spiritually have an exodus from this exile, which is the notion of in every generation a person should consider himself as if he left Egypt, which is that a person should help unify his soul and elevate it to a higher level with God by doing Torah and mitzvahs with the right intents and reasons, and in this way have his soul be elevated from his body to reconnect with God. And this is particularly during the saying of the Shema, which actually speaks about the exodus of Egypt and the unity of God. Layer 15. The Soita prophecy of Mashiach. So, at the very end of Tractate Soita, the tractate in regards to the Soita ceremony, which was earlier on the chart, on the last page, it gets a bit sidetracked and gets into a discussion about the coming of the Mashiach. So it states as follows: in the times of the approach of the Messiah, impudence will increase and high costs will pile up. Although the vine shall bring forth its fruit, wine will nevertheless be expensive, and the monarchy shall turn to heresy, and there will be no one to give reproof. The meeting place of the sages will become a place of promiscuity, and the Galilee shall be destroyed, and the Gavlan will be desolate, and the men of the border shall go round from city to city to seek charity, but they will find no mercy. And the wisdom of scribes will putrefy, and people who fear sin will be held in disgust, and the truth will be absent. The youth will shame the face of elders, elders will stand before minors. A son will disgrace a father, a daughter will rise up against her mother, a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies will be the members of his household, the face of the generation will be like the face of a dog. A son will no longer be ashamed before his father. And upon what is there for us to rely? Only upon our Father in heaven. So yeah, it's a pretty interesting section, and as for whether you feel that describes nowadays, I'll leave that up to you. I think so, though. To an extent, at least. Trup. If you've ever looked inside a Chumash, which is a book containing the books of the Torah, only with Hebrew vowels, commentary, usually from Rashi, and possibly translation. In addition, you notice these little dots and lines and symbols on top of all the letters, and basically what they represent is that if you've ever heard a Torah read before in synagogue, it's done with a specific tune, with certain words or lines being read with a higher note, some going lower, you get the idea. Anyways, if you want to read the Torah, you need to read it according to this proper tune, which you do by following these symbols, each of which represents a certain tune or note, and depending on which words or lines or letters it's above, that's how you'd apply it. Anyways, this whole concept is called trup in Hebrew, and there's varying versions of it depending on which biblical book you're reading, although the notes remain generally the same. There's one version for the Torah, a different tune for the Megillah on Purim, and another sadder one for Echa, read on the fast of Tisha B'Av. The 13 Principles of Faith. So, as written by Maimonides, there are 13 principles of faith in Judaism, basically 13 things that are of fundamental belief and importance, and they are the belief in the existence of God, the belief in God's absolute unity, the belief in God's non-corporeality, the belief in God's eternity, the imperative to worship God exclusively and no false gods, the belief that God communicates with man through prophecy, the belief in the primacy of the prophecy of Moses, the belief in the divine origin of the Torah, the belief in the immutability of the Torah, the belief in God's omniscience and providence, the belief in divine reward and punishment, the belief in the arrival of the Messiah, and the belief in the resurrection of the dead. Tehillim are overpowered. So, Tehillim, or Psalms in English, is the book of 150 poems written by King David. They're pretty important in Judaism. You're meant to read the one corresponding to your birthday, which is the number 1 above your current birth year. A lot of people also read 1/30th of the Tehillim every day of the month, with that being a cycle done every month of the year. In fact, there's a custom to read the entire book of Tehillim every Shabbos before the end of a month. And this is all aside from the Tehillim people say anyways on their own, for health, safety, wealth, peace, children, their country, etc. So Jewish people say a lot of Tehillim, and that's because they're very powerful. In fact, the great sage, the Baal Shem Tov, said something along the lines of that if people knew the power of Tehillim and the effect they had on high, people would say them constantly. There are hundreds of stories throughout all of Jewish history of people having miraculous assistance or salvations through Tehillim, so yeah, they're of considerable importance. The 6 remembrances. Every day, as a part of prayers, there are said the 6 remembrances, which focus on 6 things of particular importance in the Torah. There is the Exodus from Egypt, the revelation at Mount Sinai and the giving of the Torah, the time that the tribe of Amalek attacked the Jewish people as they traveled through the desert, the golden calf and the Jewish people's rebellion against God, Miriam's negative speech and her punishment, and lastly, the Sabbath and its holiness. The demon rule of 3. So, as mentioned, the Talmud mentions demons, or some entity known as Shadim, which bears some resemblance to them pretty commonly. However, often when it mentions them, it also tacks on a piece of data which I'm going to call the demon rule of 3, which is basically, in short, how many people you should have with you in order to deal with a demon. Basically, if you have 3 people with you, it says that the demons will neither appear nor harm anybody. If there's 2 people, then the demon could appear, but is unable to harm anybody. And if there's 1 person there, meaning if you're just there by yourself, then you're gonna have a bit of an issue. Although it does say that there are some exceptions to this rule, depending on the power of the demon. For instance, a more powerful one could attack if there's 2 people there. Whatever, you get the idea. The 2 stages of repentance. There's a fundamental concept in Judaism, which is that there is always an opportunity to repent to God, regardless of the sin. A person always has the ability to fix their wrongdoings with proper teshuvah, which is often translated as repentance, but actually literally means return. Maimonides explains that knowledge of this concept is fundamental to observance of the Torah, because it's basically impossible for any person to entirely abstain their entire lives from sinning. However, teshuvah doesn't just magically fix all your mistakes by saying a prayer or something. There's 2 stages of teshuvah, which consist of 1, regretting of the sin, often involving verbally saying so in prayer, which means, to actually feel bad, and the second part, which is to actually never do it again. In fact, it says that the way you can definitively prove this is by being in the same circumstance as the first time, and then not making the same mistake. So yeah, not just regretting, although that's important, but to actually follow through with that. Aaron the Cohen. Aaron was Moshe's older brother and actually played a significant role in the exodus of the Jewish people from the land of Egypt. In fact, not only did he act as Moses' voice, speaking in Moses' place since he had a speech impediment, he also performed the first 3 of the 10 plagues, which were blood, frogs, and lice. Eventually, in the desert, he served as the first ever high priest, along with his sons, who were the first ever Kohanim. Aaron is probably most famous for his love of peace and his extreme efforts that he went through to try to spread that amongst the Jewish people. He was known for advocating on behalf of spouses to keep their families together and between friends and similar such notions. In fact, he was so beloved by the Jewish people that when he eventually passed, he was mourned by them to such an extent that it was even greater than by Moses. The Satan's trick. So, during the whole incident of the golden calf, it was mostly due to actually a bit of a miscalculation. Because Moses told the Jewish people that he would be up on the mountain for 40 days, and the 40th day came and all the Jewish people were getting pretty nervous because they did a miscalculation and they accidentally included the first day, which they weren't meant to include, so they thought it was 40 days, even though it was actually only 39 days. Anyways, so then people began kind of panicking and wondering what was going on, and that's the point when the Satan decided to act, and he caused the image of the form of a bier, which is like a funeral casket of sorts, to appear above in the mountain, causing all the Jewish people to believe that Moses had passed away, which caused them all to panic even further and eventually sin with the golden calf. So the Satan was at least partially responsible, although, truth be told, most of the fault was with the Jewish people. The whole Torah speedrun any percent. The sage Hillel, during the times of the Talmud, was renowned for his patience and kindness, mostly modeling himself off of Aaron, the Kohen. So, the story in the Talmud goes that one time a person walked over to him and said that he desired to convert to Judaism on the condition that Hillel would be able to teach him the entire Torah while he stood on one foot. It actually says that he first went to the other great sage of that time, Shammai, who insulted him and sent him away. At that point he went to Hillel, and what Hillel said was, "What is hateful to you, do not do to your neighbor," and that this is the entire Torah, and the rest of it is explanation, and that he should go and study it, which really just further exemplifies the importance of being kind to one another in the Torah. Layer 16. The Tale of Two Brothers. There's a story in the Talmud wherein there were two brothers, one of which lived on one side of a hill and the other lived on the other side of the hill. One of the brothers was married and had a large family, and the other brother was single. One brother, the one that lived alone, thought to himself that his brother, who had a large family, would need a lot of food, and he had a ton of grain, so he decided to cross over the hill and secretly give his brother his portion of his wheat from his farm. The other brother, on the other side of the hill, the one with the large family, thought to himself that maybe his brother, who lived alone, wouldn't be able to support himself when he got older, so he decided to take his wheat and travel across the hill and secretly give it to his brother. Anyways, both brothers took their own respective wheat crops and sneakily traveled across the hill and sneakily placed it in their other brother's yard, and that's sort of how it went for a very long time. Until, at least, one time they traveled across the hill and they accidentally bumped into each other, and they realized what was going on, and they hugged, and it was very nice. Anyways, then it says that God saw this whole thing happen and decided that that was the mountain where the Temple Mount would be built. So, yeah, a pretty nice story. The 10 Martyrs. The story of the 10 martyrs is a fairly sad one, and is read as a part of the prayers on every Yom Kippur, or in some areas on Tisha B'Av. It recounts the story of how 10 Mishnaic-era sages, during the times of the destruction of Jerusalem, and later the Bar Kokhba revolt, were arrested and executed by the Roman government. Most of them were pretty famous, and their teachings are mentioned pretty often throughout the Torah. Rabbi Akiva was one of them, for instance. But they were killed pretty terribly. One of them was beheaded, one was burned alive, one, Rabbi Akiva, was skinned. You get the idea. Anyways, it's a pretty tragic moment, hence it's reading on Yom Kippur or Tisha B'Av, depending on your custom. The Baal Shem Tov's meeting with Mashiach. There's a pretty interesting story told about the Baal Shem Tov, who is a sage who appeared a few times on this list, wherein he went to heaven, basically, for a period, and at that point he briefly met the Mashiach. Anyways, so he asked him when the Mashiach would come, and he responded when the teachings of Hasidus are spread across the world, or something along those lines. I'm slightly paraphrasing, but yeah, this just sort of brings out more the concept of the necessity of spreading Hasidus and teachings of Judaism to reach all Jews across the world, everywhere, which, of course, is a primary goal of the Chabad Lubavitch sect of Judaism. The Red Heifer. The red heifer, being a red cow, of course, based on the name, was a ceremony performed in the times of the temple for purification of the Kohanim, or people who served in the temple. It had to be an entirely red cow and never had done any work during the entirety of its life, and then they would slaughter and burn the cow on an altar along with a cedar branch and some other plants and some like crimson wool, and this whole ceremony took place on the Mount of Olives, which is opposite the Temple Mount. Anyways, then they would take the ashes of this and mix them with water and then sprinkle them on the person who was impure, and then later on he would immerse in a mikveh, and then that's how you would make him pure. This whole thing, it doesn't make any sense. There's no like logic behind any of this, but that's kind of the intent. It's one of the few commandments of the Torah that there is no logic behind. It's called a chayk, which, similar to, say, kosher, doesn't actually have a logical reason behind it. It's just a commandment that we do because God said. And yeah, that's basically how you would purify somebody who was impure in the temple times. In fact, it says that there were only 9 red heifers ever, and that there will be another one come the time of the Mashiach in order to purify people to serve in the temple. The 10 lost tribes. So there's a strange and pretty interesting legend in Judaism of the lost 10 tribes of Israel. Basically, during the biblical times, there were the main 2 tribes of the Jewish people, Judea and Binyamin, but the remaining 10 tribes of Reuven, Shimon, Levi, Yisachar, Zvulun, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, and Yosef all lived in a different area, and they were all exiled by the Assyrians. So most of main Jewish history is about the descendants of the tribes of Judah and Binyamin. As for all the descendants of the other 10 tribes, nobody knows where they are anymore. There's a lot of options as to where they went, but it's a lot of locations in Old Hebrew, which we're not really sure what the modern equivalent of. Places like Goizen and Ginzak and Media and Hamadan and Chalazan, and a lot of other places which I'm not really sure what they are, and most people don't. Some say that these tribes intermarried amongst the nations, so their descendants aren't really Jewish, although the Talmud offers some interesting suggestions as to where they went, such as to beyond the Sambatyon River, which is a whole separate topic, to Daphne of Antiochia, which is another place, and to where the clouds came down and covered them, which I'm not really sure what that's referring to. There are some sources which say that a lot of Jewish people nowadays are descended distantly from the 10 tribes, and we just don't know who. Although it does say that when Mashiach comes, everyone will find out who their tribe is and who they're descended for and whatnot, so I guess you'll find out when that happens. The Queen of Sheba. The Queen of Sheba is a character mentioned in the Torah who visited King Solomon during the height of his power. She's a pretty interesting character. She was the ruler of a wealthy kingdom and tested Solomon with a series of riddles, and afterwards exchanged gifts with King Solomon and then left. She actually pops up in a few cultures and in some historical sources, but yeah, like I said, she seems to be a pretty interesting character. Elul. The month of Elul is the last month of the Hebrew calendar, roughly correlating with September and early October, and is of special importance. For one thing, it's the 30 days leading up to Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, which are, of course, pretty important. There's a lot of preparation done in this month, not just in getting stuff ready for the holiday, but also spiritual preparation, with it being a month of particular focus on prayer and repentance. In fact, there's a famous analogy given to describe a concept about God's particular closeness to the Jewish people during this month. It's described as a king leaving his castle and being out in the field. Normally, a person would need to go and make special preparations and, metaphorically, dress all fancy and get ready before visiting the king in his castle. But here, the king leaves his castle and comes to us, which is during the time of the month of Elul. So yeah, it's a time of particularly great emphasis on prayer and just general preparation for the high holidays. Layer 17. Reb Moshe Feinstein. Reb Moshe Feinstein was a Jewish rabbi and scholar of recent times. He passed away in about 1986, but he's a very prominent and widely respected rabbi, as he mostly is known for writing tons of books detailing extensively halachic law in regards to, say, Shabbos, in regards to a lot of modern technologies and appliances. So his teachings kind of give the main basis for a lot of halacha and Torah law in regards to most modern practical application. Although that's of course not all he's famous for. He's also a very prominent rabbi who was very beloved by the Jewish people and close with the Lubavitcher Rebbe, but he's mostly known for the previous mentioned stuff. The story of Onkelos. So Titus, the Roman general and later Caesar, who besieged and destroyed Jerusalem, had a nephew by the name of Onkelos, the son of his sister. Anyways, after Titus's passing, which was way earlier on this list, Titus decided to raise his uncle via necromancy, according to the Talmud, and asked him some questions. So the two of them, Onkelos and his uncle Titus, got into a discussion about the Jewish people and whether or not Onkelos should convert, which he apparently had been considering for a while. And Titus said he shouldn't do it because they had too many commandments and he wouldn't be able to do all of them. And then they talked a while longer about the punishment Titus was suffering now that he had passed away for his issues dealing with the Jewish people. So after they finished talking, he summoned Bilam, the guy from the Torah, through necromancy also, and asked him a lot of similar questions, and Bilam once again went and described details about the Jewish people and his punishment and some others as they suffered after having passed away. Anyways, after all this, Onkelos decided to convert to Judaism, and there's an additional story elsewhere where his relatives in Rome weren't exactly too happy about this whole decision, and they sent a bunch of soldiers to arrest him. So they came to his house, and he struck up conversation with them and talked to them for a bit, and after a while, eventually they decided to convert to Judaism too. So then they sent more soldiers, and this repeated for a while, and that's just sort of how things ended. Also, it's worth note that Onkelos writes one of the main commentaries on the Torah, which is written alongside Rashi's, The Moon's Argument. There's a story, also in the Talmud, about during the creation of the world, the moon and the sun were made equal in size and brightness. But the moon was upset about this, and he said that that's not fair because he wanted to be brighter than the sun. So then God said, fine, I'll make a difference between you, but the moon has to be smaller, and of course a lot less bright. But apparently as a compensation of sorts, he made the moon control the lunar cycle, which is a very important part of Jewish culture and tradition, and also the Jewish people are often compared to the moon for several reasons. It also says that when Mashiach comes, the moon will go back to being the same size as the sun, but the sun will grow even greater in size to dwarf the moon once again. Yiddish. Yiddish is a language spoken predominantly by Jewish people. It's sort of like a weird mixture of German and Hebrew, and I think a few other languages. It's sort of representative of a lot of details about Jewish, specifically Ashkenazi or European-derived culture, which is that of sort of a melding of a lot of different things that they picked up as they traveled and moved across Europe. Specifically, this language, Yiddish, which is obviously a combination of several European and Germanic languages, with obviously being written in Hebrew, although it's still spoken to this day and could actually be considered the Jewish language, besides for Hebrew, obviously. Yeshiva. Yeshiva is the terminology that refers to the school that Orthodox religious Jewish people go to instead of high school and the first few years of college, unless they decide to do that afterwards. It's a really long schedule. It covers the entire day from usually 7:30 in the morning to about 9 p.m. And you go over topics all day like Talmudic law, Jewish halacha, and Torah law. If you're in certain Jewish sects, Chabad, Hasidus, and philosophy. And yeah, you do this for a few years, and that's how you become a rabbi once you graduate this and take a test in Orthodox Jewish circles. The Barcelona Disputation. Nachmanides, or Reb Moshe ben Nachman, was a Jewish scholar and sage who lived through the 1200s in medieval Spain. He was knowledgeable of the entire Talmud and all its commentaries by the age of 16, and an expert in Kabbalah, but kind of lived quietly, doing his own thing, until he was about 70. Anyways, at that time, there was this one guy named Pablo Cristiani who was an apostate Jew and converted to Christianity, and decided to challenge the Jews to a religious disputation. These were pretty common in medieval times, which were a bit of an issue, because if the defendant said anything deemed heretical, it wouldn't end too well for him, which is difficult if you're trying to win an argument. But obviously he couldn't lose, because if you did, that usually would result in burnings of the Talmud or Jewish people. But this time, with Nachmanides and Pablo Christianity, unlike all the previous times, uniquely in history, both sides were given full freedom to say whatever they wanted, as per Nachmanides' requests. So, Nachmanides got called up, and they began a lengthy debate in regards to theology between the two religions, mostly in regards to the Messiah, before the king, King James of Aragon. There's transcripts of this whole thing recorded, and nowadays online, it's very interesting. and I recommend going through it if you're curious. Anyways, end result of the whole thing was that the king declared the Dominicans and Pablo Cristiani victorious, but gave Nachmanides 300 gold coins and told him that he had, quote, never before heard an unjust cause so nobly defended. And he also visited and spoke before the Jewish populace in their synagogue the following Shabbos, which was pretty crazy for medieval ages. So, pretty interesting story all around. Masada. Masada is an ancient fortification in ancient Israel, built atop of an isolated plateau really high in the air. It was mostly built by Herod the Great, and most of the historical countings in regards to it are by the Jewish historian Josephus back in the times of the destruction of the Second Temple. Basically, right after the destruction of the Second Temple, a bunch of the rebels and zealots fled from Jerusalem to this fortification up in the mountains of Masada, at which point the Romans started a second siege, which went about as well as the first one, and this time ended in the mass suicide of all the rebels, leaving basically only Josephus alive to tell the story. The whole incident is actually pretty cool. The Romans built a giant siege ramp to reach the fortress, and the whole place nowadays is a tourist attraction of sorts. The selling of Yosef. The selling of Yosef is a pretty pivotal turning point during the story of the Torah in the book of Genesis, or Bereshit. Basically, Yosef, one of the 12 sons, was annoying his brothers exponentially through just being overly favored by his father, and also tattling on them a little bit, and also having dreams where they would all bow down to him, which of course annoyed the brothers a bunch. So one time when he came across them when they were working in the fields, they kind of pushed him into a pit and then faked his death, all the while privately selling him into slavery to a few slave merchants who were traveling by on their way to Egypt. Not such a great moment for all the other brothers, but in the end it all turned out for the best because he became the second in command of the land of Egypt eventually, after going to prison for a period and a whole story, and eventually he was able to help all the land of Israel by providing for a famine, which he prophesied through viewing the Pharaoh's dreams. Layer 18. The types of temple sacrifices. There were 5 types of animals that were offered in the temple. There were ox, sheep, goats, turtle doves, and pigeons. In addition, there was variations of a flour offering, which could have wheat or barley mixed with oil and sometimes frankincense, and additionally wine and sometimes water in some cases were poured into little cavities that were designed into the altar. There's a bunch of reasons why somebody would bring a sacrifice. For instance, if they sinned intentionally or unintentionally, they would bring a sacrifice of different types. There were sacrifices given for Thanksgiving. There were sacrifices given for the holiday of Passover. There were daily sacrifices that were offered. There were special ones for Shabbos or a new month. Basically, yeah, there was a lot of different types of sacrifices. There's a whole thing about why sacrifices were given. Obviously, I'm not so sure that God desperately needs animals to be slaughtered for him. In fact, the general explanation is that it was more intended for the person actually offering the sacrifice. For instance, if you sinned and you're bringing a sacrifice, you look at the animal being slaughtered and being burnt on a fire, and you're like, oh shoot, I should probably shape up or something along those lines. That's sort of the general idea behind them. Nowadays, obviously we don't do them, but that's one of the reasons we do prayer. In fact, we read through the entire portion that describes the giving of the sacrifices every morning as a part of the prayer. So yeah, that's basically all there is on sacrifices. Minyan. So there's a rule that whenever you pray one of the 3 daily prayers, it's meant to be done with a minimum of 10 males of 13 or older, and this is called a minyan. This is because it generally says that praying with a community is much more preferable than praying alone. There's prayers you could do by yourself, but most of the significant parts, for instance, reading from the Torah or saying certain parts of Kaddish, which is a significant prayer, are said only with a minyan, which is, once again, a group of 10 people. Placing stones on graves. So there's a bit of an interesting custom in Judaism that when visiting a grave of a family member or a loved one or something along those lines, instead of placing flowers or something along those lines, Jewish people place stones or a pebble on top of the tombstone. There's a few reasons for this. One of them is specifically not flowers, because the whole idea is that flowers aren't really relevant to a dead person, and like the body, they fade and are a temporary thing. But the soul is eternal, and the stone is an eternal thing which doesn't ever rot or fade away, so therefore stones are put on the gravesite. And that's sort of one of the general reasons. 770 Eastern Parkway. 770 Eastern Parkway is, as I'm sure you can guess, an address in Brooklyn, New York. It's the location of the synagogue where the Lubavitcher Rebbe spoken, and is, of course, a very important location both in Brooklyn, specifically the area of Crown Heights in general, and also particularly with the Jewish community that lives there and members of Chabad in general all across the world. People routinely fly in just to visit the synagogue or to the Oil, which is the Rebbe's resting place, although the synagogue is now a bit too small for all the people that try to attend it every single day, so it should probably be expanded soon because that has caused some issues in the past. Devorah the prophetess. Devorah the prophetess was a prophetess and judge during biblical times who was known for her righteousness and her modesty. While the Jewish people were fighting their way across the land of Israel, the General Barak, who was one of the Jewish general military commanders of that time, approached Devorah and asked her to accompany him and his army as he felt that having a prophetess who was renowned for being super righteous would help assure their victory. Of course, in the end, they were victorious, and she composed a song which is recorded in one of the books of the Torah, specifically the book of Judges. As a result of this whole situation, the Jewish people then lived peacefully in their land without any more issues for the next 40 years. The Aron Kodesh. The Aron was one of the most holy objects in the entirety of the temple, being one of the few items in the Holy of Holies chamber of the Holy Temple. It's known for having those two golden figures called cheruvim, which stand on the lid of the altar with their wings facing each other. But somewhat less known is the fact that the altar, the Aron, was also used as a storage containing unit, because the lid could be removed and inside there were a few things stored. Specifically, it stored the actual 10 commandments that were received on Mount Sinai, the second ones because the first one were destroyed, as well as the shards of the first one, Aaron's staff, a jar of mun, which was eaten by the Jewish people in the desert, and a Torah scroll that Moses wrote right before he passed away. Muktzah. So, on top of all the many things you're not allowed to do on Shabbos, be it use any electronics, write, get a haircut, do any form of gardening whatsoever, sew a shirt, any of those things, there was also an additional rule instituted, which are the rules of Muktzah, which basically says that anything which is directly used in order to perform any form of work, you're not allowed to touch that thing at all, even if you're not going to actually use it. For instance, you're not allowed to write on Shabbos, and a pencil is used for writing, therefore you're not allowed to even touch a pencil on Shabbos. Or, for instance, you would use a pair of scissors to get a haircut, and a haircut, or cutting hair specifically, isn't allowed on Shabbos, so therefore you're not allowed to touch scissors. And it's for this reason that you're not allowed to handle money, or basically touch most things on Shabbos that have anything to do with something that's not allowed. Right before left. So generally, throughout the Torah, in regards to a lot of commandments, preference is given to the right side of the body. Generally, if a commandment is done, it's most often done with the right side. For instance, whenever you get dressed, you're meant to actually put on the right sides of your clothes first. For instance, you're meant to put your right shoe on first before your left, and that kind of thing. And then, when you take everything off, you should do it vice versa, from the left side first. The main exception to this rule is that of tefillin, which if you're right-handed is put on your left-handed, and is always put on your non-dominant hand. It's a pretty interesting subject. I believe there is a Kabbalistic reason for it, I think possibly relating to the fact that the right side is associated with the divine attribute of chesed, which is like kindness, as opposed to the left side, which is severity, or something along those lines, but that's the general idea, which is most things are right over left in Judaism. Fast days. So there are quite a few fast days in Judaism, some of which have already appeared on this list. The most famous Jewish fast day is that of Yom Kippur, which is done because it's a time to reflect on and repent for your sins. But a few days before that was the fast of Tzem Gedalia, which is celebrated by some people in order to commemorate the assassination of the last Jewish king. Plus, there's also the fast of Tisha B'Av, which is probably the second most famous fast, as it commemorates the destruction of both temples. But besides for that, there's also Asara B'Teves and Shiva Asar B'Tammuz, which commemorate the besieging or destruction of the walls of the two temples. And there's also the fast of Esther, which was earlier on this list. Plus, there's a special fast for firstborns right before Passover. There's actually quite a few fast days. Plus, you're supposed to take a fast day for yourself under certain circumstances. So, yeah, fast days. Layer 19. Rashi and Taisvais. Rashi was a famous and prominent sage who lived almost 1,000 years ago in France. He wrote a commentary on the entirety of the Torah and the entire Talmud, or I should say almost the entire Talmud, because he passed away in the middle of writing it. In fact, he worked on it so constantly that it literally says in the middle of a paragraph during one of the later books of the Talmud that it says Rashi's commentary, and then there's a little like footnote which says that here was where Rashi passed away, and then it just picks up by another guy who finished off his commentary. Anyways, he's a very prominent sage and one of the most famous and well-respected rabbis in all of Judaism. His descendants, mostly his grandsons, were known as Taisvais as a group, and also provided a lengthy commentary on the Talmud. Most of it actually serves to ask questions or debate the works of their grandfather, Rashi, and both commentaries are printed on right and left, respectively, sides of the Talmud. 2 types of tefillin. So, in reference to the prior entry, a lot of commandments actually have different variations based on the commentary's interpretation of the verses. For instance, one of the main ones of which is that of tefillin, which of course is one of the most important commandments in Judaism. There is debate between the 2 main commentaries, Rashi and, of course, Taisvais, in regard to the little scrolls containing verses of the Shema, which are put inside of the boxes of the tefillin. So, because of this whole argument, there's actually 2 types of tefillin. There's Rashi, which are the main ones, and the ones generally worn during the entirety of the morning davening. And the second one, known as Rabbeinu Tam, after one of Rashi's grandchildren, one of the members of Taisvais, which is worn usually right after davening for a brief period, kind of just to be safe, because we're not 100% certain which one's right, so we just do both. In fact, there's actually 2 additional opinions, which we're less sure are right. The main ones are Rashi and Taisvais, of course, Rashi and Rabbeinu Tam, as the tefillin are called, but some people, to be extra safe, wear 4 pairs of tefillin every single day. Field charity. So, on top of regular charity, which is talked about extensively and very important, there's also special types of charity you could do, which is obligated on people who live in Israel, specifically in regards to their field. There's 3 types, known in Hebrew as sourced from the Torah as leket, shinina, and peah. Leket is the rule that if you're harvesting produce and you accidentally drop some sheaves, you're not allowed to pick them back up, and you have to leave them for any poor people who come by to gather them. Shechacha is the rule that if you forget any produce, you have to leave those also for the poor people, and peah is that a little portion of your field, a small corner on the side, should be left in addition for the poor people. Shemitah and Yovel. Shemitah was the sabbatical year, which was that once every 7 years in Israel, the rule was that you weren't allowed to touch your field at all. You weren't allowed to do any work on it. You weren't allowed to harvest from it. You weren't allowed to water it. You weren't allowed to plant it. You couldn't do anything with your field. It had to lie fallow for an entire year. In addition, all loans and debts were annulled. The whole year kind of just acts as a Shabbos of sorts for the land, which is once every 7 years as opposed to once every 7 days. Every 50 years, which was the end of every 7 cycles of 7 Shemitah years, was called a Yovel year, which basically had all the same laws as by Shemitah, meaning no agricultural work and the annulment of any debts or loans, but it also had the release of slaves back when that was a thing in biblical times, and also all property was returned back to the ownership of its original family. Hakel. Hakel, which means to gather, was done every year after every Shemitah year, so every 8th year, wherein all the Jewish people in the entire land, all the men, women, and even children, would gather into the temple to hear the Torah being read by the king at that time. In fact, it's the only event, besides for Mount Sinai, where every single Jewish person at all was obligated to attend. So yeah, it bears some serious importance. Anyways, the whole nation gathered there, and then, like I said, they would hear the king read. In fact, he would read from specifically Moses' Torah scroll that he himself had wrote. Then the king would recite a blessing and read certain specific portions from the book of Deuteronomy. Nowadays, we don't have a king or a temple or Moses' scroll or anything along those lines. However, what is done is that during years of Hakel, there's a special emphasis put on making gatherings of Jewish people to learn Torah together. The plague of Rabbi Akiva's students. Rabbi Akiva has come up a few times on the list. Once again, he was one of the main Talmudic sages who is known from going from being a lowly, illiterate shepherd to one of the greatest Talmudic sages of all time, and in the end being killed by the Roman government. However, one of the more unfortunate moments of his life was that he had 24,000 students, and they were all wiped out during a plague. And it's explained that the reason for this plague was because they kept on fighting with one another and not having Ahavas Yisrael, so they were all killed in a giant plague, besides for 5 of them. One of the 5 being, of course, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, who was way earlier on this list, and he would go on to continue the teachings of Rabbi Akiva and source a lot of the main Kabbalistic concepts and ideas. So it wasn't all bad, but it was still pretty bad. The day starts by night. So this one refers to the fact that in Judaism, according to all Judaic law and basically everything of relevance, that the day cycle actually starts by night. So the beginning of day is the night before. So if it's your birthday, for instance, your birthday starts at night and ends the following evening. Or if, say, it's a holiday, it always starts the night before what you would normally think is the day, and then it ends by the following evening, which is why Shabbos starts on Friday night and ends on Saturday evening. The main reason for all this is that during the creation of the world, it says that it was evening and it was morning in regards to God making each day. So evening is first before morning, therefore a day is from sunset to sunset, starting by night. God's throne. There's numerous reference throughout the Torah and Talmud and in a lot of Midrashic, Aggadic sources towards God's throne. It's basically definitely not literal. God does not need a throne to sit on, but it is still interesting because it's mentioned pretty often. I guess it could just be more in line with the fact that God is often compared to that of a king, and a king generally would have a throne, but it does use it in a lot of more interesting sources, one of which will come up later on. So yeah, that's basically all there is on that. Unicorns. So unicorns are actually probably canon in Judaism. Basically, as the Jewish people were traveling throughout the desert, they had to make the Mishkan, the tabernacle. And they used a lot of animal hides for the whole thing, most of which could be identified as a lot of interesting wild animals. But one of the more interesting ones is that of the Tachash, which is an animal that's not really mentioned in a lot of places, and really has no real modern counterpart. However, the Targum, the traditional Aramaic translation of the Torah, translates the Tachash as an animal known as a sasgoina, and the Talmud explains that this is because the word sasgoina is derived from 2 words, sas, which means to rejoice, and gevonim, which means colors, meaning that it rejoices in its colors, because apparently it's multicolored. In addition, there is a medrash which says that the tachash was a large, wild, kosher animal which had a single horn on its head, and it was extremely large, and it was made up of 6 colors. So, in short, it is a rainbow animal with a single horn, hence it was the unicorn, and its hide was used for the tabernacle. As for why they're not a thing anymore, it's possible that actually one of the main interpretations of the Tachash in regards to its uniqueness was the fact that it was uniquely created in order to be used for the tabernacle, hence why it's not really seen so much anywhere else. Now this is intended to represent the fact that everything's ultimate purpose is in order to be used in service of God, but basically, yeah, unicorns are a thing. It's funny because this one actually has a shocking amount of legitimacy. Most of the sources I'm quoting aren't some strange third-party odd thing. They're actual main Talmudic sources. So unicorns are almost definitely a thing, or at least were at some point in time. Layer 20. The recreation of the world. There's a very prevalent concept through most Kabbalistic or Hasidic works, which is that of yesh me'ayin, which literally translates to something from nothing. The general idea is that as the world was created from literally nothing by God, unlike most things which are created, for instance, if you were to say make a chair, you'd be making that out of wood and nails and other things. You're just assembling things. It's kind of the first law of thermodynamics. However, God, being, God was able to create the entire world during the 6 days of creation out of absolutely nothing. Like, there was nothing, and then he made the universe. And the English terminology for this is ex nihilo, although in Hebrew it's called yesh me'ayin, which means, once again, something from nothing. The thing is, that means that the default state of being and existence and the universe in general is nothingness. Like, everything by default is nothing, and the only reason it exists as existence is because of God. So the nature of everything is to revert back to its original existence, which in the case of the universe and everything and everyone in it is nothingness. So, one of the primary principles of Kabbalah and Hasidus is the fact that because of the nature of the existence of the world and the way it was created, God is constantly recreating the universe every instant, and every instant it kind of like wants to go back to a state of non-existence, but God is constantly maintaining its existence through a constant state of recreation of the universe, always. And this idea is once again called yesh me'ayin, hence the universe is constantly being recreated. Which is actually a pretty nice concept if you think about it, because it means that anything that exists, God specifically intends to exist, which is generally a pretty well-known concept, that everything runs according to the will of God, but this just further exemplifies that, because essentially, if something exists, it's because God actively, at that exact instant, wants it to exist in the way that it is. Hence, yeah, it's a pretty interesting concept. Kamta and Bar Kamta. So, in the Gemara, in the tractate in regards to the laws of divorce, Mesechtes Gittin, as it's called, it goes through the entire story of the siege of Jerusalem, and then the destruction of Jerusalem, and then the destruction of the temple, with all the details about Titus and Vespasian, and the Zealots, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and a bunch of stuff that I've listed previously in this list. However, what it prefaces the entire story with is sort of setting the tone for the whole thing, is the story of Kamta and Bar Kamta. Essentially, the story goes that there was a man who had one friend whose name was Kamta and an enemy whose name was Bar Kamta. So, this guy was pretty wealthy, and he threw a big party for some reason. I don't know, maybe it was a wedding or something. Point is, he went to invite his good friend Kamsa, but through a little bit of a mix-up and a case of mistaken identity, they accidentally invited his enemy Bar Kamsa instead. So this guy Bar Kamsa shows up, and the host of the party immediately got furious and blew up and said that he needs to get out of the party immediately. He should leave right away. So Bar Kamsa got super embarrassed and begged him to stay, and in fact he even offered to pay for his own meal, and then eventually offered to pay for half the meal, and then eventually he offered to pay for the entire feast if only he could stay. But the owner was so mad that he forced him to leave and basically threw him out. So Bar Kamsa left, really embarrassed, and he was also really upset at the sages, who were sort of sitting in the background at the feast, and they didn't see anything, which was not such a great thing to do. So he decided to get his revenge, and he traveled to the local Roman official and said that the Jewish people were planning on rebelling against the Romans. And he said that he could prove it by the fact that if they offered a sacrifice to their temple, they would refuse to offer it. So the Romans decided to test this, and they took a calf and sent it along with Bar Kamsa to give as an offering in the temple of the Jewish people. And they would have sacrificed it, but Bar Kamsa, along the path, in secret, decided to take a knife and make basically a little blemish, which disqualified it from being sacrificed, either on its lip or maybe on its eye, according to the Talmud, and therefore when they brought it, the rabbis were unable to offer it as a sacrifice. They actually considered offering it, if only to maintain peace with the Romans, but in the end they ruled that it wasn't allowed, and it would eventually cause all sorts of issues, so they decided to just say no, and then eventually Bar Kamsa reported this back to the Roman officials, and this, among many other reasons, a lot of which are historical, this eventually led to the destruction of Jerusalem. So, in short, basically, this is one of the main reasons why the fact that the destruction of Jerusalem and the Second Temple is attributed to hatred between Jewish people and infighting and a lack of Ahavas Yisrael and friendship. Roof fence. This one's a bit short. It's just that there's a pretty interesting commandment in the Torah, one of the 613 in fact, which is that your house property needs to be kept safe without any open ditches that people could trip in and injure themselves in, or, stuff along those lines. Probably the most famous example of this is that it says that if you have a roof that you're able to stand on, it's an obligation to build a fence around it for safety reasons. King David's sleep schedule. So, King David had a notoriously terrible sleep schedule, although probably not for the same reasons as the rest of us. He wanted to spend every second possible learning Torah, praying, and composing psalms, so according to the Talmud, he would sleep for only 60 breaths at a time, which is maybe only a few minutes. He did this repeatedly in increments, and then famously he had his harp in his room with the window open, and at about midnight the wind would blow through his window and his harp would make some noise, waking him up. So yeah, not much sleep, although, like I said, for much better reasons. Bathroom demons. So, the Talmud, at the end of the very first book, Tractate Brachos, it gets into a bit of discussion about the proper, modest ways of using the restroom. One of the points that it mentions is that it says, anyone who is modest in the bathroom will be saved from 3 things: from snakes, from scorpions, and from demons. And some say that even his dreams will be settling for him. So, snakes and scorpions, I'm sure, were a bit of an issue back in those days in that period and region of the world, but demons are a bit of a different story. It also says that there was this one bathroom in the city of Tiberia which was so powerful that if even 2 people entered it at once, it was able to harm them, even though most demons could only harm somebody if there's one person there by himself. But certain Talmudic sages would just enter it without being afraid, and they weren't harmed, and they asked them, why weren't you afraid? And they said because they have a tradition that if you're modest and silent in the restroom, then you won't have any of these issues. It also says that there was this one person who would always bring a lamb into the bathroom because you would need 2 people to not be harmed by the demon, and I guess an animal kind of counts, but it says specifically a lamb and not a goat, because the demon often takes the form of a goat, and if it was a goat, then the demon could take the form of the goat, because it looks like a goat, and I guess it could take its form then, but it can't do a lamb, so that's important to note. Havdalah. Havdalah is a ceremony which is done on Saturday night, right as Shabbos ends. Havdalah literally means separation, which kind of describes the whole thing, because it's intended as a ceremony to demonstrate the separation between Saturday and the weekday, marking the difference between holiness and, ordinariness. It's said over a candle and over a cup of wine, like most significant blessings in Judaism are done over. There's quite a few prayers that are said, and you're also meant to smell like incense of some sort, usually cloves, because it's kind of meant to represent the fact that as the Shabbos leaves, which is very holy, our soul is sad, so we're comforting it with spices. But yeah, that's the idea. But the actual main ceremony is over the candle and the cup of wine, which you once again say blessings over, and after you finish that, that's when Shabbos properly ends. The Aleph Institute. The Aleph Institute was an institution founded in 1981 at the express direction of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, and basically what it does is provide financial, emotional, and spiritual assistance to Jewish people who are in prison and mental institutions. They provide visitations, holiday programs, emotional and spiritual support, religious supplies. For instance, on Passover, they'll ship them matzah or something along those lines, hamantashen. They'll send people over to read the Megillah. Hanukkah, they'll try to arrange for them to be able to light the menorah and stuff along those lines. It's a very nice institution dealing with, sort of the more forgotten about parts of society and providing them with necessary assistance in spite of the fact that most people have forgotten about them. The Binding of Isaac. The Binding of Isaac was one of the most important of both Avraham and Yitzchak, the forefathers' lives. Basically, Avraham and Yitzchak were sort of living in peace, and then God basically out of nowhere came over to Avraham and told him, I need you to take your son, your only son, and offer him to me as a sacrifice. So Avraham obviously immediately accepted and arose the next morning very early with his son and his servants, and they started to travel to Mount Moriah. Yitzchak soon after realized what was going on, but accepted his lot and decided to travel on without complaining. Eventually, the 2 of them by themselves reached the top of the mountain, and Avraham bound Yitzchak on an altar and prepared to sacrifice him. It was at that moment that God revealed that, surprise, the whole thing was just a test, and he said that because you did this, I'm going to bless you, that your descendants will be like the stars of the heavens and the sands on the earth, and your descendants will inherit the cities of their enemies. So that was that, and Avraham noticed that there was a ram stuck in a bush somewhere nearby, so he offered that as a sacrifice to God instead. So this is one of the reasons why we blow a ram's horn on the holidays of Yom Kippur, along with reading the portion, because it's just reminding God, sort of, that Avraham did this really nice thing for him that one time. Shluchos and Chabad houses. Arguably the most important thing instituted by the Lubavitcher Rebbe was the concept of shluchos and Chabad houses. Essentially, there was, and to an extent still is, a bit of an issue, which is the fact that there are Jewish people all over the world who just don't know much about Judaism and don't know about the practice of Judaism, and even if they do, don't have a proper location or a synagogue near them, or anything along those lines, or come a holiday, the necessary supplies for that holiday, whatever. Just generally the Jewish people are spread out all over the world, like literally everywhere, and a lot of them just have a difficult time because just practically they don't have people to turn to in regards to being able to have a place and a rabbi near them to be able to teach and instruct them and help them practice their Judaism. So what the Rebbe instituted was this idea called Chabad houses, which basically he sent people, rabbis who were known as shluchim, which means people who are sent, to basically just take their families and move into the most remote locations and then just live there for the rest of their lives, setting up a synagogue and just helping out the small Jewish community there with whatever they could possibly need, be it usually arranging services on Saturday, setting people up with the necessary supplies for a holiday, on Hanukkah, for instance, having a public menorah lighting, arranging for people to have matzah and whatnot on Passover, and if need be to give them a Seder to go to. You get the idea. It's really a full, lifelong commitment. People will literally just take their family and move to a third world country, be it Guatemala or Timbuktu or whatever, I don't know. Right now there's like about 7,000 Chabad Shluchim, maybe a bit less. They operate Chabad houses, which are basically synagogues, Jewish day schools, summer camps. There's a big program for teenagers called C-Teen that's run across the entire United States and most other large countries. They have one on almost every major college campus. In fact, if you're not a particularly religious Jew and you have anything to do with religious Judaism at all and are in contact with a rabbi or something along those lines, it's almost definitely a Chabad rabbi and something that was instituted as a part of the Chabad house program of sorts, as originally started by the Lubavitcher Rebbe. The three foolish oaths. So in the Talmud, once again, it mentioned that there were 3 people throughout the Torah who took oaths which were incredibly foolish, and they definitely shouldn't have taken them. And for 2 of them, it ended up working out in the end, but what I want to focus on was for the 3rd guy, who it did not work out. His name was Yiftach, and he was a general during the times that the Jewish people were conquering the land of Israel. And he decided to make a vow with the intent of securing God's favor, apparently, that he would offer a sacrifice to God once he returned victorious from his battle, specifically the first thing that he came across, which you can kind of already see where this is going. Anyway, so he came back victorious, and it was a pretty foolish request because the animal that could have appeared before him could have been impure or non-kosher, and then he would either have to sacrifice it or renege on his oath, but it turns out his daughter appeared before him, and then he decided to sacrifice his daughter. Which, I don't know why he didn't just annul the oath. That's something you're allowed to do, but whatever. Layer 21. Kfitzas HaDerech. Kfitzas HaDerech is a concept referenced a few times throughout the Torah. It basically translates to a shortening of the path, or something along those lines, and what it refers to is basically that a few times in a few places in the Torah, people basically teleport. Like, one moment they'll be traveling, starting off a journey that's supposed to take weeks, and the next instant they've miraculously reached their destination in a matter of seconds. Probably the most famous example of this is with the story wherein Avraham sent his servant Eliezer to find a wife for his son, Yitzchak, or Isaac. So he begins his journey, and then, as cited by the commentary Rashi, he says to Rivka later on, the potential wife and her father, that he came today, which is an indication of the fact that the entire journey took place on that day, which is a seemingly impossible journey to make in a single day, given the distance between the 2 cities. So, quoting Rashi, Hence, we may infer that the earth, the road, shrunk for him, using the phrase kfitzas haderech. There's also a few similar stories in the Talmud referencing this concept of people reaching far distances in supernatural speeds, and some even later Hasidic stories. Farbrengens. So, if you've ever been around more religious Jewish circles, particularly Chabad Jews, you may have heard this term thrown around a bit. It's a Yiddish word and means something along the lines of spending time together. What it literally is an informal gathering of sorts between religious Jews where they share words of Torah or Hasidic teachings and sing songs. They're usually held in honor of a holiday, often a Hasidic one, such as the birth or passing of one of their Rebbeim, or for some other special event, such as one of the attendees' birthdays. That's a common option, or realistically, if anybody wants to have one. Practically, a Farbrengen basically consists of a bunch of guys sitting around the table while one guy speaks, and there's usually snacks and alcohol of some sort. They're nice, they're pretty fun, and they can be very inspirational depending on the speaker. Probably the most famous example of this were Farbrengens by the Lubavitcher Rebbe, held before thousands of people, where he spoke very deep and complex teachings, transcripts of which have filled thousands of books, which are all studied to this day, although those were a bit more formal, with only the Rebbe speaking, and basically no food, unlike most Farbrengens you can go to nowadays. Gid Hanashe. The Gid Hanashe refers to a part of an animal, specifically the sciatic nerve, which is forbidden to eat by Jewish people. Basically, in the Torah, Yaakov took his brother Esav's birthright, which he wasn't exactly thrilled about, so Yaakov fled to his uncle's house far away, where he stayed for a long while, during which he got married and had 12 sons. Finally, he decided to return, which he was a bit nervous about, and along the way he was accosted by an angel, which was apparently the ministering angel of Esav, and they fought and wrestled all night, during which the angel touched Yaakov's hip and it dislocated. Because of this whole thing, afterwards, the angel changed Yaakov's name to Yisrael and gave him a blessing. It's a whole thing. The point here is the fact that because of this whole incident, to commemorate it, Jews don't eat of the Gid Hanashe, the sciatic nerve, which is about where the angel injured him. So, practically speaking, you generally can't eat areas or cuts of the hindquarters of animals. Jacob's ladder. In fact, in the prior story, during Yaakov's initial running from his brother Esav, he went to sleep at some point, resting his head on some rocks, and dreamed of a ladder stretching up to heaven, with angels ascending and descending it. The angels ascending were the angels of the previous land who were with him to protect him, and the new angels were coming down now that he crossed over into a new area to be with him. Also, it said that the rocks he was lying on all got into a big argument about who was going to be directly under the head of Yaakov, who was super holy, and when he woke up, they had all turned into one big rock. There's a lot of Kabbalistic interpretation of this event. Some say it represents prayer, others say it represents Yaakov himself, who had the divine attribute of compassion, represented by the ladder. You get the idea. Snakes are the worst. Snakes come up very often in the Torah, usually not in the best contexts. Firstly, and most obviously, there's the first snake in the Garden of Eden, which was apparently intelligent and human-like, convincing Chava to sin, and caused all sorts of issues down the line for them and people, giving them the desire to sin and the evil inclination, and for itself, losing its legs and being forced to slither along on its stomach and eat dirt. But besides for that, they're associated with the sorcery of Egypt, with a plague that killed a large amount of Israelites in the desert. Even the Talmud goes off about them, stating that they'll bite a person or an animal, even if they have no real thought to eat them, and a bunch of other stuff. It even says that even the best of snakes should have its head crushed. Although it does say elsewhere that having a dream involving a snake is a sign of incoming wealth, so maybe they're not all bad. Still, snakes are pretty dangerous and not exactly beloved by people nowadays, although they're probably just an animal like any other. Dreidel. A dreidel is the little spinning top used on the holiday of Hanukkah. The story behind it is that during the events of the War of Hanukkah, as the Jews and Maccabees were fighting against the occupying Syrian Greek armies, they instituted all sorts of laws, the Greeks that was, like bans on bris milah, learning Torah, you get the idea. So, of course, the Jews decided that they had to continue learning Torah, so they would do it by hiding up in caves in the mountains. But occasionally the Greek patrols would find them, so what they did was whenever the Greeks would show up, they would all pull out little dreidels and pretend that they were playing with a little top. And that's how they would fool the Greeks. And once the Greeks left, they would pull out the Torah scrolls and resume their learning. Nowadays, the little top, which is known as a dreidel, has 4 sides, each side which has 1 letter. A nun, which stands for the Hebrew word nes, a gimel, which stands for the word gadol, a hey, which stands for the word haya, and a shin, which stands for the word sham, which in all translates to a great miracle happened there. Although in Israel, their dreidels have a pei instead of a shin, which the pei stands for po, which means a great miracle happened here. Nowadays, it's turned into a little bit of a betting game of sorts, where you spin the dreidel, and depending on which letter, you get a certain number of coins, or whatever it's been put in the pot, or adding them or subtracting them, depending on what letter is rolled on. And yeah, that's just sort of a little game of sorts that's played on the holiday of Hanukkah. Hamantashen. There is a food that's eaten on the holiday of Purim, which are known as hamantashen. They're like a little pastry of sorts, usually in the shape of a triangle. There's a few reasons why they exist. The main one is being the fact that obviously the word Haman, who was the main villain of the Purim story, the word Haman sounds like the word mun, and mun translates to poppy seeds, and tash in Yiddish means pocket, so it's sort of a way of saying poppy seed, like pastries of a sort, because they used to be filled with poppy seeds, although nowadays it's usually like chocolate or strawberry preserves or something like that. Shofar blowings. So, in the month of Elul, and predominantly on the holiday of Rosh Hashanah and at the very end of Yom Kippur, the shofar is blown, which is a ram's horn. Specifically, there's 3 different variations of the shofar blowing, each of which has a different name in Hebrew. There is tekiah, which is 1 long blast, shvarim, which is 3 medium blasts, and teruah, which is 9 very short blasts. There's also a 4th one, which is sometimes done, which is called tekiah gedolah, which is just the first one, the long blast, except extended by a longer time. The idea is that each of the different sounds is meant to represent different forms of somebody crying, because it's meant to turn people to do repentance through this sound, which is somewhat distressing to hear. Shavuos night. So, on the night of the holiday of Shavuos, which is the holiday which celebrates the giving of the Torah on Mount Sinai, there is a custom to stay up the entire night and learn Torah. The reason why is because during the actual giving of the Torah, the Jewish people kind of slept in a little bit. The reason being because they felt that sleeping was the way of being closer to God, although that's incorrect, because obviously the purpose when you're in this world isn't to try to flee the world by sleeping and return to God. It's to take your time while you're in this world and actually do good things with it. So, as sort of a recompense for this, the Jewish people have a tradition to stay up the entire night of Shavuos and learn Torah the entire time. The 4 beasts. So, at the end of the book of Daniel saw a prophecy about the coming of Mashiach, and one of the most interesting parts of that is his dream of 4 beasts. The first one was a lion with the wings of an eagle. The second was an enormous bear with 3 ribs in its mouth between its teeth. And the third was a leopard with 4 wings of a bird on its back and 4 heads. And the last beast was the most terrible of all, which was described as awesome and dreadful and exceedingly strong, with huge iron teeth, and that it ate and crushed and trampled, and it had 10 horns. And then he looked, and there was a bunch more horns, and the horns had eyes, and also a mouth speaking arrogantly. So it's explained that each of these 4 beasts represents one of the great nations of the world, which subjugated the Jewish people. The first one being the Babylonian Empire, the second one being the Persian Empire, the third one being the Greeks, and the 4th one being the Roman Empire and their extensions. But yeah, the prophecy ends with the angels appearing before him and informing him about the coming of Mashiach and the resurrection of the dead. And that's about it. Layer 22. The King's Crown Jewel. There's a pretty interesting analogy given in regards to Hasidus and the deeper Kabbalistic traditions of Torah. Basically, all of this, meaning the Hasidus and Kabbalistic teachings, weren't really taught to or learned by common, regular people. It was more just kept and learned between by the greatest sages in whatever time it was, just sort of learning it and not teaching it to the less holy and knowledgeable people who probably wouldn't understand it anyways. And that's kind of how it went since Mishnaic times, basically, until the late 1700s, when the Alter Rebbe wrote the Tanya, thereby making teachings of Hasidus and Kabbalah accessible to everybody. Some people weren't too thrilled about this. It was a whole argument that has ramifications actually to this very day. Now, the analogy given of the king's crown jewel is an example given in order to explain sort of the logic of the Alter Rebbe and his writing down of these super esoteric and holy works. The story goes that basically there was one time when some of the rabbis were walking along and they saw a sheet of paper with some of the holy Hasidic teachings lying crumpled on the floor, which was very upsetting, of course, and kind of the whole reason to begin with that this argument started, which was fear of things like this happening. So, the analogy is given of a king who had a son who was extremely ill, and basically he tried looking for physicians to cure his son, but none could succeed. Finally, one of the doctors said that there was a way to cure the son, but it would require to crush up the centermost jewel in the king's crown as a part of the cure. So, of course, the king decided to do this, which resulted in his son being cured. So too with Hasidus and Kabbalah, which is compared to God's crown jewel, with, in spite of the potential issues of making this knowledge available to literally everybody, it was worth it for all the good that it caused. Pas Yisrael and Chalav Yisrael. In addition to the general laws of kosher, there are some additional stringencies that some more religious groups take upon themselves, which are the rules of Pas Yisrael and Chalav Yisrael. Basically, there's a concern that if something is made in a factory, or basically just not under your direct supervision, that it's possible that someone could mistakenly make it not kosher somehow. Particularly, this is a concern with grain-based products and with milk. For instance, it used to be a bit of an issue that some farmers would mix milk from other animals to their cow milk in order just to meet quotas or something along those lines. So the stringency with milk, which is the Chalav Yisrael, it was watched by a certified rabbi during the actual milking process in order to assure that nothing not allowed went down unintentionally or otherwise. Similarly, there's also Pas Yisrael, which is the same concern with baking of grain-based products. So over there, the certified rabbi has to partake in the actual baking of the goods, which generally consists of him either turning on the oven or doing something similar just to be a part of the process in order to allow it to be kosher. There is an additional symbol on packaging for goods if it was made with these extra stringencies of kashrus, so that way people can know if they're allowed to purchase them or not, if they're particularly religious in this regard. The 10 Mitzvahim. The 10 Mitzvahim was essentially a 10-point campaign in order to spread awareness of Judaism towards Jewish people who are otherwise less religious across the world. It contains 10 things of particular focus in Judaism, which are particularly important for people to do if they don't do them yet. And these 10 things are to light Shabbos candles for women before Shabbos starts on Friday evening before sunset, tefillin for Jewish boys over the age of 13, mezuzah, that every Jewish house should have a mezuzah on its doorposts, Torah, to study portions of Torah every day, tzedakah, which means to give charity, having a house full of Jewish books, which means to have a somewhat sizable collection of Jewish holy books in your house, such as Chumash, a book which contains the Torah, books of Psalms, or prayer books, or things along those lines to study or learn or read from whenever. Kashrus, to keep the laws of kosher, to love your fellow. Education, that every Jewish boy and girl should try to go to a Jewish school of some sort. And the last one, number 10, to observe the laws of family purity in regards to marriage. Maimonides, or the Rambam, which stands for his full name, Reb Moshe ben Maimon, lived in 12th century Egypt and was a renowned Talmudic and halachic scholar, physician, philosopher, and communal leader. In fact, he's fairly well known by both Jews and non-Jews, whether for his lengthy works as a physician and doctor or for his works as a Torah scholar. Probably his most famous work is the Mishnah Torah, which basically acts to condense the entirety of the Talmud into just the 613 commandments with extensive explanation and clarification of them. It's a very important and commonly studied work. In fact, as much earlier on the iceberg, it's something which was instituted to study at least one chapter of it every single day. And in addition to this, he also wrote the Guide for the Perplexed, or the Meira Nevuchim in Hebrew, which is a foundational work on Jewish philosophy and seeks to reconcile the works of Aristotle in accordance to Jewish faith. Overall, he's a very important and prominent sage whose works kind of define a lot of what Judaism is today. Benching. So, a large amount of blessings said in regards to food are actually not biblically instituted. Among the few that are the after blessings, the blessings you say after you eat a meal or food in general. This is called benching in Yiddish, or Birchas Hamazon in Hebrew, and there's a separate version of the prayer depending on what you ate. For instance, there's a separate version if you ate a fruit or a vegetable or something containing grain, like a pastry or cereal or something along those lines. There's also an extra long prayer said after eating bread. It actually goes on for a few pages, but yeah, that's basically the idea. Generally, it's pretty important to thank God for your food that you just ate. Kiddush. Kiddush is a little ceremony done very frequently in Judaism. Basically, it consists of filling a cup up with wine or grape juice if that's your preference, but preferably wine, as it's associated with blessings in Judaism. Anyways, you fill the cup to the top. It's meant to be overflowing slightly to represent that our blessings should overflow. You say a blessing, of course, and then drink it. This ceremony is done every Friday night before Shabbos starts, before the meal, and also by the meal on the day of Shabbos. In fact, it's done by basically every single religious meal, be it 4 times by the Passover Seder, by every single Rosh Hashanah meal, every Sukkot meal, every Shavuos meal, by a bris milah, by a wedding. Yeah, it's very common. Chabad.org. Chabad.org is a website which is basically, at least my go-to Judaism website for basically everything. It has copies of most important and prominent Torah books or works in both English and Hebrew. They have weekly essays and teachings on the Torah portion. They have constantly updating times for the starts or ends of upcoming holidays or Shabbos. Basically, if you need anything in Judaism on the internet, Chabad.org is actually a really great website for any of that. In fact, a lot of the times when I need research for anything in this video, I use that as my primary source because I trust it a lot more than I do, say, Wikipedia. Kriyas Shema Alamita. So when you go to bed, there's an additional prayer said called Kriyas Shema Al Hamita. It's basically just the entire Shema with a bunch of additions plus a smaller form of repentance, and you're meant to use this time to mentally go over your day, see what you did right, see what you did wrong, what you could improve and do better, that general idea. Also, when you finish the last paragraph of the prayer, you're not meant to eat or drink or anything else or even talk until the following morning. So yeah, you're meant to say it like right before you go to sleep. The 13 methods of derivation. The Talmud is basically a very long legal text with a few anecdotes, stories, and miscellaneous conversations stuck in randomly. Although, to be fair, throughout this entire iceberg, I've been kind of cherry-picking all the interesting stories and anecdotes, so that could give the impression that it's primarily full of those, but that's actually not the case. There's maybe like one story per every 30 pages or so. It's predominantly legal text and discussion of law. In regards to this law, the main thing it does is use traditions from the oral Torah, anecdotes of the actions of sages in the past, and verses of the written Torah to figure out whose of the many differing opinions on Torah law exactly is correct. In regards to verses from the written Torah, there are 13 traditional methods of derivation, which allow them to learn information from the text and the law from that. And these come up all throughout the Talmud. There are things such as, in Aramaic, a kal v'chomer, which is basically a fortiori argument in English. If you don't know what that is, it's essentially the argument that if one thing is permissible in a more extreme case, therefore in any lesser cases it would also be permissible. There's a gezerah shava, which essentially serves to link concepts in differing Torah verses based on usage of similar words or phrases. There's the concept of v'chein shnei chesuvim, which is that essentially if there are two verses in the Torah which contradict each other, then there is an explanation in a third verse which serves to reconcile the two, but in a different, separate third verse. Yeah, you get the general idea. Layer 23. 2 rabbis, 3 opinions. This one is sort of a popular phrase which is used kind of to poke fun at the Talmud in a sense, and the general fact that most of Jewish law, scripture, books, or otherwise basically just consists of rabbis arguing back and forth lengthily over minute details, hence the kind of joke or adage, I guess you'd call it, of 2 rabbis, 3 opinions, which just sort of serves to illustrate this fact. Passover 2. So there are actually 2 Passovers celebrated throughout the year. There's the first Passover, which commemorates the Jewish people's exodus from Egypt, and then, a while later, there's a second Passover called Pesach Sheni, or literally the second Passover in English. Basically, the reason it exists is because in the original Passovers, one of the main parts of it was the offering of the Passover sacrifice. However, there was a small subsect of people who weren't able to offer the sacrifice, and that was the people who were carrying Joseph's coffin out of Egypt, because they promised that he would be buried in Israel, and he was buried in Egypt. So when the Jewish people exited Egypt, they took Joseph's bones with him in a coffin, and the people who were carrying it were impure, and therefore unable to offer the paschal sacrifice. So they were pretty upset about this, and approached Moses, who, with the permission of God, allowed them to have a second time later on in the year to have a secondary opportunity to offer the Pesach sacrifice. And this is still celebrated in what's called Pesach Sheni, or the second Passover, which is a while after, where you just eat matzah, and the general idea is that it represents the concept of second chances and second opportunities and things along those lines. Name variations. This one refers to the fact that there are many names which have both English variants and Hebrew variants. Jewish names, of course, consisting of the Hebrew variants, and a pretty sizable amount of names are names derived from the Bible, but of course there is the English translation of the Bible, which has English versions of all the names, which is generally a less proper original way of pronouncing the name. So, for instance, there's Abraham in English, and then the Hebrew Jewish name variation of that would be Avraham. Or Moses instead of Moshe, or Ezekiel instead of Yecheskel. In fact, there's basically a Jewish variant of just about every single name, and most people, when they become religious, if they're Jewish, start using the Jewish variant of their name instead of their English original one. Rabbi Akiva and the Bandits. There is yet another famous story about Rabbi Akiva. This time was that he was traveling alone with nothing but his donkey and a rooster, a candle, and a few books. At some point during his journey, he came across a town and asked if he could spend the night there, but everybody said no. So he decided to just camp out nearby the village. That night, he was sitting there alone with his donkey, rooster, and candle, and also his books, I guess, which he was probably learning via the light of his candle, when all of a sudden a gust of wind blew out his candle, which was pretty upsetting to him, but he decided that it was probably for the best somehow. And then he sat there a while longer, when suddenly a wild cat of some kind came and ate his rooster, which was also upsetting, but he decided that it also must have been for the best. And then he sat there for a while longer, when all of a sudden a lion came and ate his donkey, which also wasn't great, but he decided that it must be for the best. So then he went to sleep without his donkey, or his rooster, or his candle, and then he woke up the next morning. He saw that the town he had wanted to stay in had been raided by bandits that night, and everyone had either been killed or enslaved. And he had been spared because he hadn't entered the town. And also, the bandits hadn't been able to see him or hear him because he didn't have a candle or his rooster or his donkey to make noise. And this is a very famous story brought, which just further illustrates the concepts of how everything God does is for the best, even if we don't immediately see it that way. How to be Jewish. So Judaism functions a little bit differently than other religions in the sense that it's also an ethnicity, but also the religion functions in a similar way, which is that you don't become Jewish by acting religious. Judaism doesn't have to do with your level of religion or practice of Judaism. The way Judaism works is that if your mother is Jewish, then you're Jewish, and that's about it. Or if you converted, of course, or if your mother converted. If just your mother is Jewish, then you're 100% Jewish. And if just your father is Jewish, then you're not Jewish. And it really doesn't matter on your level of practice or otherwise. Jews died during the 10 plagues. So the 10 plagues in Egypt are a pretty famous part of the Torah. There were 10 plagues, which God smited the Egyptians with after they refused to let the Jewish people go after enslaving them for a pretty lengthy period of time. However, it's brought by the commentaries that also a pretty sizable portion of the Jewish people died also during the 10 plagues, particularly during the plague of darkness. And this consisted of all the Israelites who wanted to stay in Egypt for whatever reason and not leave Egypt to go to Israel and receive the Torah. So, during the Plague of Darkness, all these people died, and it was specifically during the Plague of Darkness, so that way the Egyptians wouldn't see the Israelites dying also, and start getting any differing ideas as to how the 10 plagues worked. The priestly garments. There were 4 garments worn by the Kohanim, as they were called, in the temple, and 8 garments worn by the Kohen Gadol in the temple, the high priest. Specifically, the ordinary Kohanim would wear the ketonas, which was a long linen tunic that reached until the heels, the avnit, which was a long sash made of linen and red, purple, and blue wool, the mikba'as, which was a linen turban hat, and the michnasayim, which were basically pants. The Kohen Gadol, the high priest, wore these 4 also, but in addition they wore the choshen, the breastplate, which had the 12 stones, each representing one of the 12 tribes of Israel, the ephod, which was a backwards apron of sorts and made out of more fancy wool and also spun gold, the me'il, which was another robe, but this time decorated with little bells and pomegranates of sorts on the hem. And lastly, the tzitz, which was a little golden plate with the words "Holy to God" inscribed on its surface and attached to the high priest's turban, which was shaped a little differently than the other Kohanim. Simchas Torah. Simchas Torah is a holiday which is celebrated at the very end of the first month of the Jewish calendar, right after the holidays of Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, and Sukkot. It celebrates the finishing of the Torah, since a portion of the Torah is read every single week in synagogue. Eventually, at this point in the year, you finish the Torah, and then you immediately start anew, going from the passing of Moses straight back to the beginning with the creation of the world. It's a very joyous holiday with most of the customs, including singing and dancing and things along those lines. Layer 24. Meiser. Meiser is one of the laws in Judaism in regards to charity, and it's pretty short. It basically just states that any amount of money you ever make at all, 10% of it is given to charity. Meiser meaning, of course, 10%. So anytime you receive a paycheck or a gift or find money on the floor or anything along those lines, 10% of it immediately should go to charity. The redemption of the firstborn. Originally, before the descendants of the tribe of Levi became the priests to serve in the temple, it was designated that every firstborn would serve in the temple instead. However, since the firstborns participated in the sin of the golden calf, instead, the right of the priestship went to the tribe of Levi instead, who didn't participate in the sin of the golden calf. Therefore, there is a custom that whenever a firstborn is born, he needs to redeem himself from the Kohanim, which basically consists of giving a Kohen about 5 silver coins 30 days after a Jewish male firstborn is born. The 3 pillars of the world. There's a very famous quote from the Torah book Perkei Avos, which means Ethics of Our Fathers, by the sage Shimon HaTzadik, which states that the world stands on 3 things: Torah, service of God, and acts of human kindness. Torah, of course, referring to learning Torah, Service generally means in reference to prayer, and acts of human kindness just, means being good to one another. Shliach mitzvah gelt. Okay, this one's a little bit complicated. Basically, there's a very famous quote from the Talmud, which states in regards to a story that somebody who's on the path to do a mitzvah or a good deed or something like that, no harm could befall him. Although it does amend that slightly by saying that it's only if he's not in a situation of particularly extreme danger. So it's established that there's this general rule, which is that if you're on your way to do a good deed or a mitzvah, no harm could befall you. So there's a bit of an interesting custom, which is that if someone's going to go on a long trip, which it might be perceived as dangerous, for instance, they're going on an airplane and some people just want to feel a bit safe. So what they'll do is they'll go over to somebody and that person will give them a coin or two to specifically give to charity in the country or state or wherever they're flying to. So that way, as they're flying, they're actively on the way to do a good deed because they're taking that guy's coin across the country to put in a charity box or something like that. And that way, during that moment, they're technically on their way to do a good deed and therefore no harm could befall them. Kind of feels like cheating, but whatever makes people feel safe. The 4 categories of things. So in the Tanya and in a few Kabbalistic sources, there are basically 4 categories of things, which everything in the world is sorted into, which are inanimate objects, plants, animals, and people. And it states that the amount of godly energy going into each one of them is incomparably greater than the previous. And it's a whole discussion, and it goes on at length, which is not too relevant right now, but it is worth note that there are 4 categories of things in general, according to Kabbalah. Ancient Aramaic. The Talmud and the Mishnah and a lot of works in those earlier centuries are written not in Hebrew, actually, but in a different language, Ancient Aramaic, which was the language spoken in that area of Babylonia and the surrounding regions. It's something of a dead language nowadays. In fact, it's not even really spoken by Jewish people, even though it's the language that the entire Talmud is written in, just because it's not relevant in any way besides for those texts, and also it doesn't have any religious significance like Hebrew does, so it's not exceptionally relevant to be able to speak, but people can translate it to an extent. There are some modern languages which are derived somewhat from this language, most of which are spoken in the Middle East area of the world and possibly Persia, but besides for that, it's not too relevant anymore. Also, the version used in the Talmud and Mishnah has Hebrew lettering, which varies slightly from other versions of it back in the 1st century. The salamander. There's a strange creature, which is mentioned a few times in the Talmud, amongst many, actually, fantastical and strange creatures that are brought up in the Talmud. This time that of the salamander, which apparently is a lizard-like creature of some sort, which is comprised of fire, and in fact born of fire, and is made by leaving on an oven for a really, really long period of time. It's questionable how literal this is meant to be, or if it's just a legend, or just some folk tales that were told in that area. But yeah, salamanders are a thing that are mentioned occasionally throughout the Talmud. Similarly, there are also mermaids, which this one's a bit more reasonable, because a few times it makes some vague reference to a creature of sorts that lives in the ocean, which has animal, fish-like characteristics, but also human attributes, and apparently it caused issues for sailors in the area, and it basically just describes essentially a mermaid, which is, a half-fish, half-person creature, and all this sounds kind of strange. However, the Aramaic word in the Talmud for this creature is delphinon, which sounds a lot like dolphin, so it's probably just referring to a dolphin with a bit of, legend mixed into it. Nadav and Avihu. Aaron, the high priest, who was Moses' brother and also served in the temple, had 2 sons named Nadav and Avihu. One time, they both got really drunk in the Torah and decided that it would be a good idea to bring an offering to God in this state. So they went into the temple while intoxicated, tried to bring an offering before God, and then a fire came out and incinerated them from the inside, leaving their outsides intact, but their insides incinerated. It's explained that this represents sort of the dichotomy of the soul and the body, how the body has a desire to remain in this physical world, and the soul wants to leave this physical world and body and return to God. However, obviously the soul has a purpose in this world, so therefore it can't leave. But in the case of these two people, Nadav and Avihu, their yearning to connect to God was so great that their souls actually left their bodies, hence it really wasn't such a bad thing what happened, besides for the fact that they were, intoxicated in the temple, which isn't really allowed, and also the fact that that's not the purpose of this world, which is to have your soul leave it and reconnect to God. The purpose of this world is to make this world a better place while being in this world. So that's sort of the main thing that's learnt out from this entire topic. Layer 25. The Kohen's challah portion. Challah are the braided loaves of bread which are traditionally served at the Shabbos meals or most holiday meals. Back in the times of the temple, there was a mandatory tithe of a portion of your dough whenever you made this that was given to the Kohanim in the temple. Nowadays, there is no temple to donate your bread to, so instead what happens is that every time you bake a loaf of challah beforehand, you take a portion of the dough and you put it in the oven and you burn it, which is temporarily done in place of giving it to the Kohen, although apparently the custom will be reinstated once Mashiach comes and the temple is rebuilt. Incense. Some offerings in the temple required the burning of a certain mixture of herbs and spices, which was called ketairos, or incense in English. They were actually one of the few sacrifices that were offered on the golden inner altar that was inside of the actual temple, as opposed to the much larger one where most animal sacrifices were done. The most famous offering of the ketairos was probably the one that was done as part of the Yom Kippur offering by the high priest. The exact mixture of spices is written down in the Talmud and in portions of the Torah, and it's a mixture of balsam oil, onycha, storax, frankincense, musk, cassia, spikenard, saffron, costus, cinnamon, and agarwood. Also, interestingly, the Avitnus family, which was the family that was in charge of making and manufacturing the incense mixture, added an additional special herb which was only called Maile Ashan, which translates to that which makes smoke rise, because apparently this herb would make the smoke rise in a pillar straight up as opposed to spreading out, but we have no idea what this herb is nowadays. The three major festivals. This refers to the fact that there are many holidays in Judaism. There's Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Purim, Hanukkah, but a lot of those are actually rabbinically instituted, mostly Hanukkah, Purim, Tu B'Shvat, and some of the others. The three main, most prominent festivals in Judaism, which are the three major festivals, are Passover, Sukkot, and Shavuos, as these are the three ones which are biblically instituted. In fact, these were the three festivals wherein it was required for people to make a pilgrimage to the temple whenever this festival came around, back when, of course, the temple still stood. Nowadays, these are some of the only festivals which have special additions in prayer and are also treated with most of the same laws as Shabbos due to their particular significance. The Sapphire Commandments. Most people, when they imagine the Ten Commandments, imagine them engraved on stone. But according to some of the commentaries in the Torah, that's actually not true. Instead, they say that the Ten Commandments were engraved out of sapphire, the sapphire coming from God's throne. Whether or not this is literal, I doubt it, because I don't know that precisely God has a big throne that he sits on, but I guess the only way to check if the Ten Commandments were made of sapphire would be to track down the Aron, and I don't think anyone's doing that anytime soon, so until then. Pomegranates. Pomegranates are actually somewhat significant in Judaism. On top of them being one of the special 7 fruits of Israel, they're actually a special fruit designated to be eaten as a custom on the holiday of Rosh Hashanah, as the tradition goes that we eat them to express how we wish for our year to be filled with as many merits as a pomegranate has seeds. In addition, there's also an old tradition which says that pomegranates have 613 seeds exactly, representing the 613 commandments, although I've personally never counted. The 7 fruits of Israel. In the Torah, when it's describing the extraordinary beauty and uniqueness of the land of Israel, it describes it as having a lot of great attributes, including listing 7 specific fruits, which are wheat, barley, grapes, figs, pomegranates, olives, and dates. So these 7 fruits actually have a special after blessing, and there's just general significance lent to these 7. Also, there's some Kabbalistic explanations which explain that each of these 7 fruits represents some of God's divine attributes of the 10 spheros, being kindness, severity, harmony, perseverance, humility, foundation, and royalty, correlating with each of those 7 fruits. So yeah, these 7 fruits are generally pretty significant in Judaism. Birthday customs. There are lots of specific traditions and customs that are meant to be done on your birthday, although beforehand it is worth note that the Hebrew calendar operates slightly differently than the English calendar, so all of this would apply on your Hebrew birthday, which is the one that Jewish people traditionally hold according to. But some of the important customs are to give charity, to spend some extra time praying, to say as many psalms, Tehillim, as possible, to say the psalm number correlating with your birthday, for instance, the 25th one if it's your 24th birthday, to learn some extra Torah, to partake of a new fruit and say the Shehechianu blessing, which is said whenever you eat a new fruit. And if you're a boy over the age of 13, then the prior Shabbos you should get called up by the reading of the Torah. Ethics of our fathers. Perkei Avos, or Ethics of Our Fathers, is a very important book in Jewish culture and tradition. It basically lists the passing down of the tradition of the Oral Torah from Moses to Joshua to the elders down every single rabbi until about the 1st or 2nd century, featuring rabbis like Rabbi Akiva, Hillel, and Shammai, Shimon HaTzadik, Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, Shimon ben Shattach, and just a bunch of generally very prominent and important sages in Judaism. Alongside that, every time one of the sages is mentioned, it lists a bunch of their famous quotes and advice that they would give. So it's essentially just a giant collection of sayings regarding ethics, honesty, and just general advice on how to live your life. Korach's rebellion. There's a pretty important part of the Torah wherein, as the Jewish people were traveling through the desert, one of the leaders of the Levites and a cousin of Moses and Aaron, a guy by the name of Korach, got kind of jealous of Moses and Aaron, and due to his ego decided to try to have a rebellion against the two of them. So it generally caused a pretty significant issue, and a large amount of Jews actually sided with Korach and his forces. And just when things were getting pretty bad, God opened up the earth into a giant hole, and Korach and all of his followers fell into it. And also the next day, a fire from heaven killed 250 other people who were causing problems with Aaron and his priestship. The Levites weren't enslaved. As implied by the Torah and explained by commentaries, during the whole time that the Israelites were enslaved in Egypt, this included all of the Jewish people besides for the tribe of Levi. This is mostly based on the point that Moshe and his brother Aaron were able to basically just do whatever they wanted, go where they pleased, that kind of thing, and they were of the tribe of Levi. And it seems like most people of the tribe of Levi could kind of do whatever they wanted. This is attributed to a few reasons. Some say that the Levites were never marked down on the whole slavery list to begin with, because the way that it worked out was that the Israelites were kind of tricked into slavery in a way, through all signing up for work forms which were supposed to be voluntary and paid, but when they showed up, they were all enslaved. But the Levites never showed up to begin with because they were always too occupied with their learning. And there's also the whole thing about Pharaoh not wanting to enslave them because they were always the spiritual leaders of the Jewish people, and he didn't want to get into too much trouble or something like that. Main point is that according to some commentaries, the Levites weren't enslaved, unlike everybody else. Layer 26. Moses had a stutter. It's a little known fact that Moses actually had a pretty severe stutter, which was one of his main complaints when he was initially asked by God by the burning bush to convince the Pharaoh to let the Israelites go, and he ended up having to use his brother as his spokesman for him. The reason for this was that when he was a child and living in the Pharaoh's house, as he had been adopted by the Pharaoh's daughter, There was a time when the pharaoh became suspicious of him when he was very young and decided to test him. So he brought before him 2 plates, one of which contained shiny, glowing coals, and the other which had dull, unburnished gold. His logic being that if Moses was not smart and a cause for concern, he would go for the non-shiny, boring, dull pieces of gold, but if he was an ordinary child, he would go for the shinier object, which would be the glowing hot coals. Unfortunately, Moses decided to immediately reach for the gold. However, an angel who was watching over Moses decided to knock his hand away from the gold, and it hit the coals, causing him to accidentally pick it up and somehow put it in his mouth, which burnt his mouth severely and caused him to have a severe stutter for the rest of his life. The snake in the wall. There's a famous story, once again in the Talmud, which relates the importance of giving charity to the poor, this time not involving Rabbi Akiva, but involving Rabbi Akiva's daughter, about whom there was a prophecy told to Rabbi Akiva that she would die on the night of her wedding. So Rabbi Akiva was pretty nervous about this, but eventually his daughter got married, and on the night of her wedding, she went to her private room, took out one of the pins in her hair, and stuck it into the wall for safekeeping. The next day, Rabbi Akiva went to check up on her daughter and saw that she was still alive, which she was, so he was pretty happy about that. But when she went to retrieve her hairpin, she pulled it out and noticed that there was something stuck to the other end inside of the wall. So they checked, and there was a giant venomous snake inside of her wall that she had killed by stabbing it through the head with a pin, saving her life, apparently. And when Rabbi Akiva asked her what she had done to merit having her life saved, she mentioned that during her wedding, she noticed there was a poor person hanging around, and she had privately approached him and given him some food to eat. So yeah, that's kind of the whole point of this story, which is that giving charity is very important and can possibly save your life. The quest for the breastplate stone. The breastplate was one of the special articles of clothing worn by the Kohen Gadol, which had 12 extremely rare, precious stones, each of which represented one of the 12 tribes. Anyways, one of these stones went missing or broke or something like that, so the rabbis went around asking to see if anybody had a replacement that they could purchase. So there was this one guy named Dama ben Nisina, who was a non-Jew who lived in Ashkelon, who apparently owned one. So they tracked him down and came to his house and asked him if they could purchase it at the price of 600,000 gold coins. However, the stone was kept in a locked chest, and the key of the chest was resting under the head of Dhamma's father, who was asleep. And Dhamma was so respectful of his father that he refused to wake him up and actually lost out on the sale because of this. So, because of this, God rewarded him with having a red-haired cow born in his flock, which was exceedingly rare and used by the Jewish people in the time of the Holy Temple as part of the purification ceremony. And it was purchased by the rabbis for the same amount that they had offered for the stone. This story just generally further illustrates the importance of honoring your mother and father. The Sambatyon River. There's a strange and mysterious river referenced in the Talmud, which is called the Sambatyon. Reportedly, it's a very dangerous river that's impossible to cross, which throws up stones and dirt in a constant tirade, but apparently it does this only 6 days a week, and on Shabbos it rests. This river is one of the suggested options as to the location of the missing 10 tribes of Israel. The sea split 12 times. In regards to the splitting of the Red Sea by Moses as the Jewish people left Israel, it's most oftenly portrayed as the sea splitting in half, but there's actually commentaries which state that that's not what happened. It actually split into 12 sections, one section for each of the 12 tribes, the 4 groups by the sea. Also, in regards to the splitting of the Red Sea, it says that as the Jewish people first reached the sea, before the sea yet split, and the Egyptians were rapidly pursuing them, everybody kind of freaked out and split into 4 groups, each of which was arguing with the other. One group said that there was nothing that they could do, they were stuck, and that they should all just throw themselves into the sea. The second group decided that they should just return to Egypt as slaves. The third group said that they should wage war against the Egyptians, and the fourth group said, let's pray to God. As it turns out, all 4 groups were incorrect, as they had been told by God to continue into the sea, and none of them were doing that. They were just arguing. At least until this one guy by the name of Nachshon ben Aminadav actually just straight up walked into the ocean, and at the point where he almost drowned, that's when the sea split. This whole story kind of illustrates basically the idea that when God tells you to do something, that's not a time to pray or argue or try to figure out your own conclusions. It's just the time to do that thing, and that's it. Achitophel the betrayer. Achitophel was one of King David's top generals, and was a pretty good guy for the time being, and actually learnt with King David pretty often. However, when King David's son, Avshalom, decided to have a rebellion against his father, Achitophel decided to defect and betray King David and turn to the side of Avshalom, King David's son. So when King David prayed to God, he specifically mentioned that Avshalom shouldn't listen to Achitophel's advice, because if he did, he knew that they would win. And Avshalom, being very haughty and egotistical, decided to not listen to Avshalom's advice, at which point Avshalom realized that they were definitely going to lose the incoming battles, went home, gave some advice to his kids, put his affairs in order, and then killed himself. So he's not looked on too fondly for his actions, especially since he decided to betray King David, but besides for that, he's a very interesting character. No 3-year-old trees. There's a pretty interesting rule in the Torah as one of the 613 commandments called Arla, which basically states that you can't harvest or eat any fruit from a tree that's not yet 3 years old. And this is based off of a verse in the Torah where it says that you can't eat any fruit for the first 3 years of the tree's life. But yeah, that's basically it. I just thought it was pretty interesting. Layer 27. Upshurnish. An upshurnish is a ceremony done for Jewish boys at the age of 3 years old. What it celebrates is that, similar to a tree, a Jewish boy's hair is not cut for the first 3 years of his life, until finally his upshurnish, which is a ceremony where for the first time he receives a haircut. It's also the time where Jewish boys begin wearing a kippah and tzitzis, which they'll go on to do for the rest of their lives. The general idea of this whole ceremony is that it's the age of the beginning of the boy's education of Torah and Jewish law, which is why it's the custom for the boy during this whole thing to read the Aleph Beis, which are just the ABCs of the Hebrew language. Manna. The manna, or the mun in Hebrew, was the food which miraculously fell from the sky during the 40 years that the Jewish people traveled through the desert before they reached the land of Israel. It had several miraculous properties, such as that apparently it tasted like whatever you wanted it to taste like. The amount that was needed by you and your family was the exact amount that fell, along with a double portion on Fridays for the Shabbos. And if you took more than what you needed, then the portion that you took would rot and go bad. Apparently, it was the size of a coriander seed, and the color of a specific type of fine crystal, which was white. Before the mun fell, a north wind would blow, sweeping the ground, and then the rain would wash it. Then a layer of dew would fall, at which point then the mun fell, at which point another layer of dew would fall on top of it in order to keep it clean and sanitary. Also, it didn't need to be digested as it was so holy. All of this sounds pretty cool, but the Israelites didn't think so, because they decided to complain about the texture and other stuff, which would then cause a bunch of issues for them. It's also said that a jar of this mun was kept and hidden inside of the Aron, which at this point we don't really know where it is. Sneezing killed people. So according to some traditions, back in biblical times, before the times of Moses, by the times of the forefathers and before, whenever somebody would pass away, they would sneeze and then immediately die. And that's kind of how it went until the time of Yaakov, who prayed to God in the Torah that he should be given time to bless his sons and speak to them before his passing, which is why he was sick before he passed away and was the first person to ever have an illness before his passing, as opposed to just sneezing and dying. Apparently this is the source for one of the reasons why traditionally people say bless you or things along those lines whenever somebody sneezes, because it used to be that when you sneezed you would die, so it was pretty cool now that when you sneezed you didn't die. Overpopulation by the resurrection. There's a question brought up in the Talmud, which is that by the resurrection of the dead, which is one of the most significant points by the coming of the Mashiach, that will be a lot of resurrected people, nearly like 100 billion of them by the last count. And the question is that how will there be enough room in the world, as there's probably not going to be enough room across the entire world for every single person to ever live all at once. So the answer is actually pretty simple. It's just that if God could resurrect the dead, then he'd probably be able to make room for everybody also. Mount Sinai's location. So nowadays, we're not fully sure where Mount Sinai is. There is a few suggestions, the most main one being a big mountain that's in the Sinai Peninsula in Egypt. But I don't know that that's necessarily the case, because it's mentioned in the Talmud, where a bunch of rabbis decide to go through the desert and find the mountain, that it's surrounded by a constant watching ring of white scorpions. So if anybody finds those, then they'll probably know that that's the right mountain. Abracadabra. Abracadabra is a word which is generally used in regards to magic tricks and things like that, but it might actually have Hebrew origins. This is because the words abracadabra sound very similar to the Hebrew words abara kadabara, I create like I speak, which sounds very similar to some of the general magic-related notions in the words abracadabra, and also sounds similar to the words abracadabra. So it's possibly associated with like old black magic and mysticism and things like that, but I'm not 100% sure. Olives and eggs. The Talmud is a very detailed legal text, so of course it needs to talk extensively about measurements. However, this was before the invention of modern measurements, whether you use the metric system or whatever else there is. So it uses a lot of interesting, strange reference for measurements. For instance, for length and width, it uses measurements known as amos and tfachim, or an amma and a tefach, which are roughly an arm's length and a fist's length, respectively, which is about 1.5 feet for an amma and maybe a few inches for the tefach. And there's also specific measurements for volumes of liquid, but the measurements for volumes in general, and are the terminologies used in basically all Jewish legal texts, are the size of an olive or the size of an egg. And those are the respective measurements used, calculations of mass and volume. The 8 forms of charity. So, as listed by Maimonides, there are 8 levels of charity, each greater than the previous. The highest possible level is to give somebody a job. The next lower level is to give somebody money without you or them knowing who the money was given to or received from, so that nobody should be embarrassed. The next level is where you know who you're giving it to, but the person receiving it doesn't know who he's receiving it from. The level after that is where you don't know who you're giving it to, but the person receiving it knows who he's receiving it from. The next level is where you give it to somebody directly by hand before you're asked. The next level is where you give inadequately, but happily and with a smile to make him feel good. And the 8th and lowest level of charity is when you give unwillingly. Smicha. Smicha refers to the process by which somebody is named a rabbi by another group of rabbis. It used to be done in an unbroken chain from Moses to his student Joshua and down, but that whole thing ended by the times of the Roman destruction of Jerusalem and the Bar Kokhba revolt, when a lot of rabbis and Jewish people got killed. So nowadays, smicha is a certification that's given to rabbis who take a very lengthy test after studying for years in the yeshiva, which basically covers some of the more complicated laws of kosher and Shabbos and things along those lines. Although it is worth note that some people get their rabbinical status through less legitimate means than that, but generally speaking, in Judaism, the way that somebody actually officially has the terminology rabbi applied to them is by taking this smicha test and being certified by other rabbis. Mashiach's name. So obviously we don't really know who Mashiach is, besides for that he's a person who will be the king of the Jewish people during the time of the Mashiach and rebuild the third temple. But the Talmud does give a list of potential names for him, based on the meaning of the names and their significance. Some of the options of names offered are Shiloh, Yinoin, Chanina, and Menachem, which are all pretty common Jewish names. Layer 28. The inheritance of prophecy. There's a bit of an odd point mentioned very briefly in the Talmud in regards to the nature of prophecy. Essentially, prophets used to be a thing, the more prominent ones being well-known guys like Eliyahu, Elisha, Devorah, those kinds of people. And it says that they would receive prophecy in dreams of allegory or visions or stuff along those lines. In fact, the only prophet to ever communicate fully and properly with God through speaking was Moshe, due to his super high level. But then it says nowadays, after the destruction of the temple and the time of prophets ended, that the gift of prophecy was given over to children and the insane. I'm not really sure how to tell the difference between their normal ramblings and what's a prophecy, but that's the general idea. The stages of life. A sage by the name of Yehuda ben Tema is quoted in the book of Perkei Avos, Ethics of Our Fathers, which was explained a few lines earlier on this chart, as describing what a person should have accomplished by each major milestone age in his life. It says that at 5 years of age, he should be able to study the Chumash, which is the Torah. At 10, the study of the Mishnah. At 13, the study of the Commandments. At 15, the Talmud. At 18, he should be married. At 20, he should have a source of livelihood. At 30 is the peak of his strength. At 40, of his wisdom. At 50 is when he's able to give counsel. At 60 is when he's officially reached the status of old age. At 70, he's reached the fullness of his years. At 80, the age of strength of wisdom. At 90, he's stooped over. And at 100, he's basically dead. The 10 Trials of Avraham. Famously, Avraham was given 10 tests by God, as listed by Maimonides. They were, the first one being to leave his home and move to the land of Canaan. The second was that immediately after he moved there was a famine. The third was that the Egyptians seized his wife, Sarah, and brought her to Pharaoh, which caused a whole issue. The fourth was when Abraham had to deal with the whole issue of a war between the 4 and the 5 kings. The fifth was that he was unable to have children with his wife Sarah and had to marry a second wife, Hagar. The sixth was that God told him to circumcise himself at a really old age. The seventh was that the king of Gerar captured Sarah again and also caused a bunch of issues. The eighth was that God told him to send Hagar away after having a child. The ninth was that he had a bunch of issues with his son, Ishmael. And the 10th, final one, was that he was told to bring his son as a sacrifice to God by the binding of Isaac. Some lists have this slightly altered, say with having one of them swapped out with the fact that he was thrown into a giant fiery furnace by the king Nimrod when he was younger, but that's the general idea. The 10 miracles of the temple. Also, according to the book Perkei Avos, there were 10 miracles brought in the temple. The first one was that no woman miscarried because of the smell of all the dead animals lying everywhere. The second, that no meat ever went bad. The third, that there was never any flies. The fourth, that no high priest ever mistakenly became impure on the day of Yom Kippur. The fifth, that the rains never extinguished the fire on the wood piles. The sixth, that the wind wasn't able to blow the giant column of smoke to the side. It only ever went up in a straight pillar. The eighth was that there was a lot of people crammed into the temple at once, but people somehow always had room to bow down whenever that time in prayer came up. The ninth was that a snake and a scorpion never hurt anyone in Jerusalem during this time. And the 10th and final was that no person ever wasn't able to find lodging in Jerusalem. The characteristics of the fool. There are 7 characteristics given to a fool and 7 to a wise man. In regard to a wise person, it says that he doesn't interrupt somebody else, he doesn't answer too quickly, he asks what's relevant and answers what's to the point, he answers the first question first and the last question last. If he doesn't know something, he just says, I don't know, and he acknowledges the truth. And the opposite of all these are the characteristics of a fool. A sponge, a funnel. It said that there are 4 types of people who sit before a sage. A sponge, a funnel, a strainer, and a sieve. A sponge soaks up everything. A funnel takes in at one end and lets everything out on the other. A strainer lets out the wine and retains the bad parts. And a sieve, which keeps the good parts and lets out the bad parts. which, of course, is used to explain the four types of people who learn information. Somebody who just takes everything in, somebody who takes absolutely nothing in, somebody who retain all the bad parts somehow and retains none of the good information, and somebody who retains all the good important information and disregards all the bad useless information. The raven and the dove. By the whole incident of Noah's Ark, after God flooded the world, Noah was trying to figure out if there was any dry land, so he let out some of the birds in his ark, first releasing a raven, and then later on releasing a dove, which was able to find dry land. However, it's explained in the commentaries that the raven actually got into a whole argument with Noah, because ravens are generally not associated with the best things in Judaism. They represent selfishness and are associated with klipa and impurity, as opposed to the dove, which is of course associated with purity and goodness and righteousness. So the raven naturally caused a bunch of issues and was unable to find dry land, and the dove actually looked around for a period and managed to find an olive branch sticking out of the waters, brought it back to Noah, and they realized that the waters were settling at that point. Emulating the four animals. There's a very important concept in Judaism, which is that a person should strive to emulate four animals, that he should be as strong as a leopard, as swift as an eagle, as fleet as a gazelle, and as brave as a lion, in order to serve God and do the right things. Each of which is particularly relevant in its own aspect, but it's obvious why all four of these are of particular importance. Layer 29. Anti-dog spell. So this one's a bit strange. Basically, in the Talmud, at some point, it gives a list of meanings and symbols in dreams and how to interpret them. As to whether or not this has much practical application, it's pretty questionable, because it elsewhere states that the meaning of dreams go according to their interpretation, and also it says in another place that you really shouldn't look too much into your dreams' meanings or significance, because simply 9 times out of 10 it's just random images and scenes that your brain imagines while you sleep, based mostly off what you are thinking about during the day, and hold no actual significance or relevance to basically anything. And realistically speaking, it's not such a great idea to act based off of your, dreams. But anyways, one of the things it does mention, however, is that if you see certain things in dreams that, make you a bit nervous, there's a few corresponding verses from the Torah you can say depending on what you saw. And one of the things it mentions is that if you saw a dog in your dream in some negative context, and for some reason that stressed you out, what you can say is a verse from the book of Exodus in regards to just before the Israelites left Egypt by the 10th plague. Moshe is telling what's about to happen to the Pharaoh, and he mentions that all of the firstborns of Egypt will die, but as for the Israelites, nothing would happen to them, not even a dog would bark at them, quote. So this verse apparently should be read if you have a bad dream involving a dog, to make yourself feel better. Now, that's all background. Somehow, I'm not sure how exactly, but this became a tradition that if in real life a dog attacks you, or is causing a nuisance or barking at you, or just generally being a pain, you should say this verse and the dog will instantly stop and leave you alone. So basically, if you're walking along and a dog starts charging towards you with malicious intent, you say this verse and then you should be good to go. I'm not sure how legitimate this is. I don't know that there's very much of an actual source for this working. All there is the previously mentioned thing from the Talmud, but that's in regards to dreams, and this is very different. And also, I've never tried it, and I don't know anyone who actually has done a proper experiment, but if you want to, then I suppose go for it. Stuffed animals. In more Orthodox Jewish communities, they have a tradition in regards to stuffed animals for children and toddlers and whatnot, to only use stuffed animals of kosher animals. The reason is because part of the reason why certain animals are not kosher is because they're impure, spiritually speaking, at least, and therefore they're not eaten. So if the animal is considered to be impure and it shouldn't be eaten, then I suppose the logic should extend to the image of that animal in general. So therefore, certain religious families don't have, stuffed animals of bears, or I'm not really sure what other stuffed animals there are besides for bears, but they generally have, stuffed ducks, maybe, or cows. I don't know if you could buy a stuffed cow, but That's a thing. We will do and we will listen. By the giving of the Torah at Mount Sinai, it said that God offered the Torah to the Jewish people, and the Jewish people responded by saying that we will do and we will listen, specifically saying we will do first before we will listen, meaning that they were saying that they don't really care what the contents of the Torah was. They're fully willing to, go through with this whole thing without being fully informed as to what it contains. Apparently, it says in the Talmud that God was so thrilled about this whole thing that he sent legions of angels down and placed 2 crowns, one for each part of the sentence, we will do and we will hear, on each of the Israelites' heads. I don't know if this means literal, actual crowns, but that's besides the point. So it was pretty nice, but then they did the whole golden calf thing, so he sent angels back down and took them away. But before all of that, it was a pretty great moment, so yeah. The 10 sons of Haman. During the events of the Purim story, Haman is mentioned to have 10 sons, who it says are actually mentioned a few times throughout the events of the Megillah. In fact, some of the characters in the Megillah are actually attributed to being some of the 10 sons of Haman. For instance, one of the servants in the king's quarters, the guy who read from the Book of Chronicles to the king, was attributed to being one of Haman's sons. In fact, there's a very interesting medrash with this whole event, wherein basically the king Ahasuerus requested of this person to read from him the Book of Chronicles, and he kept on turning to the incident wherein Mordecai had saved the king's life from 2 would-be poisoners, and not wanting to have any good information spoken about his family's enemy, Mordecai, he intentionally kept on flipping to a different page. But then an angel appeared and started flipping the pages back, so he tried flipping the pages again, but it kept on flipping back to that one page, and it went back and forth, until eventually the king just told him to read that one page, and that's how the story happened. In addition, it actually says in some sources in the Talmud that there was a lot more than just 10 sons. It says that 10 of the sons were hung, and there was actually 10 additional sons who were killed during the war, and 10 other sons who were induced into poverty. As for in the actual Megillah, after Haman was killed and the events of the big battle in the city of Persia occurred, the 10 sons of Haman were all hung at once. And it says that when you read their names as they're listed in the Megillah, you're meant to read them all in one breath to signify how they were all hung at the same time, which is pretty difficult because they have some pretty strange names like Parshandasa and Dalphine and Aspasa, which I don't really think anyone's named names like that anymore. But anyways, there's also an additional point that in the writing of the actual Megillah, the name of the last son of Haman, the final letter of his name is written so that way the line of the letter is descending down an extra bit to signify that as he was being hung, he was trying to stretch his legs so that way they could reach the ground, because the 10 sons of Haman were apparently practicers of black magic, and the only way you could perform black magic is while standing on the ground, as is listed in a few sources, so he was trying to do some of that. Hence, that's also commemorated from that source, which is pretty interesting. Chareses. Chareses is a food made of a mixture of diced apples, wine, and nuts that's traditionally eaten on the holiday of Passover by the Seder. The idea is that it vaguely resembles mortar, specifically the mortar used by the Israelites as they built storehouses for the Egyptians in slavery during the events of the Book of Exodus. It's eaten alongside the murr, which is a bitter herb, usually romaine lettuce or horseradish, also eaten on Passover as a part of the Seder, this time to represent the bitterness of the slavery in Egypt. The Rabbi and the Bandit. There's a famous story from the Talmud involving 2 of the greatest sages of Talmudic times, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai and Reish Lakish. These 2 men are extremely prominent throughout the entirety of the Talmud, and have opinions in almost every single major legal dispute. However, their origins, particularly Reish Lakish's, is a bit more interesting. Basically, Reish Lakish used to be a bandit. In fact, he was the leader of a gang of bandits who would cause all sorts of issues for the people on the roads in between some of the major cities in the ancient Middle East. Anyways, so one time, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, when he was much younger, was sort of sitting by a river when Reish Lakish, who was traveling along, saw him and decided he was gonna attack him and rob him. So he did, and somehow a conversation got started, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai mentioned that if he would only use his energy, I guess, for the sake of something good, like learning Torah, then he could actually be a very great sage. So Reish Lakish agreed, but only on condition that he could marry Rav Yochanan ben Zakkai's sister, which he in turn agreed to, and then they became friends, and the two of them became some of the most important rabbis of all time. It doesn't end that greatly, though, because one time Reish Lakish kind of annoyed Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai looked at him very angrily, and Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai was renowned for incinerating people to death whenever he looked at them angrily, so Reish Lakish got very sick and then died a while later, so it was a bit of a sad ending. Sleeping for 70 years. There is an additional story in the Talmud of the sage Chani Hamagil, who was mentioned a while earlier, in regards to the one time he summoned rain by drawing a circle around himself and refusing to leave it until rain fell, which rain immediately fell. But there's an additional, much stranger story told about him, wherein he was questioning a verse from the book of Psalms in regards to an extensive length of time being compared to a dream of 70 years. So he asked, how is it possible that a person could sleep for 70 years? So he was very confused and then prayed to God to show him what that meant. So anyways, he was walking along and noticed an elderly man planting a carob tree. So he asked him, why are you planting a carob tree, as a carob tree takes 70 years to bear fruit, and you're never gonna live to see the produce grow from its branches. So the man responded that he did it for the sake of his descendants, the same way his ancestors had planted carob trees for him, and he profited off their fruits. So too would his descendants profit off the fruits of his labors, even though he himself would never get to see the results. So Chani thought this was all pretty interesting, and then decided to take a nap. So he lied down and fell into a very deep sleep. And also, the rocks he was lying down next to formed around him to cover him up, and there he lay for the next 70 years. So he woke up and walked over to the tree and saw it was fully grown, and there was a young man picking carobs from the tree. So he asked, hey, what happened? I thought this tree was just a sapling. Who are you? So he said, no, this tree was planted by my grandfather 70 years ago. So he was like, whoa, I must have been sleeping for the past 70 years. So then he traveled back to his hometown, and he noticed everything was strange and new. There were new streets and new avenues, and the town appeared much larger. So he walked around and told everyone who he was, but no one believed him, saying that Chani had mysteriously disappeared one day 70 years ago, and no one recognized him or believed him when he said that he was Chani, the famous sage. So he was pretty upset by all of this, and went into the synagogue, and he saw that they were learning some law which he had been discussing 70 years ago. And they said, as they were discussing it, that they were super happy that they figured out the answer, and they said that the law is as clear to us now as it used to be in the days of Chani Hamagil, because in his days, whenever somebody had any difficult question, they would come to him, and it would be clarified immediately. So he stood up and said, hey guys, that's me, I'm Chani. But no one believed him, and they said that's impossible. Chani would have been long dead by now. So, disheartened, he left the synagogue, walked around for a bit, and then prayed to God that he should pass away, at which point that's what happened. So, pretty sad story, but still nonetheless very interesting, I think. Layer 30. The Jewel and the Fish. There is an old legend in regards to Shabbos, specifically to teach about how important it is to love this day and do things to make it special, about a man by the name of Yosef, who everybody called Yosef Meiker Shabbos, which means Yosef who treasures Shabbos, because he would use every last drop of his money in order to spend to make his Shabbos special, be it on food or clothing or things along those lines. And this was all, of course, in spite of the fact that he was extremely poor. Anyways, there was this other guy on the other side of town who was extremely rich. However, some astrologers told him that at some point in the near future, all of his money would go to this one man, Yosef Meiker Shabbos. So he was like, no, I don't want that to happen. So he took all of his money and sold it, and with the money he received, purchased a pearl, or some sort of a gem, and sewed it into his hat so that way he'd be able to keep it safe. Anyways, so then he was walking across a bridge, and then a giant wind blew his hat off, and a fish came and swallowed his hat. So, that Friday, Yosef went to Shul to purchase a fish for Shabbos, and of course he bought the biggest, best fish for Shabbos, and then when they cut it open, they found a hat with a pearl sewn inside of it. So they were like, awesome. And then they became extremely wealthy, and from this story comes the saying that one who lends to Shabbos, Shabbos repays him. And this is all from a story in the Talmud, on the tractate about Shabbos, of course. Mother birds. There's a bit of an interesting commandment in the Torah called Shiluach HaKan, which is that if you ever take an egg from a bird's nest, it's an obligation to first send away the mother bird. Now, in spite of the fact that there is seemingly a logical reason for this, which is that we want to be kind to the mother bird and not make her feel sad as we take away the eggs, this actually falls into the category of a chayk, which is a commandment that has no logical explanation, and in fact, we specifically don't give this commandment a logical explanation. Besides for that, it's also worth note that this commandment is one of the few commandments that says about it that if you keep it, then you get extended lifespan. So if you want a longer life, I guess do this. Wool and linen. In addition to the previous commandment, which is said to be illogical, there is possibly one of the strangest commandments in the entire Torah, called shatnez, which is the biblical prohibition against wearing any garment that has wool and linen together in the same garment, that is. This includes any combination of wool and linen in any way, whether they're combined in one cloth or on separate pieces of cloth within the same garment. In fact, even garments which are labeled by their producers as 100% synthetic can contain this mixture of wool and linen, as American law does allow some leeway in labeling, roughly a 2% difference. So you have to be very careful when you purchase garments, and generally get ones which are specially checked to not have such a mixture. As I said, this is one of the commandments which has no logical explanation. There are some suggestions. I think one of the more interesting ones is that Cain and Hevel, the two brothers, one of which who killed the other, one of their offerings was of flax, and the other one was of wool. So apparently we can't make a mixture together based on that, because the last time that happened, one of them ended up dying, but the real reason officially is that there is no reason, and it's just one of the stranger laws in the Torah. The 3 types of commandments. In this regard, since it's being brought up, there are 3 types of commandments in the Torah. There are mishpatim, which are the first and main category, which are commandments in the Torah which technically make logical sense. For instance, things like do not murder, do not steal, like things you'd probably follow even if they weren't listed in the Torah as commandments, just things that, just generally speaking, you could figure out on your own. The second type are called eidos, which are commandments in order to commemorate things, so things like all of the holidays, Passover, Shavuos, Sukkot, Shabbos, of course, is a big one, and just basically anything that's intended to commemorate a specific event, usually in the Torah or in some biblical source. The last kind is that of chukim, which are commandments which don't make any logical sense, and we just do them because that's what God says. So things like kosher, shatnez, as listed before, tefillin is one, things along those lines. So basically every single commandment in the Torah of the 613 could fall into one of those 3 categories. Beards. In addition to all of those commandments, there is a commandment in the Torah to not shave off facial hair, or your sideburns too, which is why most religious Jews have a beard, and also sideburns, which is a separate commandment. This can vary slightly in between sects of Judaism, some of which allow trimming of a beard, while others are more stringent and say no. Some allow trimming of sideburns, while others are more stringent and say permitted, hence why you have different religious Jews who look different based on their sect, essentially. There is a whole lengthy Kabbalistic reason why beards are necessary in a thing, but whatever, it's not too relevant. The Oven of Achnai. This one is possibly one of the wildest stories in the entire Talmud. I mean, that's comparing it to the story where King Solomon summons the king of the demons to find a magic worm. But yeah, it's pretty wild. Basically, the rabbis are arguing about the laws of ritual purity, and they get into the topic about a special type of oven, which was made out of earthenware, and it was cut into segments, and you would place sand in between each segment. So they were arguing, is this deemed ritually pure because of the sand, and maybe it doesn't have the category of the vessel, and some deemed it ritually impure because it might be considered as completely a functional oven, whatever. It's a whole conversation. The point is, the rabbis are arguing back and forth for a very long time, and this one rabbi, Rabbi Eliezer, is very firm in his opinion. It says, quote, "On that day, Rabbi Eliezer answered all possible answers in the world to support his opinion, but the rabbis just did not accept his explanations from him. So, getting frustrated, Rabbi Eliezer said to them, if the halacha, the law, is in accordance with my opinion, this carob tree that I guess was right next to them will prove it." So, immediately, the carob tree was uprooted from its place 100 cubits, and some say 400 cubits, which is an absurdly high height. So he got very frustrated and asked the carob tree to prove that he was right, at which point the carob tree flew into the air. But the rabbi said, no, that doesn't count because we don't prove law based on the actions of a carob tree. So Rabbi Eliezer said, fine, you know what? If the law is in accordance with my opinion, then the stream will prove it, which I guess there was a stream next to them. So the water in the stream immediately turned backwards and began flowing in the opposite direction. So now he's got a tree to fly to prove his point, and the stream turned backwards to prove his point also. But they said to him that we don't prove our laws from the actions of a stream, right? That doesn't make sense. So Rabbi Eliezer then said to them, fine, you know what? If the law is in accordance with my opinion, then the walls of the study hall will prove it. And then the walls of the study hall leaned inwards and began to fall. At which point Rabbi Yeshua, another sage, began to get angry at the walls and said, hey, if the Torah scholars are getting into an argument about the law, then what nature of you do you have in this dispute? Like, stay out of our personal business. So the walls didn't fall all the way. But it says they didn't straighten up all the way either because of deference for Rabbi Eliezer. So finally Rabbi Eliezer said, fine, you know what? If the law is in accordance with my opinion, then heaven will prove it. At which point a divine voice emerged from heaven and said, why are you differing with Rabbi Eliezer, as the law is in accordance with his opinion basically every time he expresses his opinion? At which point Rabbi Yeshua, the previous rabbi, stood up and said, hey, basically the Torah was given to us at Mount Sinai, at which point God gave the Torah to the world. So it doesn't really work that God gets to interject within this case. It's our Torah now, as it famously says, as one of the most famous quotes in the Talmud comes from this story, that Torah lo b'shamayim hi, the Torah is not in heaven, which means that the Torah is now in this world and is not subject to change from any source. Whatever, it's a very complicated subject, but that's sort of the whole thing. Anyways, years after Rabbi Natan, who was a different rabbi, encountered Elijah the prophet and said to him, like, hey, what was God doing at this whole time during the situation with the argument? At which point Elijah responded to him that God was actually pretty happy with the whole events because they actually did what he wanted, which was them to fully take the Torah for themselves. But yeah. Anyways, back to the original story. So on that day, the sages brought all the ritually pure items that were deemed pure according to the ruling of Rabbi Eliezer with regard to the oven, and burned them in a fire. And they also decided to ostracize him, because why not? At which point they were like, oh, okay, who's gonna tell him that he's been ostracized? So Rabbi Akiva, who was his beloved disciple, said to them, I'll go it, because if somebody who's not going to break the news to him in the right way, he's going to get really upset and destroy the entire world. So Rabbi Akiva wore black and wrapped himself in black to express his mourning and pain, and then sat before Rabbi Eliezer at a distance of 4 cubits. So Rabbi Eliezer said to Rabbi Akiva, hey, well, why are you, what's up, what's going on? So he said to him, my teacher, it appears that the colleagues are distancing themselves from you, which is a euphemism for the fact that he had been ostracized. So the Rabbi Eliezer, also rent his garments and removed his shoes, and then he sat on the ground also. So he was very sad about this, and the Talmud says that as a result of this, the entire world was afflicted. 1/3 of its olives were afflicted, 1/3 of its wheat, and 1/3 of its barley. And some say that even dough needed a woman's hands spoiled. And there was such a great anger on that day, according to some sages, that at any place that Rabbi Eliezer fixed his gaze, it was incinerated instantly. So that's that whole thing. The Talmud is prone to exaggeration. Every once in a while, it's possible that Rabbi Eliezer in his anger did not actually 1/3 of the world's crops, but, you never know, it's possible. Layer 31, which is explode people. There's a really odd discussion in one of the tractates of Gemara where it gets into a whole thing about some really odd supernatural topics, things like demons and witches and, magic, stuff like that. And it goes on for a few pages, but one of the more interesting details is a little story where a person divorced his wife. So she went and remarried, this time to a shopkeeper who sold wine in his store. So every day, the first husband would go and drink wine in that shop. So this really upset the ex-wife, so she would perform some witchcraft upon him, and it wasn't able to be effective because he was very careful in regards to pears. Now that's pears as in doubles, not pears as in the fruit. The nature of doubles and pears and their association with a lot of the more spiritual, strange aspects of Judaic lore is a few more entries down on this list. But for now, the story essentially goes that because he was very careful in these regards to not doing things in doubles and pairs, she was unable to harm him with her witchcrafts. But one day, he drank a lot of wine, and he did not know how much he drank until he drank 16 cups, at which point he began to lose awareness as to what was going on, and was no longer careful, and she caused him to leave after having consumed a pair, meaning an even number of cups, thereby allowing her to work her dark magics, I guess, upon him. As he walked, a certain man met him and noticed that there had been a spell cast upon him, so he walked over to him and said that it is a dead man who walks here. So he got really worried about this whole situation and went and hugged a palm tree for support. And then the palm tree dried out due to the witchcraft, and he exploded. So witches sometimes explode people, apparently, if you're not careful in their regard. Rainbows are bad. Broadly speaking, rainbows are generally associated with, good vibes and happy things, probably due to their bright and colorful nature and the fact that they appear after a rainstorm, which is generally associated with negative emotions. However, in Judaism, they're actually generally associated with negativity. And the reason why is because of the reason why a rainbow exists in the first place, which people often forget, which is that way back at the beginning of the world, people were really acting up with sins, so God decided he was going to destroy the whole world with a flood. So he took Noah and his wife and kids and a bunch of animals and put them on a boat. And after a lengthy period, everyone in the world was killed, save for Noah, the people on the boat, and also one of the giants, according to some opinions, but that's a whole nother topic. So they all got off the boat onto dry land, and God made a rainbow as his way of signifying an oath that he would never again destroy the world, even when he really wanted to and felt that the people of the world deserved it. In fact, the special blessing that's said upon seeing a rainbow is that we're blessing God, that he remembers his promise, that he's deciding not to destroy the world. So the thing is that whenever a rainbow is seen, what it means, according to Judaism, is that God is not too thrilled about the world right now, and technically speaking, he's considering doing another flood thing, but the only reason he's not is because he remembers the oath he made to Noah to never again destroy the world. In fact, there are certain particularly righteous sages, people like Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, who was way earlier on this list, that it's said about him as an honor that in his entire life there was never a single rainbow seen, because he was such a righteous leader of the Jewish people that no one did anything wrong, so God never got mad at anybody, and they were never disgraced with having a rainbow appear. Fingernails aren't great. So another entry of something ordinary that Judaism says is actually not all that great are fingernails, of all things. Fingernails are associated greatly, spiritually at least, and Kabbalistically, with klipa, the malignant, wicked forces that encourage people to do wrong and are sourced from the concealment of God. There's even a whole tradition that when you cut your fingernails, you're meant to do it specifically out of order in a whole thing that, whatever, it's very complicated. I'm not getting into it because it's a whole other topic. But in addition, the Talmud also states that fingernails are incredibly dangerous, particularly to pregnant women, and if they step on them, it can cause a miscarriage. So what you should do with your fingernails after you cut them is you should definitely dispose of them, and if you want to be extra particular, you should burn them to be safe. So that's fingernails. It's a bit of an odd one. I'm not why this is a thing, but yeah, there you go. Stealing the afikomen. There's a bit of a strange tradition in regards to the Passover Seder, specifically towards the end part, wherein you're meant to eat a portion of matzah as the final part of your meal, as a dessert of sorts. This last piece of matzah is called the afikomen, and it's a very official part of the Passover meal. However, a much more unofficial part is the very old tradition that the children try to steal the afikomen piece of matzah from wherever it is on the table, as a little heist mission of sorts that goes on as the Seder passes, and then only give it back to the father in exchange for a prize. It's a cute little practice, I guess, that most probably started as a significant point of the Seder is to teach the story of the Passover Exodus to the children, which you can only really do if they're staying awake. and as these meals tend to go on for a while, with a lot of reading and ceremony, it's only natural that these kids would fall asleep and miss the whole point that this thing exists. In fact, a lot of parts of the Passover Seder are specifically designed to be engaging to the children, such as having them participate and ask questions, and yeah. So it probably started this way as a method to keep children awake and interested. It's worth note that most families nowadays, particularly Ashkenazi ones, have adjusted the practice somewhat in the past 100 years or so to make the game, instead of stealing the afikomen matzah, that the father hides the afikomen somewhere and the kids need to locate it somewhere in the house for a prize. As the original had some element of stealing, which isn't really a great educational moment for kids, particularly on a time that's, all about education. So that's the general principle. It's a fun little custom, and that's about that. Fish heads. If you've ever been to a meal in a religious Jewish person's family on the holiday of Rosh Hashanah, the first day of the year and the Day of Judgment, you might notice that there's a bit of a strange thing on the meal, aside from the usual Rosh Hashanah foods such as round challah, apples dipped in honey, which signifies that we should have a sweet new year, pomegranates for reasons listed a few layers earlier. One of the stranger things you might notice are fish heads, just the head of a fish, which is a seemingly bit of a strange thing, but the idea that it represents is that during the coming year we're meant to be like the head as opposed to the tail, I guess. And in addition, specifically a fish, because a fish's eyes never closed, and this represents how God's eyes are always open and watching over us, and, that kind of thing. So yeah, therefore there's a fish head on the table, and you're meant to eat a little piece of it if that's not too terrible for you to handle. Layer 32. Rooster noises by Ne'ilah. Ne'ilah is the final prayer on Yom Kippur. It's the last prayer of the day, and it's said just as Yom Kippur ends. It's said to be the holiest part of the entire day, and in fact may be the holiest few minutes of the entire year. So it might be a bit strange that there's a very famous Hasidic story wherein a boy goes up to the front of his synagogue during this period and starts making rooster noises. Basically, during the times of the Baal Shem Tov, during the Ne'ilah prayer, the Baal Shem Tov was crying and praying a lot harder than usual, so his disciples and everyone in the synagogue understood that there were some serious things going down up in heaven, and apparently there was a pretty severe prosecution that was about to be passed that would have caused a lot of issues. So of course the Baal Shem Tov was praying very hard to try to annul this decree. So everyone in the synagogue also joined in, but nothing was really happening, and, this went on for a while without any success. Anyways, there was this one young man who walked in. He was a farmer and completely uneducated, and he knew very little about Judaism. So he walked inside and saw everyone was praying super hard, and he decided that he would pray truly in the only way that he knew, which was in the sounds that animals made, because that's all he had ever heard. So he walked to the front and essentially began making rooster noises as his plea to God. So people, of course, started getting pretty annoyed, especially due to the dire circumstances of the situation, and they started to try to throw him out. But then the Baal Shem Tov stood up and said, "Hey, everyone leave him alone," and they should finish the Ne'ilah prayer. The reason being, as he would explain later, that the decree that would have caused great harm and difficulty for the Jewish people had been annulled due to the prayer of this boy, because it was true and pure and came from his heart, in spite of the fact that it wasn't said with beautiful words. It's a nice story, I think, and it illustrates the importance of prayer, particularly that prayer isn't something about just saying a bunch of words, but something that comes from within you. Tu B'Av, or the 15th day of the Hebrew month of Av, is one of the stranger holidays in Judaism, as it doesn't have any biblical origin like some of the other holidays, such as Purim or Hanukkah or things along those lines. However, it's not really celebrated with any specific customs. Instead, it's mentioned like a few times throughout the Talmud as a day that is the most festive days of the entirety of the Jewish calendar, pretty much. In fact, saying that it's comparable to Yom Kippur in its festivity, which is a bit strange because it's basically just not practiced nowadays, and it doesn't have any customs, like I've mentioned. So what is this holiday and what happened on it? The holiday in and of itself celebrates a few things, the first being that there was a significant plague during the times that the Israelites traveled in the desert that ended on this date. In addition, it was on this date that the tribes of the Jewish people, when they first moved to the land of Israel, were allowed to intermarry between one another, because there had been a bunch of issues with the story of the concubine of Giva, which is related in the book of Judges. So that's another reason. In addition, there was a blockade in northern Israel in about 500 to 600 BCE that prevented the annual pilgrimages to the temple, and it was taken down on this date. Plus, there was the fact that during the Battle of Beitar in 140 CE, which of course didn't go too well for the rebels, the corpses were not allowed to be buried for a very lengthy period of time, about 15 years, and it was finally on this date that they were finally allowed to be buried. It also notes that their bodies miraculously had not decomposed during these 15 years. There's a few other things which happened on this date, but it's basically just an assortment of good things which occurred on this date throughout Jewish history. The way that this day was celebrated in Talmudic times was interesting, and that this was the day when basically everybody got married. It says that the daughters of Jerusalem would dress in white and go out and dance in the vineyard, and then the young men would go and basically approach a woman and ask her if she wanted to marry him, and they would just sort of get it organized from there. Obviously, it's pretty understandable why this custom isn't done anymore. The systems of marriage have changed drastically since the first few centuries. But yeah, that's the general idea of that holiday, and it's an interesting historical note. Fresh corpses. There's an additional point, in particularly with the previous thing, about fresh corpses having significance in Judaism, which sounds pretty interesting, but there is a running through line throughout all of Jewish history, texts, and legends of righteous people of particular significance never having their bodies physically decay. There are, obviously, as mentioned previously, the fighters of the war in Beitar. Their corpses, said in the Talmud, never decayed. There is also a different rabbi in the Talmud who had said his body never rotted, and in fact he arose from his grave every single Friday to celebrate Shabbos with his family. It mentions about some of the forefathers that their bodies never decayed, and just generally throughout Jewish tradition, it said that if a body doesn't ever physically rot, then they were considered to be particularly righteous and good during their lifetimes. In fact, even in modern times, the Chevra Kadisha, which is the Jewish organization in charge of preparation and organization of the burial rites and bodies of dead people, have, according to some, reported in some very unique cases that certain bodies have not rotted. This one's particularly difficult to prove because I don't think anyone's going around digging up corpses anytime soon. I don't think that's illegal, and I definitely don't recommend it, but that is a interesting running through line throughout Jewish culture. I imagine it has what to do with the resurrection of the dead and similar such notions, but yeah, that's the general idea. Avraham's tent. One of the most famous aspects of the forefather Avraham was his hospitality and generosity. In fact, it's said that he had this massive tent in the middle of wherever he lived, which had 4 open doors on all 4 sides, so that way no matter which direction somebody approached from, they would be able to be welcomed in and provide food and drink and whatever they needed. It also mentions that Avraham had grown a giant garden around his tent in order to be able to more better supply the strangers that approached him with whatever they needed in regards to fruits, I guess. It also says that in honor of Sarah, Abraham's wife, who would always take care of the female visitors, that there was a cloud of light over the tent in her merit. The 3 angels. On a similar note, on the 3rd day after Abraham's circumcision at age 99, there were 3 men who visited Abraham, famously in the Torah, which were actually 3 angels taking the form of men. But Abraham wasn't aware of this, and in his hospitality immediately fed them. The 3 angels, of course, pretended to eat, as it says. Now, these 3 angels are probably the most prominent 3 angels throughout the Torah. They're the ones that are most commonly brought up and mentioned. The first one was Raphael, who is the healing angel, which healed Abraham of his circumcision. Raphael coming, of course, from the same Hebrew word, which means to heal. The second angel was Michael, which informed Abraham and Sarah that in exactly 1 year a son would be born to them. And the third angel, Gabriel, who's most associated generally with fire and war, he was the one who proceeded to destroy the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, which would be later on. God's instant of anger. It says about Bilam, the wicked sorcerer and prophet who attempted to curse the Jewish people as they traveled in the desert, that he was actually very meticulous in this, and he calculated the exact moment in the day when God is angry. This is, of course, as it says very often in the Torah, that God is very forgiving and loving towards the Jewish people. However, there are things that they do which presumably irk him somewhat, and it says that he condenses this all into a single instant during the day, which Bilam sought to use and say his curse during this period of time. Now, this didn't actually work for him, and he ended up saying a blessing, which is actually part of the morning prayers that is said every day. However, this moment of brief anger does still exist. Now, you might be wondering, when is this brief instant? It says in the Talmud that this is during the first 3 hours of the day, when the crest of the rooster is white from the sun. Particularly, the Talmud specifies when the rooster's crest has no red streaks in it, which I guess is for a very short period of time. And it specifies that this exact moment is incredibly brief. Much less than a second, maybe even less than an instant. But I guess if you know this moment, then you could try to get up to some shenanigans with it. In fact, it mentions a story where there was a certain person who was annoying Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi, who was a sage back in the times of the Talmud, and would constantly harass him. So Rabbi Yeshua ben Levi took a rooster, and then he washed its crest, I guess, and then he sat and waited for the exact right moment when God's moment of anger would appear, in order to curse this man. But every time that moment appeared, right before it would happen, this rabbi would just fall asleep. And he kept on trying day after day, but every time right before the moment appeared, he would just fall asleep. So he concluded from this that it's just not a good thing to do to try to curse people in general, and especially to not use this period of time to do so. So he just left that at that, essentially. Layer 33. A golden stool. There's a famous story involving the rabbi, once again from the Talmud, Rabbi Hanina ben Dosa, who was incredibly poor, and he and his wife had nothing to eat for Shabbos. So poor, in fact, that every Friday his wife would throw coals into the oven, so that way smoke would come out of their chimney and people would think that they had what to eat. So one day they decided that enough was enough, and he prayed that God should provide him with wealth. So a hand-like apparition appeared from the heavens and gave him a golden table leg, which they were pretty happy about because it was worth a lot of money and now they were rich. However, that night he dreamed that he was in heaven and everybody was eating at 3-legged tables, while he and his wife were just eating at a table with 2 legs. So they were like, shoot, that's not good. That was for later on. So he explained the whole situation to his wife, and they prayed that the table leg should be brought back up, and then a hand reappeared and took the table leg back. And it says that this second part was an even greater miracle than the first, because traditionally it says that the heavens give, but they don't take back. The Ark of the Covenant violated the laws of science. Throughout the Torah, there are very detailed dimensions given in regards to the Ark of the Covenant, which was the Ark which contained the 10 Commandments, a jar of mud, and a few other things. The thing with the 2 big cherubim, the cherubs on top, you know the one. Anyways, its dimensions are given and are very specific, but then it also lists the dimensions for the room it's given in. And if you actually do the calculations, it turns out that the Ark just doesn't have enough room to fit inside of the room which it's stored in. It's too big. It would take up more room than the room itself. So it's explained that the Ark of the Covenant violated the laws of science and space, and even though it didn't have enough room for it to be stored inside the place where it was kept, it still managed to be miraculously kept there in spite of the fact that there just wasn't enough room. There are similar miracles in regards to space distortion, I guess, particularly as it mentions that the Jewish people were all able to fit within the temple, even though there definitely wasn't enough room for all the people there, and the concept is brought up in a few other places. The magic duel of Egypt. In Egypt, after Moses was assigned by God to take the Israelites out of the land of Egypt and slavery into Israel, by ordering Pharaoh to let his people go, him and his brother as his spokesperson traveled back to Egypt. And it says about Egypt all throughout the Talmud that it's renowned as a land of sorcery and magics, and that Pharaoh had his chief magicians and his sorcerers and necromancers and all these people working in his court. Anyways, so Moses showed up with his brother and began ordering that Pharaoh let his people go, at which point Pharaoh began mocking him and saying that why should he listen, because he had basically magic. So they engaged in a magic duel of sorts, wherein The magician sorcerer took his staff and threw it on the ground, at which point it was transformed into a snake. So Aaron took his staff and threw it on the floor, at which point it was transformed also into a snake. So everyone was very impressed, and the magician transformed his snake back into a staff, at which point Aaron transformed his snake back into a staff. But then Aaron's staff went over to the magician's staff and swallowed it, which was crazy, because it's normal for a snake to swallow another snake, but it's not very normal for a staff to swallow another staff. So they decided that he probably won the magic duel, and that was that. Elisha summons bears. This one's probably more well known than some of the other stuff on this list. Basically, Elisha was a prophet in the times of the second books of Kings, and he was a student of the prophet Elijah. And anyway, so he was doing some of his, prophet things, and he was walking up the road to Base Ale when a bunch of kids basically walked out of their town and started making fun of him for being bald, it says. So he got really annoyed at them and cursed them in the name of God, at which point 2 she-bears came out of the woods and killed 42 of the kids. And that's the whole story. The Talmud adds on this story that there was also perhaps an additional miracle that a forest sprang up around them in order that the bears could attack, because the bears would be frightened to venture if there was no forest. There's a lot of explanation as to what was going on here, and why these kids actually totally deserved it, or what it really means, and the meaning behind this event, but that's the whole thing. Elisha killed some people with bears. There you go. The Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin was the Jewish court system back in Talmudic times. It consisted of 71 rabbis who were obligated to be incredibly wise, humble, having awe of heaven, having a loathing of money, apparently, a love of truth, a love of people, a good reputation, a deep knowledge of medicine, mathematics, calendar, astronomy, astrology, the teachings of idolatry, and languages. In fact, they were said to be knowing of every single languages that existed back in those times. They were pretty powerful, actually. They had the capabilities of crowning a king, authorizing a voluntary war, expanding holy sites such as Jerusalem and the courtyard of the Holy Temple, and appointing lesser courts. Nowadays, the Sanhedrin doesn't exist, and disputes are solved in front of a Beis Din, which is before a panel of 3 certified rabbis, which, it's not 71, but there you go. Layer 34. Dead people get jealous of tzitzis. There's an obligation in regards to if you ever go to a ceremony for whatever reason, that if you are a Jewish male who wears tzitzis, the fringes that you wear at the corners of your garments, you are actually obligated to tuck them in at this point, which is basically the only time that this is ever a concept, and the reason why is because it says that the dead in the ceremony will see you wearing your tzitzis and get really jealous, because, they're dead now and can't perform any of the commandments, and of course, everybody wants to perform the commandments once they're dead, but, you can only do that when you're alive, so it'll make them really sad and upset. Which, it doesn't mention anywhere that this is like a dangerous thing. It just seems like more, we're just trying to be nice and we don't want to make any dead people sad. So it's an obligation to tuck in your tzitzis if you ever go into a graveyard. How to cure a cold, Talmud edition. So in the Talmud, most famously in chapter 7 of Tractate Gittin, the tractate dealing with the laws of divorce, there are a lot of really strange and esoteric explanations given in regards to how to cure basically every and any disease or illness or whatever you're dealing with. But they're really, really strange. They're really odd. For instance, it says how to cure a migraine. You should take a wild rooster and slaughter it using a silver dinar, which was a olden day kind of coin. And he should do this over the side of his head, which is hurting. But he should be careful that the blood doesn't get into his eye, because otherwise it'll go blind. And then he should hang it on the doorpost of his house, so that way whenever he enters, he rubs against the rooster, and when he exits, he rubs against it. Or, for instance, in regards to, say, an eye disease, he should take the body of a 7-colored scorpion, dry it in the shade, and grind together 2 portions of stibium and 1 portion of the dried scorpion, and then he should take 3 eye brushes full of this in his eye, and 3 eye brushfuls in his other eye, and he should not do any more than this, because if he does any more than this, his eyes will explode. So, This goes on for a while, and like I said, it covers basically every single illness you could think of, at least, in first century or so times. And obviously, none of this is very logical or scientific. This is all like very odd things, essentially. But it's explained in some sources that this is all very like spiritual remedies to things, and the reason why they don't work anymore is because the world isn't a very spiritual place. So spiritual remedies only worked back in those days because things were spiritual back then. That's the idea. Whatever. I mean, you can go into this for as long as you want. It's a whole thing, but that's the idea. Our sandwich is not like Hillel's. Basically, there's a part of the Passover Seder wherein you make a little sandwich. You take 2 halves of a matzah and put some maror, the bitter herbs mentioned earlier, in between them, and then you eat it as a sandwich. You also say a special blessing, and the general idea is that you do it as was the practice of the sage Hillel, who first pioneered this sandwich back in Talmudic times, as is actually mentioned as a part of the blessing. You say the words in Hebrew, that is, of "so did Hillel," and the rest of the blessing before you eat it. The sandwich, called the kairach sandwich, is somewhat wanting in regards to taste and texture, as it is basically just 2 giant oversized crackers with lettuce in between, which is not great. Thing is, this isn't exactly how the sandwich was back in those days. For one thing, matzo wasn't always eaten as a thin cracker. That's just how it's made nowadays. It used to be just, unleavened bread that wasn't allowed to rise, meaning it was essentially just a flat bread of sorts. In addition, one of the main points of the Passover Seder back in the day was the Passover sacrifice, which was a lamb. Not done anymore either, of course, as there's no longer a temple to offer sacrifices in, but that was a part of the Passover Seder. So, Hillel's sandwich was an actual sandwich with vegetables, real bread of sorts, and lamb, as opposed to our sandwich, which is big crackers and lettuce. So it's a bit ironic when we say, "so did Hillel," as we eat the sandwich, because that's not how Hillel ate a sandwich. But yeah, our sandwich is not like Hillel's. Hayom Yom. Hayom Yom is a book compiled by the Lubavitcher Rebbe, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, in 1942, of teachings, quotes, and aphorisms of Hasidic concepts as taught by the previous Lubavitcher Rebbe, the Frierdiker Rebbe, compiled into a collection of sorts organized by date, with one submission for every day of the year. So, it's the custom of many to go through the daily entry every day of the year, along with the other daily study customs of the daily Torah portion, the daily Psalms portion, and the daily Tanya portion. Magic cucumbers. There's a pretty weird story in the Talmud wherein a sage, Rabbi Eliezer, is passing away, and as he's doing so, right beforehand, he's mourning how much knowledge he was unable to impart during his life because, he just didn't have enough time. There's a bit of an interesting point where he mentions to some of the other sages in the room that he'd be shocked if they died ordinary deaths, because this was the time of the Roman situation in Jerusalem and the destruction of the temple, and there was a lot of people dying, not ordinary deaths in those days. In fact, Rabbi Akiva specifically asked, "How will my death come about?" And Rabbi Eliezer said to him that your death will be worse than all of theirs, which of course was true, as Rabbi Akiva would later be skinned alive by the Romans. By the way, this is the same Rabbi Eliezer from way earlier, from the story of the oven of Achnai, wherein he performed a bunch of miracles and got a carob tree to fly in the air and a stream to flow backwards, and God to send a voice from heaven to prove that he was right and also destroy a third of the crops in the world. So this guy probably knew what he was talking about. Anyways, so he was bemoaning some of the things he wasn't able to teach, and one of the things was that he knew 3,000 laws with regard to planting cucumbers by sorcery, but no person had ever asked him that, besides for this one rabbi, Rabbi Akiva ben Yosef. So he was very upset that he never got to impart all of this knowledge. In fact, he says the story where this guy had asked him to teach him about the laws of planting cucumbers via sorcery. So basically, he was walking, and the student was walking with him, and he said, "My teacher, please teach me the laws of planting cucumbers with sorcery." So he said a single statement, and the entire field became filled with cucumbers. And then the student said that he should maybe teach him about uprooting them. So he said a single statement, and they were all gathered in one place. The Ushpizin. During the holiday of Passover, you build the sukkah, which is a kind of hut with a roof of foliage that you stay in during every meal you eat on this holiday to commemorate the Israelites being protected by the clouds of glory as they traveled through the desert. There is a tradition in regards to this whole holiday that the 7 Ushpizin, Aramaic for guests, 7 prominent people of the Torah, specifically Avraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Moshe, Aaron, Yosef, and David, visit us in our sukkah, I guess spiritually at least, one on each of the 7 days of the holiday, the first day being Avraham and the last day being David. The whole thing is sourced in Kabbalistic ideas, and each person correlates with 7 of the godly attributes of the 10 Sephiros, Avraham correlating with kindness, Yitzchak correlating with severity, Yaakov with unity, etc., until David, who is kingship. But there's also what to learn from this whole concept in more practical terms, which is the importance of having guests. Layer 35. More stories of the King of the Demons. In addition to the earlier story, in regards to King Solomon kidnapping the King of the Demons to help him find a worm, when then the King of Demons escaped and then threw King Solomon halfway across the world, which caused all sorts of issues. There are, in addition to this, a few other stories mentioned in regards to this character Ashmedai as he's being brought to the king's palace by King Solomon's servant. It says that Ashmedai, the king of the demons, saw a blind man who was lost on the road, and he brought him to the correct road. He saw a drunk who was lost on the road, and brought him to the correct road. He saw the joy of a wedding celebration, in which they were having a big feast, and he cried. He heard a certain man say to a shoemaker, "Make me shoes that will last for 7 years," and he laughed. And he saw a certain sorcerer performing magic, and he also laughed. Later on, after the demon had been enchained in King Solomon's palace, the servant that had been traveling with him approached him and asked him about each of the individual stories. He asked, "What's the reason by the drunk guy that you saw lost on the road that you brought him to the correct path?" So Ashmedai responded to him that they proclaim about him in heaven that he is a completely wicked man. So I did good for his soul, so that he will consume his reward in this world and not have any reward in the world to come. In regards to the story as to why he cried by the wedding feast, he said because he knew that the man would die within 30 days and the woman would be unable to remarry. As for the man who was wanting shoes to last him for 7 years, he laughed because he saw that the man would die within the next 7 days, so it was pretty ironic that he wanted shoes to last for 7 years. And as for the reason why he laughed at the sorcerer performing magic, he said it was because he was standing a few feet above a king's treasury which had been buried underneath the ground, and he was unable to see it. Moses slapped Pharaoh. So this one's more of an amusing note than anything else. It's mentioned in one of the later books of the Talmud that during the whole events of the slavery in Egypt, at the very end, Moses went to speak privately with Pharaoh, as he would do often in between plagues, to try and convince him to just let the Israelites go. But he always refused, of course, hence, 10 plagues. And by the 10th and final one, it says that Moses made one last attempt at convincing Pharaoh, but he of course refused. So it says that Moshe left angrily, and the 10th and final plague, the death of the firstborn, started. However, the Talmud mentions that before he left, Moshe just slapped Pharaoh full on across the face, which is pretty funny. The slingshot to hell. It's mentioned in quite a few sources, particularly Kabbalistic ones, but a few others too, that before a person enters hell, before he's allowed into heaven, obviously, he undergoes a process called in Hebrew of the Kaf HaKelah, which means basically the giant slingshot. There are many explanations as to what exactly this means, whether it's literally like your soul gets flung in a slingshot to hell, which is not really accepted, or that it means spiritually. One of the most referenced one is the fact that it's a reference to reincarnation, not of human reincarnation, but of reincarnation into animals or objects, which is a thing also in Judaism, which occurs in a repeated cycle up until the point where they have scoured away their sins sufficiently that they can enter into hell and then have their sins scoured even further to be allowed into heaven after having a full atonement. It's specified in a few other sources that this particular experience can be specifically avoided while alive by reciting passages from the books of the Mishnah, the Tanya, and Psalms by heart, which I guess has a particular significance in avoiding this whole ceremony. Moses fights with angels. There is a very famous point wherein Moses, when he ascended to Mount Sinai, as mentioned in the Torah and explained in the Talmud, that he actually got into a pretty significant debate and argument with the angels up there in regards to the giving of the Torah to the Jewish people. Basically, he showed up and the angels got really annoyed, and they asked, hey, why is a human receiving the Torah, which is the greatest treasure, which has been concealed for generations, and only now is being given to humanity? So God said to Moses, hey, you should give them an answer. So Moses said, but God, I'm afraid lest they burn me with the breath of their mouths. So God said that he should hold on to the throne of glory, which is God's throne, and it'll support him. They also explained that this means that God spread the radiance of his presence and his cloud over Moses, I guess in order to protect him or something. So Moses began a debate with the angels. He said, it says in the Torah that God took you out of Egypt. So he asked, did you angels descend to Egypt? Were you enslaved by Pharaoh? So then why should the Torah be yours? It also says that you shall have no other gods. At which point he asked, hey, do you guys dwell amongst the nations who worship idols that you should require this commandment? He also asked, it says, remember the Shabbos and sanctify it. So he also asked, do you angels do labor that you require rest from on the Shabbos day? Similarly, in regards to laws of business, do you guys conduct business with one another? It says, honor your mother and father. Do you guys have a mother and father? It says, do not commit adultery or murder or steal or any of those things. How could the Torah be for you if none of it applies to you? So all the angels are like, I guess you're right. And each and every one of them, it says, became an admirer of Moses and passed something on to him. And therefore, he got a bunch of gifts from this whole thing. And even the angel of death, it says, gave Moses something, which he then used to stop a plague, which was causing issues for the Israelites. Layer 36. God's three keys. It says in the Talmud that there are three things God doesn't do through an intermediary, each of which is referred to as a key. It lists these three as the key of rain, the key of birthing, and the key of the resurrection of the dead, which I guess means that those are three things that only God takes care of himself, meaning that whenever it rained, that's specifically God using the quote-unquote key of rain. I don't know that it's literally a key, but that's what it says. It refers to it as a key in regards to a child being born, and also in regards to the resurrection of the dead. It does mention elsewhere by the story of Elijah the prophet, Eliyahu Hanavi, when he brought a child to life, that God temporarily lent him the key for the resurrection of the dead for that whole thing. But yeah, that's the general idea of the three keys of God. Rabbi Elazar wasn't 70. There's a very famous point in the Haggadah, which is the collection of verses and prayers which is said by the Passover meal, the Seder, that one of the Talmudic sages, a man by the name of Rabbi Elazar, the son of Azariah, who describes himself as being 70 years old. Thing is, it doesn't exactly say that he was 70 years old. He uses the phrase that he was like 70 years old by adding an extra letter, which is seemingly a bit strange. So the Talmud explains what this means, which is that when Rabbi Elazar was younger, he was 18 years old and a very great sage, and he was elected as the new head of the school, which contained the remaining sages after the destruction of the temple and Jerusalem by the Romans. However, he felt that it would be difficult due to his extremely young age, and people wouldn't respect him as much because he was one of the youngest people there in a room full of extremely wise and elderly sages. In fact, according to one source, he was actually 16, not 18. So he prayed to God, and that night there was a miracle that he aged exponentially and his beard turned gray, hence he looked extremely old even though he was only 18 years old. Therefore, it describes him as being like 70 years old, even though in actuality he was extremely young for his position. Sefer Shal Tzadikim. There is a book which has been mentioned quite a few times throughout this iceberg, the Tanya, which was written by a rabbi known as the Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneir Zalman of Liadi, in the late 1700s, which is a very lengthy yet concise explanation on a lot of Kabbalistic concepts that are particularly important in the day-to-day life of a Jewish person. Anyways, this book also goes by the name of Sefer Shal Beinanim, the Book of the Beinani, which is a concept which is also explained in the Tanya, which is essentially the highest level that an ordinary person could strive for. Essentially, it just refers to being completely perfect in your thought, speech, and action, no matter what happens in regards to your temptations. Anyways, this level is referred to as a Beinani, but there is a higher level called a Tzaddik, which is a pretty common terminology in Judaism. It literally just means a righteous person, but here it refers to a person who's an even higher level, which is somebody who actually has a different soul composition than most people do, meaning he doesn't have an evil inclination at all. Anyways, the first book, the book called Sefer Shalbeinanim, which exists and is very prominent and important in modern Jewish thought, is obviously called Sefer Shalbeinanim as it's directed towards the ordinary person and an explanation on how they should live their lives. However, allegedly, there is a second book which was written, which is called Sefer Shel Tzadikim, which apparently, seemingly, would be a book directed towards these people of a higher caliber soul. As to what such a book would contain, I would very much like to know. However, unfortunately, there was a fire in this rabbi's house at some point, and it burnt down a significant part of his house, obviously, and a large amount of the books which he had written, a lot of which were in regards to Torah and Jewish law, but also was this mysterious book known as Sefer Shel Tzadikim, so I guess for the time being we won't get to read it. Pinchas could turn invisible. Pinchas was a character from the Torah who is probably most renowned for killing Zimri, the guy who decided to publicly sin with a Midianite woman, at which point he was promoted to the status of a Kohen, one of basically the only people ever to have this happen to him. As for everybody else, you have to be born into the family for that. He's also known for fighting against the sorcerer Bilam, and perhaps flying, according to some sources, and bringing him down and beheading him. But at some point, him and another, one of the original spies who had been sent into the land of Israel by Moses, were now sent by Joshua, Moses' successor, to sneak into and scout out the city of Jericho, which was one of the first cities that the Israelites would capture and conquer during the many battles of the land of Canaan. So anyways, they were sort of sneaking around a bit, and at one point they entered this one woman's house whose name was Rachav, as she was a sympathizer towards the Jewish people, and in fact would later on convert and marry Joshua, but that's irrelevant for right now. Anyways, according to a commentary, they were hiding in her house for a period because some people managed to figure out what they were doing and was trying to track them down. So they were sitting there hiding in the house when there was a knock at the door and the guards came looking for them. So Rachav told them to quickly hide, at which point the other spy hid, but Pinchas simply turned invisible. So, according to the source, Pinchas had the ability to turn invisible. I don't know how he did this or how you could do it, but it probably has what to do with some Kabbalistic things, but that's the whole thing. All Jews are literally brothers. So this concept is actually taken from the book mentioned a few entries earlier, the Tanya, which states in chapter 32, which says that it states in the Torah that you should love your fellow as yourself, which, there's a pretty obvious question, how are you supposed to love somebody as yourself if you love yourself probably a lot more than you love other people? So it explains, as it previously explained, the nature of the soul, which is a whole lengthy, complicated subject, but basically the gist of it is that everybody actually has two souls, one of which is the animal impure soul, which makes you want to do bad, and the other soul is the godly soul, which is a piece of God. And a person generally isn't really, spiritually speaking at least, identified by his body or what he's done. A person is most identified as his soul. You are not your job or what you've done or what you look like or anything along those lines. You are, like, the actual epitome of what you are is your soul. And since the godly soul is a piece of God, therefore, since every single Jewish person has a godly soul, every single person, technically speaking, is the same person, because every single person has the same godly soul, and a person is their soul. So you have the same soul as that person. Therefore, in spite of the fact that they look differently and do different things, they're the same person as you, in effect. In addition, since God is the quote-unquote father of every single one of these souls, technically speaking, every single Jewish person is the other Jewish people's brother and sister in the most literal sense. Hence, in the spiritual regard, it's not just a nice concept, but actually literally, in the most literal sense, every single Jewish person is literally the same person and the brother and sister of every single other Jewish person, which he then uses to explain further at length why it's paramount that every single Jewish person have a love and respect for every other Jewish person. But yeah, that's the general idea. Layer 37. 8 candles backwards. In regards to the lighting of the menorah on the holiday of Hanukkah, everybody knows that you light 1 candle on the first night, 2 candles on the second night, 3 on the third night, etc., up until 8 on the 8th night. The candles, of course, representing the menorah, which was lit in the times of the temple, particularly of the story of how the war by Hanukkah, the Jewish people fought against the far superior Syrian Greek armies miraculously, and then reestablished and rededicated their temple in Jerusalem. And the whole miracle with that thing was that they looked all around to find a jug of oil in order to relight the menorah, but they couldn't find any as all the jugs of oil had been defiled by the Greeks. But they did manage to successfully find one jug of oil, which would last enough for 1 day. But the journey to get more oil from a nearby city was 8 days. So they just decided to light it anyways, and it miraculously lasted 8 days. Therefore, we light a menorah with 8 candles, and that's the whole holiday, which, by the way, is 8 days long. However, it almost wasn't like that, meaning lighting 1 candle on the first night, 2 on the second night, because in the Talmud it gets into a whole argument between 2 rabbis about whether or not you light 1 candle on the first night, 2 on the second night, or you do 8 candles on the first night, 7 candles on the second, etc., until 1 candle on the last night. And they cite different sources, and they argue back and forth about it for a while. In the end, they decided to do it like the way we do it nowadays, because we're never supposed to decrease when we do a good deed. We always want to do more than the previous, which is the idea. But yeah, it's an interesting note that that's almost the way it turned out. Nebuchadnezzar was comically short. Nebuchadnezzar, also known as Nebuchadnezzar in Hebrew, was a Babylonian king who caused a lot of issues for the Jewish people in about 500 to 600 BCE, and then conquered Judah and destroyed the first temple. Most of it is mentioned throughout the events of the Book of Daniel. However, in one source in the Talmud, it gets into some facts about his actual, persons, at which point it says some really interesting things about him, such as that he rode atop a male lion and tied a serpent to its head, which is a whole thing. But one of the things that it mentions was that he was comically short, not just short, but like under a foot tall short. And it also mentions some other not nice things, which I'm not getting into, but yeah, that's the general idea. He was really, really short. Hidur mitzvah. Hidur mitzvah is a concept in Judaism which refers to the idea of trying to fulfill a commandment in the most beautiful way possible, hence the word hidur, which means beautiful, basically. So, for instance, it would be the notion of if you have to purchase an esrog for the holiday of Sukkot, which is the lemon-like citrus fruit, which is taken amongst a few other plants in order to shake, which is representative of the whole thing. But yeah, that's a custom on the holiday of Sukkot. So to purchase the most obscenely nice and expensive one in order to fulfill the mitzvah in the most beautiful way possible, which is kind of extreme because those fruits can get up to $500, but yeah. And this is obviously not just by an esrog. Also, it applies to basically everything. For instance, if you're just going to purchase something to fulfill a mitzvah, you may as well get a nicer one, essentially is the idea. But yeah, it's a very important concept, and most religious people try to fulfill this to the best of their abilities. The Witch of Endor. Basically, the Witch of Endor was a woman who was a witch, apparently, by the name, and basically Saul consulted with her because he was having all sorts of issues with his kingship and David, who he was worried about becoming king, which, spoilers, that eventually happened. But so yeah, he wanted to consult with somebody. Thing was that the guy who he had always turned to, the prophet Samuel, had recently died. So he decided he was going to go get somebody to do some necromancy for him. So he put on a disguise and went out with 2 other people, and they approached the witch who lived in, I guess, a forest called Endor. At first, the woman refused, saying that the king Saul had banned the use of ghosts and necromancy because obviously doing such things is against the Torah. But Saul swore that nothing would happen to her if she did this for him. So she did a little bit of necromancy and summoned the prophet of Samuel. But it says that when the woman saw Samuel, she completely freaked out. It says she screamed loudly. And it's explained that the reason why she freaked out was because normally when a person is summoned via necromancy, they appear upside down because, I guess, necromancy is from impurity and it's a whole thing, so therefore when you summon somebody, they'd appear upside down, I guess. But when Samuel appeared, he appeared right side up because I guess he was too holy for that kind of stuff. So Samuel just kind of ended up getting kind of annoyed at Saul and told him that God had decided that the kingship would go and pass on to David because of the whole incident with him not fully whipping out the tribe of Amalek, which is a whole other topic. But yeah, that's basically all there is on the Witch of Endor. Miriam's Well. The Well of Miriam was a well which appeared miraculously in the desert as the Israelites traveled through to reach the land of Israel, which sprouted water from it, and it said that it was done in the merit of Miriam, the prophetess, hence it was called Miriam's Well. This was in addition to the miracles granted because of her other two siblings, which were the pillar of clouds for her brother Aaron and the manna for her brother Moses, respectively. It's connected particularly her because she was the one who watched by her brother as he floated down the Nile River in a basket, and also that she led everybody in a song by the crossing of the Red Sea, hence why the miracle for her was in regards to water. Uniquely, this well of water was actually among the list of the few 10 things which are created on the eve of the first Shabbos after creation. According to the commentaries, it says that the well was actually a rock shaped like a sieve, which would roll with them throughout their travels, and when they stopped, the rock would dig deep into the sand. Although, according to some other commentaries, it says that the rock itself didn't actually travel with them. Rather, a stream of water would just appear from whichever rock was nearest to them whenever they traveled. The waters of the Well of Miriam were also responsible for killing a bunch of people. The Amorites tried to ambush the Jewish people, assembling a giant army and hiding in the caves on the slopes of a mountain, which the Jews would be traveling past by. At which point God decided that the mountains should just smash back together, killing everybody inside, and then the waters of the Well of Miriam flowed through the valley and became extremely powerful and strong, killing everybody left inside, and then sweeping their bodies down past the camp of the Jewish people so that way everybody could see what had happened. This was also the rock which eventually stopped flowing by the time that Miriam passed away, at which point Moses hid it, which, because of this, and Moses being held to an extremely high standard, he wasn't allowed inside of the land of Israel. There's a bit of an argument as to where this well is. According to one tradition, when Moses passed away, the well, along with the clouds of glory and the manna, disappeared, but elsewhere it says that if somebody wants to see the Well of Miriam, which had accompanied the Jewish people through their travels in the desert, he should climb to the top of Mount Carmel and look at the Mediterranean Sea, and he will see a rock that looks like a sieve in the sea, and that is Miriam's well. According to some other sources, the Well of Miriam is in the Sea of Galilee, also known as the Kinneret, or the Sea of Tiberia, and the well, if you can find it, apparently has miraculous healing properties. Layer 38. Saphros. Saphros is the name of the skill which is attained after many years of study and practice of the capability to scribe and write a Torah scroll, a mezuzah, tefillin, or a Megillah, and basically any book of Jewish scripture. It's an incredibly complex subject. There's different opinions on how each letter should be formed. There's particularities in regards to the brush stroke, the type of ink, the type of parchment. You have to do it with a feather, and not just any feather, but a specially cut feather that you put into ink, and then you have to make the stroke in particular orders in order to form the letters, whatever. It's a whole thing. It's incredibly complex. So, not just anybody can write a Torah scroll. You have to actually study and train to do it for many years. The annulment of the vows. Right before the holiday of Rosh Hashanah, the Day of Judgment, it's a custom for everybody to partake in a little ceremony between themselves known as the annulment of the vows, or Hataras Nadarim in Hebrew. Basically, the idea is that we don't want to go into the New Year and the Day of Judgment with potentially any vows that we forgot about or will be unable to uphold or anything along those lines. So what we do is we form little groups of 10, which make a makeshift court of law, and then a person recites a paragraph which essentially states that they are requesting to be annulled of any vows that they took during the previous year, at which point everybody in the group responds, saying that they are hereby annulled, and that's that. And if you don't have a group of 10, then it technically could be done in front of a group of 3, because 3 form a Beis Din, which is the legal Jewish court system, and that's essentially how that goes. It's an interesting little custom, and as I said, it's done right before the holiday of Rosh Hashanah, but yeah, that's that. We knew everything. So there's an interesting concept, which is that in Judaism, back before your soul entered a physical body, basically everybody was up in heaven doing, lots of learning probably, and it says that every single person knew literally everything, just every piece of information ever, the whole Torah and everything within it, and all the law, and the oral law, and the written law, and all of Kabbalah and Chassidus, basically anything ever. However, it says once a person's about to be born, an angel goes over to you and then taps your mouth, which causes you to forget the entire Torah and everything that you ever learned, which apparently forms the philtrum, which is that little indentation on your upper lip, and that's the general notion. I don't really know what significance this has, but it is an interesting note, I think. Everyone died by Mount Sinai. This one's a bit less known about, but actually, every single person died by Mount Sinai. Not just once, but twice, actually. Basically, it says that by Mount Sinai, by the giving of the Torah, everyone prepared and was ready. It was all, exciting. There was lightning and miracles and lights, probably, and everything. Anyways, then it says that the time for the Ten Commandments came. So it says that God himself said the first of the Ten Commandments, that of, I am the Lord your God. And he spoke, and everyone just died, because I guess that's what happens when God, straight up unfiltered speaks to a normal person. So then he sent a bunch of angels, and everybody got brought back to life. So then he said the second of the Ten Commandments, not to have any other gods, and everyone just died again. So he brought them all back to life again. And then Moshe just said the remaining 8 because it wasn't going so well with the previous plan, and everyone was fine after that. So the first 2 actually have a bit of particular significance, as those were the 2 said by God, but yeah, technically everybody died by Mount Sinai twice. The doors of Nicanor. Basically, in the temple, there were these 2 gigantic, beautiful brass doors used for a gate, which were paid for by this one benefactor by the name of Nicanor, who hired craftsmen in Alexandria, Egypt, to fashion them in order to give honor to the temple, because they were super fancy. They were really, really big, 5 cubits by 20 cubits, with intricate designs, and apparently its finish was exceedingly bright and shiny, so they were really, really, really nice doors. So the story goes that the doors were being sent by ship from Egypt to Judea, and Nicanor was on board watching over his doors when all of a sudden a storm broke out. So the crew was kind of freaking out and trying to cast off anything heavy from the ship, and they saw there was these 2 gigantic brass doors, so they were kind of considering maybe tossing them into the ocean. And Nicanor was pretty upset about this because they were really nice doors, but they had to do what they had to do, so they took one of the doors and threw it overboard. But nothing changed, and the ship was still about to sink, so they decided to throw the second door overboard, at which point Nicanor decided that if they were going to throw out the door, then they should throw him off the ship as well. So apparently his self-sacrifice called for a miracle, and the storm miraculously stopped. And when the ship docked, the door cast overboard was miraculously found floating in the harbor. So, to commemorate this, all the temple doors were later on plated with gold, except the gate of Nicanor, which the rabbis decided that they should leave with their brass appearance to commemorate this miracle. Layer 39. Dollars of the Rebbe. The Rebbe, the Lubavitch Rebbe, that is, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, would spend hours a day standing with people waiting in line to distribute dollars and blessings to thousands of people every single Sunday and on some other occasions. The intent was that the recipient should give the dollar to charity, which was a custom which he said that when 2 people meet, it should always benefit another, hence him giving $1 to every single person in line, which would then be given to charity to facilitate this concept. However, what most people did more often than not, as the Rebbe is super holy, they just would privately exchange the dollar for a different dollar, give that dollar to charity, and then keep the dollar that the Rebbe gave to them, and then just hold on to it for generations as a super, important object with a lot of spiritual significance to them. In fact, there are quite a few of them that people have still to this day, probably a fairly significant amount. They're usually framed or something. And yeah, broadly speaking, that's the general idea. They're viewed as very important and holy, and are a very important part of more orthodox sects of Judaism's tradition. Animal reincarnation. So on top of regular reincarnation, which is a thing in Judaism, which is that, if you don't fulfill your purpose in this world, then you just get sent back down to do it again, to try to fulfill your purpose this time around. So realistically, most people are actually the reincarnation of quite a few people, it turns out. But it also says that if you're, particularly not great, it says that some people could be reincarnated as an animal or potentially even a plant. And they're just an animal or a plant for their reincarnation. And the whole idea is that they're meant to be elevated by somebody else with said person's soul trapped inside of that thing. For instance, if you say a blessing on a fruit, let's say if somebody's trapped inside that fruit because they're reincarnated into it, which isn't, by the way, the reason you say a blessing on a fruit to try to, help somebody who's stuck inside of it, but you say a blessing on a fruit because you're trying to thank God for giving you a nice fruit, but apparently this is also a thing. So for instance, if there's a cow and you slaughter it in a kosher way and then say a blessing on it, if there's a guy stuck inside of there, then there you go, you've helped him out. So Yeah, animal reincarnation is the thing. It's not particularly spoken about in a lot of sources. It's not exceptionally important concept, but it is there, so there you have it. The Moses in every generation. Now, this one is also a very esoteric and Kabbalistic concept, but it actually is fairly important, which is the idea of the Moses in every generation. Moses, or Moshe, of course, being the leader, or spiritual leader, that is, of the Jewish people as they travel through the desert. So it states that in every single generation there is a single person who is the spiritual leader of the Jewish people. Probably the most famous other one was Mordechai during the story of the Megillah against Haman and his issues. The general idea of the purpose of this person is to provide spiritual assistance and leadership, and most importantly, to give strength in regards to faith of the Jewish people, especially when there's, issues such as the time of Haman, and since there's very frequently issues with the Jewish people, just generally to provide assistance in that regard. And this role is known as the Moshe in the generation, as there is a Moshe in every generation being the spiritual leader of the Jewish people. The most recent one is basically entirely attributed to being the Lubavitcher Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, hence his importance and frequently being brought up on this list. But yeah, that's the general notion. The Israelites didn't build the pyramids. There's a common misconception about the Israelite slavery in Egypt, which is in regards to their labor. People cite that there's a lack of, and even contradictory, historical and archaeological evidence that the Israelites built the pyramids, which apparently they say didn't happen because I guess there's a whole other thing with who built the pyramids and the timelines don't work out, which actually kind of makes sense because according to the Torah, the Jewish people did not build the pyramids. They built storehouses in the area of Pitom and Ramses, which are kind of ruins nowadays. So it actually does make a fair amount of historical sense, or at least there isn't an amount of historical or archaeological evidence to not support it. So that's the idea. Avraham's magic stone. Basically, there's a whole argument in the Talmud as to what it means when it says in the Torah that God blessed Abraham with bakol, which literally means with everything, but what does that mean? So according to one source, that means that he was blessed with not having a daughter. According to a different source, it means that he was blessed with having a daughter. According to one source, it means that Abraham had a daughter and her name was Bakol. According to a different source, it says that he was incredibly knowledgeable in the areas of astrology, so that all the kings of the east and the west would come early to his door, apparently because of his wisdom in this regard. And the last source, the one written by the prominent sage Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, says that a precious stone was hung around the neck of Avraham, the forefather, and any sick person who looked at it would immediately be healed. And when Avraham, the forefather, passed away, God took the stone and he hung it from the sphere of the sun, which apparently explains why, as the days progress, sickness is lifted. Then there's a bunch of other explanations as to what this blessing meant, but I think the most interesting one is the one that says that Avraham had a magic healing rock, which was put in the sun. The power of excommunication. Excommunication is a pretty severe thing in Judaism. It's basically if someone's super, super bad, the rabbis can just excommunicate him, which means he's banned from participating in the Jewish community in general. It's not really a thing that's done anymore, but it was pretty significant in the times of the Talmud. And it is very extreme and treated with the utmost severity. In fact, to the extent that it says if you're excommunicated in a dream, then you should get 10 people to nullify this excommunication. In fact, there's one particular story in the Talmud where there was a dog who was eating the shoes of the sages, which was very annoying for them. So they just decided to excommunicate whatever was doing it. So they did the whole excommunication thing, and then the dog caught fire and burnt. In fact, there's an additional story where apparently a violent person was causing suffering to a certain Torah scholar. So he went for advice to another guy, and the person said he should go and ostracize him, but he was worried that then the guy would just get even more upset at him. So what he did was he made a written ostracism and placed it inside of a jug and then set it down in a cemetery, and then he blew 1,000, which just means a lot in Gemara terms, shofar blasts over the course of 40 days. And then he went and did this, and then the jug burst, and the violent person died. So clearly this whole excommunication thing is pretty powerful. Layer 40. Satan annoys a rabbi. Satan kind of has a bit of a different role than he does in most other religions. In Judaism, besides for acting as the prosecutor of the Jewish people, he's also a bit of a trickster character and just kind of shows up every once in a while to cause issues. One of the stories of which is that this sage, whose name was Ptolemy, had the habit of every day saying an arrow in the eye of Satan, which apparently is a way to mock the evil inclination. So one day, on the eve of Yom Kippur, Satan took the form of a poor man and showed up to his door requesting food. So the rabbi brought out some bread for him. So then the disguised Satan said to him, "Hey, can I come inside, maybe?" So Bilamai said, "Sure, yeah, no problem," and he brought him inside and gave him more bread. So then he said, "Hey, can I sit by the table?" So they're like, "Okay, sure," and they brought him to the table. So he was sitting there. Then Satan decided to see just how far he could push this. So he covered himself with boils and disgusting skin lesions and started doing disgusting things at the table. The Talmud doesn't specify what, but, use your imagination. So Pilemai said to the poor man, seemingly, "Hey, maybe don't do that, sit properly." So Satan said to him, "Hey, please give me a cup." So they gave him a cup, and then he started spitting into it. So they got pretty annoyed at him more. So then Satan pretended to just die. So then everybody freaked out, and people started saying, "Hey, the rabbi killed a poor guy." So then the rabbi kind of freaked out and hid in the bathroom. So then Satan stood up and walked over to him and revealed who he was and told him to maybe stop trying to provoke him by cursing him. So that's the whole story. A quick guide to immortality. Okay, so if you've ever wanted to be immortal, then I guess just follow this very easy guide. Basically, as cited by the Talmud, that by a few people, actually, the angel of death had no power over them, and just couldn't kill them when their time was up. Specifically, King David, and then a similar story by one of the Talmudic sages, wherein the angel of death approached them to, take their souls, but they were in the middle of learning, so he couldn't do anything about it, which I guess means that, so long as you're learning Torah, you're effectively immortal for the time being. By both stories, it says that the angel waited for them to stop learning, like I guess he does by most people, but they just didn't and kept going and going, never taking a break for even a moment. So both times the angel of death had to resort to some underhanded tactics, shoving a tree over outside and the like, startling them, and he got them. So I guess this means that if you're learning nonstop and don't let any cheap tricks get you, you can basically just keep going so long as you don't fall asleep. Moses time traveled. There's a very interesting story, once again, in the Talmud, wherein when Moses ascended to heaven to receive the Torah, he actually was there for quite a long while, wherein God taught him the entire Torah and the entire oral Torah and all the laws and everything, and they had a whole discussion about a lot of topics, and apparently one of the topics was, as said by Rav Yehuda in the name of Rav, that when Moses ascended on high, he found God sitting and tying crowns on the letters of the Torah, which refers to the fact that in the Torah, in the specific script which is written by the expert calligraphers who write Torahs, there's particular little lines which extend up from certain letters throughout the Torah, which are referred to as crowns. So it says that God was making these essentially, and Moses asked him, like, "Hey, what are you doing?" So God said, "There is a man who is destined to be born after several generations, and his name is Rabbi Akiva, who is the Rabbi Akiva who is mentioned quite a few times in the Talmud and on this list. And he's destined to derive from each and every single one of these crowns a bunch of laws in the Torah," which I guess means that Rabbi Akiva derived a lot of Torah laws based on the significance of the crowns being placed in certain locations. So Moses asked God to show him this man, Rabbi Akiva. So God said to him, "Return behind you." So Moses went, and he sat at the end of the 8th row of Rabbi Akiva's study hall, which I guess kind of means he time traveled. I don't know if it was literally like he showed up there, or if it was like a vision or an illusion or some spiritual shenanigans, but that's what it says. So he was sitting there and he didn't have any idea what was going on. He didn't understand what they were saying. So Moshe got pretty upset because he thought he just didn't know enough information. So he sat there sadly for a while until he heard one of the students ask Rabbi Akiva for the source of one of the laws being taught, and Rabbi Akiva said that it's a law transmitted to Moses from Sinai. So when Moses heard this, he calmed down a bit, because he realized that this was something that he was going to receive soon enough. So Moses returned to God and said, "Wow, this is a great man. Why don't you give the Torah through him instead of me?" So then God said, basically, "Be silent, this is my intent, and it's not for you to question." So Moses said, "Okay, so you've shown me Rabbi Akiva's Torah, so now show me his reward." So God said to him, "Return to where you were." So Moses went back and saw that they were weighing Rabbi Akiva's flesh in a butcher shop in Rome, because, of course, as is known, Rabbi Akiva's fate was that he was skinned to death by the Romans. So Moses turned to God and said, "Hey, what's going on here?" It says literally, "This is Torah and this is its reward," meaning, what's up with this? So God said to him, "Be silent. This is also my intent and not for you to question." So that's essentially the whole story. It's pretty sad, actually. I'm not sure how literally you're meant to take it, as there's a lot of stories throughout the Talmud which are metaphor or not literal, or, just something along those lines. But that's basically the story as it's written, with, a bit of paraphrasing, and take it as you will. Heaven and hell don't really matter. This refers to the concept that heaven and hell, or Gehenna and Gan Eden as they're called in Judaism, are discussed pretty infrequently throughout mostly modern texts and also throughout some of the older ones, especially in the Talmud. And this is predominantly because in Jewish thought, heaven and hell don't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things. I mean, it is where you go when you pass away, briefly, or at least until the resurrection of the dead. But besides for that, they don't have much significance, and that's because Judaism puts a lot more of a stress, on what you do while you're in this world and, the commandments and the actions that you're meant to be fulfilling, as opposed to, what happens afterwards. And also, broadly speaking, fulfilling the Torah and doing commandments and making the world a better place really isn't so much about what God can do for you in regards to just letting you have reward and be in heaven, or not doing the wrong thing because you're afraid of being punished by going to hell. But it's quite a bit more about, what you can do for God, in a sense, which is that to do what God wants, not because you get reward for it, but because you want to do what God says you should do, because it's the right thing to do, and because you love God and want to bring him down into this world. That's the general idea here, although if that motivates you too, then great. Some sects of Judaism do put particular emphasis on this, because I guess that's what works for them, but broadly speaking, Judaism is a lot less focused on what happens after you die, and a lot more focused on what you can do while you're still alive. Funding the Colosseum. This one's more of an interesting historical note than anything, but basically the Colosseum of Rome, the big, gladiatorial arena, was actually funded predominantly by the treasures taken from the Jewish Second Temple after it was looted by the Romans in the early 1st century, by Titus, who would later become the emperor and then build the Colosseum using these funds. It's not the only location in Rome nowadays which has significance to the Jewish people. Besides for that, there's also the Arch of Titus, which is commemorating the actual destruction of Jerusalem, and features somewhat infamously the image of the Roman legions carrying the temple artifacts out of their home and into Rome, apparently. The most famous of which is probably the menorah, which is prominently displayed front and center, which is actually a bit interesting because the menorah as displayed in the Arch of Titus actually does not look at all like the menorah that's described by all the lengthy measurements listed in the Talmud. The Talmud specifically states in many sources that the menorah had straight branches as opposed to the menorah which is in the Arch of Titus, which has curved branches. It's a very particular difference, but some people focus on it quite a bit. In fact, some people say that this means that it's not even the original menorah of the temple, and we don't know when that one is. Some people just say that, the craftsman took some creative liberties, whichever it is, that's the idea, but it is fairly interesting to note, and a interesting historical fact. Layer 41. Tzitzis are voluntary. A lot of people don't know this about tzitzis, the little strings that Jewish people wear by the corners of their garments as a reminder of the 613 commandments of the Torah, but these are actually kind of voluntary. Basically, they are sourced from a biblical commandment, but the commandment states that you need to attach strings to the corners of any garment that has 4 corners. A 4-cornered garment isn't really a thing anymore. I can't really think of any garment that had 4 corners, so it's an issue if you wear a 4-cornered garment without the tzitzis strings, and it's an obligation to attach them, but there's no obligation to wear the garment in the first place. You could just take care to never wear a garment with 4 corners your whole life, which isn't all that difficult, and, you'll be good. Thing is, the Jewish people accepted upon themselves to intentionally wear such a garment with 4 corners, just so in order to be able to fulfill this commandment, which is why it's so universally done. Also, there is a general rule that states that once the Jewish people as a whole accept a custom upon themselves, it basically becomes like an obligation, so there is that, but broadly speaking, they're not actually mandatory. The War of the 5 Kings. In biblical times, before the times of Moses, by the time of Abraham, the first forefather, the king of Elam, a guy by the name of Kedar ruled most of the region of the north and east of the land of Canaan, but decided he wanted to expand his territory. So he did this for a while with his armies, slowly expanding his territory and killing anybody in his path, and he did this alongside of a few other kings of the region. However, 5 of the kings decided that they were done with him, and they formed a coalition to fight against him, and 3 kings remained faithful to Kedar. So now it was 4 kings against 5. So they engaged in battle for many years, one of the more notable ones of which involved a region which was dotted with tar pits in the Siddim Valley. Many of the fleeing soldiers during one of the battles fell and died in these pits, as did one of the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah, although the Midrash reveals that miraculously the king of Sodom was able to climb out of the pit and survive. Anyways, this went on for a while, and Avraham mostly ignored it up until the point where the 4 kings decided to capture a guy by the name of Lot, who happened to be Avraham's nephew. And had actually recently gotten into an argument with Avraham and decided to go and live on his own. So the giant Og, who would later be killed by Moses, went over to Avraham and informed him about what was going on, although according to a commentary he had pretty bad intentions, which was hoping that Avraham would die and then he could marry Sarah, Abraham's wife. So Avraham summoned the members of his household, which were 318 people, although Avraham sensed their fear and told them that they could all leave. Everyone left except for one, Eliezer, Abraham's longtime faithful servant. So, using the powers of Kfitzas Haderech teleportation, which was explained way earlier, they miraculously traveled very quickly to the region of Damascus, where the kings were, in a single day. So, Avram and his servant, who apparently had miraculously gained the strength of a whole bunch of people, now fought against the entire army of the kings. So, Avraham threw dust and straw in their direction, which miraculously, once airborne, God transformed the dust into spears and arrows. Conversely, the arrows and spears that were flung at Avraham were transformed into dust. So you had Avraham providing range support, and Eliezer going around with melee, and I guess a few other people who were there, because apparently I mentioned he had a small army. So he did this for a while, managed to conquer their armies, and then pursued the remaining kings and killed all of them, besides for one. Anyways, so Avraham returned with his nephew Lot, who he had freed from captivity, and all the possessions and people who were taken in the war. The king of Sodom, who had crawled his way out of his tar pit, asked that Avraham return all of his subjects and wives and everything, and let Avraham generously keep his possessions, although it says that Avraham didn't keep anything. Not a string, nor a shoelace. In fact, in regards to this whole story of the War of the 5 Kings, it mentions, after the whole thing was said and done, that the king of Sodom offered Avraham to keep all the possessions which he had won in the war, very generously I might add, and Avraham of course said no, saying specifically that he would take neither a string nor a shoelace. It says, to commemorate this whole thing, God decided to grant the Jewish people, eventually, the reward of the 2 commandments of tzitzis and tefillin, to commemorate the fact that he took neither a string or a shoelace, which is a pretty interesting source for those 2 commandments. A pig almost destroyed the temple. During the siege of Jerusalem, it says that the priests still wanted to continue offering the daily sacrifices to God. However, due to the siege, they were pretty lacking in regards to animals. So they made a deal with some of the Roman soldiers on the other side of the wall, which was that they would pay them an exorbitant sum of money, and twice a day they would send up an animal, usually a sheep or whatever, in a basket in order that they would be able to continue offering the daily sacrifice. However, one day they decided it would be funny, I guess, to send up a pig instead of a sheep. So the Talmud says that when the pig scraped its hooves against the walls of the temple, the land of Israel shook for 400 miles. So because of this pig, the temple was almost destroyed, although the temple was destroyed a while later, so, it was only a matter of time. Layer 42. The emphasis on pigs. You might notice that in Judaism, there's a particular emphasis in regards to the laws of kosher, or at least what isn't. Pigs are often the most referenced one. It's like the poster child of non-kosher, I guess. Everyone knows that Jews don't eat pork or bacon, but there are hundreds of foods that aren't kosher, some of which are just as commonly eaten, so why is pig the big one? The reason given is because pigs sit in a strange way. When they lay down, they stick their hooves out in front of them. Now, pigs are one of the only animals in the world which have split hooves but don't chew their cuds, both aspects of which are required to make an animal kosher. So the fact that it sticks out its hooves, which are split, it's almost like it's trying to trick you and convince you that it's kosher in spite of the fact that it doesn't chew its cud. In addition, they're just generally filthy animals which spread disease, so they're not too beloved exactly, and they kind of represent impurity in that regard, so that's the idea. Will pork be allowed by Mashiach? The word for a pig in Hebrew is a chazer, which is basically the same as the word which means to return in Hebrew. A prominent commentary explains that this is because it's an allusion to the fact that by the time of Mashiach, the pig will return and become kosher, as all impurity from the world will be removed, hence you'll, in theory, be allowed to eat pork. Some interpret this to mean that the evil inclination will turn to good for everybody when the time of Mashiach arrives, which is an additional fact, and I guess this is its way of being an allusion towards it, as there is some difficulty with the simple explanation of the commentary, as a very important commandment in the Torah is to not add to or change the law. Hence, even if it is in the times of Mashiach, suddenly being allowed to eat a pig is a piece of Torah law being changed. An answer, however, is given to this, which is that by the times of Mashiach, the pig will start chewing its cud. Hence, it'll be permitted while abiding within the laws of Torah without making any changes. That's the general idea, so you might be allowed to eat pig one day if that's something that excites you. Ruach HaKodesh. Ruach HaKodesh is a concept which is brought up all over the place in regards to stories and legends of sages and rabbis and leaders, in regards to the concept of having spiritual knowledge and understanding or foresight. It refers to Ruach HaKodesh, and I guess calling it mind reading would be a gross oversimplification, as would calling it prophecy, as that's an entirely different thing. The concept generally seems to be more that if a person is extremely spiritual and not so focused on physical things, then so too they view the world through a more spiritual lens, which I guess includes, being able to see a person and understand certain facets about them and their life, or being able to an extent understand what's going to happen or provide blessings or things along those lines. Hence, this concept of Ruach HaKodesh is very frequently cited in regards to very special spiritual leaders, rabbis, and sages and the like. The Sadducees and the Zealots. The Sadducees and the Zealots, or the Tzedukim and the Beryanim in Hebrew, or I guess Aramaic actually, are the two factions in the time of the Second Temple who caused a lot of issues and largely led to the destruction of Jerusalem and the Second Temple. Although they don't actually have too much what to do with one another. The Sadducees, or the Tzedukim, were a group of Jewish people who in that time for some reason decided to completely deny the oral Torah and all the laws therein, so they would fulfill the written Torah in the most literal explanation of its text, which obviously is not how it's done, for instance by tefillin, which are the phylactery straps which are wrapped every single day by prayer. That's all explained at length from the oral Torah. However, in the written Torah, it just says to make a mark between your eyes and on your arm. So they would just do this literally with a knife, and they would just mark themselves between their eyes and on their arm, which is not how it's intended to be done. Anyways, the Talmud is filled with stories of them being a pain for the rabbis and debating with them and arguing with them. They don't really exist anymore, so far as I know. I don't know if anybody is sitting there ignoring the Gemara and Shulchan Aruch and all the other Jewish law and focusing on nothing but the exact literal translation of the Tanakh, but you never know. The Zealots, on the other hand, were a different group of people during the siege of Jerusalem who decided that waiting the siege out, in spite of the fact that they had, according to the Talmud, 27 years of food worth stored up, which would be more than enough, that the only solution was to fight against the Romans. So they decided that the best way to facilitate this would be to force everybody to go to war with the rabbis. However, nobody wanted to because they had enough food and the siege was actually going pretty well for the people of Jerusalem. So what they did was they snuck in the middle of the night and burnt down all of the storehouses of food, all 27 years worth of food, that is, and there was immediately a giant famine and people were starving and according to the historian Josephus, doing a little bit of cannibalism, and that's basically the main historical reason why the city of Jerusalem fell and the temple was destroyed. So I guess the lesson from this is to not be stupid. Shimon ben Shattach and the witches. Shimon ben Shattach was a sage of the Talmud, of course, and witches are a thing which are discussed very rarely throughout the Talmud. However, there is a story where the two of them meet in a situation that does not go so well for the witches. Basically, Shimon ben Shattach was sleeping one night, and a disciple of him came to him in a dream and told him that he was going to be seriously punished when he passed away, because he permitted 80 witches to continue living in the city of Ashkelon, who apparently were causing all sorts of issues in the region. The next morning, that same disciple walked over to Rabbi Shimon ben Shattach and told him the entire dream, and also showed him a sign which explained that he was telling the truth. And Rabbi Shimon ben Shattach said, yeah, I believe you, we're gonna go take care of this. So he made a plan. He waited until a rainy day and then gathered together 80 of his strongest students, and also gave them jugs and brand new, fresh, clean robes which were placed and sealed inside of each of the jugs. So him and his 80 students went to the cave where the witches were hiding with these jugs containing clothing, and his plan then began. The 80 young men waited outside, and Shimon ben Shattach entered alone. First, he changed his clothing into a dry pair, and then appeared before the witches, and he said that he would like to participate in their rituals. So they asked him, hey, it's pouring rain outside, how are you completely dry? So he said that he had shrunk himself to be incredibly small, and then walked between the raindrops, and that he had come to teach them how to do a similar thing. So they said okay, and they let him in, and he announced he was going to demonstrate his magics. So he whistled, and the 80 young men walked inside, each of them wearing their fresh change of clothes and perfectly dry. So the witches were like, whoa, that's crazy. So they went over, I guess, to inspect them, and then each young man grabbed the witch and hoisted them into the air, and of course, you can only perform sorcery, as is cited in a bunch of other sources, while you're standing upon the ground. So now they were lifted up, and they couldn't do much besides for, I guess, freak out. So then they were all carried back to the city, at which point all the witches were executed, and that was that. 36 hidden tzaddikim. There is a very strange notion, which is taught in a few places, which is the idea that at any given point in time, there are 36 particularly holy and righteous people, known as the 36 holy tzaddikim, who are hidden throughout the world. Nobody knows who these 36 people are. They remain hidden, and they just do their thing privately without anybody knowing, occasionally showing up in a few stories to help somebody out or provide assistance in some regard or do a small miracle here and there, that kind of thing. It says that in the merit of these men, the world keeps on going, even if nobody else deserves it, because in every generation there is at least 36 other people who do. As for who these people are, I have no idea, and if you do, then please leave a comment telling me, because I would very much like to meet one of them. Layer 43. The death of the dream teller. Dreams are a lengthy discussion, particularly in the first book of the Talmud, where it gives an entire list as to how to properly interpret dreams, and different symbolisms or meanings that you can interpret based on what you see in said dreams. It's a lengthy topic, but it kind of goes back and forth on the legitimacy one should lend to a dream, as in some places it seems to lend credence to there being significance in certain imagery in dreams, while in other places it says that basically dreams should just be entirely disregarded, as there's nearly nothing that could be gained from them that's worthwhile, at least. Anyways, then the Talmud goes and relates a story of particular note, wherein there was a man by the name of Bar Hadaya, whose profession was to be a professional dream interpreter. So what happened was, there was these two sages who had identical dreams, and they both approached this man, the dream interpreter, in order to have their dreams interpreted. The thing was, the first rabbi paid him a fee, and the second rabbi didn't pay him anything, and asked for him to do it for free. So, the two of them had similar dreams. The first one that's quoted is that they saw the verse in the Torah, which states about an ox being slain before your eyes and not being able to eat. The person who paid had his dream interpreted that his business would soon make so much profit that he'd be so glad that he'd be unable to eat, versus the person who didn't pay, whose dream was interpreted that his business would be lost, and he'll be extremely sad and thereby unable to eat. A while later, they both returned separately, each with the same dream again, but this time the dream was another verse about them having multiple sons and daughters, but them being taken into captivity. So, to the one who paid him a large sum of money, he said that this was a metaphor for the fact that he'll have lots of children, and they'll all get married, so that way it'll seem to you like they're being taken into another person's home, that kind of idea. As opposed to the other one, who he said that his wife would die and that he would remarry and his children would feel like they were taken captive into another family's home. Anyways, this repeated over and over again, with them both separately coming with the same dreams and them both having their dreams be interpreted. The one who paid would have his dream interpreted positively, and the one who refused to pay had his dream interpreted negatively. Thing was, the interpretations of the dreams kept on basically coming true. The person who was interpreted for good kept on becoming increasingly increasingly successful, and his family was doing well, and he had a good job, and things were happening in a positive light, as opposed to the person who had his dreams interpreted negatively, kept on having bad things happen to him. He lost his business, had family troubles, got into some issues with the ruling class, and was just generally not having a great time. Anyways, this repeated until the person who didn't pay just kept on coming to the dream teller on his own. It says, he came to him, and he said that I saw the outer door of my house fall. So the dream teller told him, your wife will die, as she is the one who protects the house. The rabbi said, I saw my front and back teeth fall out. He said, your sons and daughters will die. The rabbi said to him, I saw 2 doves which were flying. And the man said to him, that you will divorce 2 women. The rabbi said, I saw 2 turnip heads, and he said to him that you will receive 2 blows from a club. And in fact, later on in that day, the rabbi went to his study hall, and he saw that there were 2 blind people fighting each other. And he went to stop the fight, and the 2 blind men mistakenly struck him with their sticks. Thereby, the interpretation of the dream came true. So the rabbi decided that enough was enough, so he went to the dream teller and decided to pay him this time. So this time the rabbi said, I saw my wall fall in a dream, and he said, you will acquire property without limits. He said, I saw a different rabbi's house fall, and its dust covered me. And the dream teller said, that rabbi will die, and his school will go to you. The rabbi said that he saw his own house fall, and everyone came and took the bricks. The dream teller told him that this meant that his teachings will be disseminated throughout the world. Anyways, now that the rabbi was paying the dream teller, the dreams that he came to him with were all interpreted for good, over and over again. So, one time, after the dream teller left, the rabbi noticed a book fall out of his pocket. So he picked it up and saw it was the book which tells people how to interpret dreams. So he opened it up and read it, and it said therein, all dreams follow according to their interpretation, which is apparently how dream interpretation really works. And apparently this man's scheme was that if somebody paid him, he would interpret their dreams for good, thereby their result would be for good. And if they didn't pay him sufficiently, then he would interpret their dream for bad, thereby causing bad to happen to them. So the rabbi confronted him and got pretty upset, at which point the guy decided he would go into seclusion in order to do recompense, which apparently can be done by going into exile for a period. But apparently he didn't learn from his ways, and when he was approached by a Roman servant who was in charge of the king's wardrobe, who asked him to interpret his dream wherein he saw a needle pierce his finger, he demanded that the man pay him, and the man of course refused. So he decided to be nice and just not interpret the dream at all. But then the next day, the Roman came to him and said that he saw a worm which was eating his fingers. So the dream teller decided once again to demand payment. The guy refused, and he just said nothing again. And finally, once again, on the 3rd day, the man said that he saw a worm eating his entire hand, at which point the dream interpreter said that meant that a worm came and ate all of the silk garments of the king. So he went to check, and apparently a worm had eaten all of the silk garments of the king. So the man was taken to be executed, but he decided to blame the dream teller instead. At which point they arrested the dream teller and, quote, they tied 2 cedar trees together with a rope and tied one of his legs to one cedar and one of his legs to the other cedar. And then they released the rope until his head split open. Each tree went back and stood in its place, and Bar Hadaya, the dream teller, split open and fell completely in two. Printing a Tanya in North Korea. This one's a bit of a joke one, truth be told. There's an old custom to try and print a copy of the book, the Tanya, in every language and country in order to make the teachings of Hasidus, particularly with this one book, as it's like the fundamental Hasidus and Kabbalah book, available all over the world for everyone, which has largely been successful as it's printed in nearly every language and all over the world. However, there is a particular custom to try and print a copy of the Tanya at least once in every country, and so far as I know, no one's ever printed a Tanya in North Korea, so someone should probably get on top of that. Oh, and I don't think there's a Chabad house in North Korea either, so I guess that should be set up too by somebody. He who serves and he who does not. Speaking of the Tanya, there's a very important concept illustrated in chapter 15, which essentially explains how in some places in the Torah people are described as somebody who serves God, and in other places it uses the terminology as one who does not serve God. So it explains the difference between the two, as essentially the difference between somebody who works hard and somebody who does not work hard. Meaning somebody who doesn't do very much, but he's putting in a lot of effort, and the little bit that he does is a tremendous struggle for him, then that's described as one who serves God, as opposed to somebody who does a lot, but only what's easy for him and never bothers to try and increase that in regards to an area where it would actually be difficult for him. So this person's called one who does not serve God, essentially stating that it's really not a matter of who's more religious and who's, checking off more boxes and doing the right thing. It's about how much effort you're putting in, and if you're putting in a lot of effort comparable to your level, even if it's not very much, then that's more greatly valued than somebody who does a lot, which is what's expected of them and is not trying to do any more than they could be. There's nothing new under the sun. There's a famous saying from the book of Ecclesiastes, or Koheles in Hebrew, wherein it states that there is nothing new under the sun, and this becomes a bit of an argument between a rabbi and one of his students in the Talmud. They're speaking about the times of Mashiach, and Rabban Gamliel, the sage, states that in the world to come, a woman will be able to give birth every single day, based off of a verse in the Torah. So a certain student scoffed at him and said the verse from Koheles that there is nothing new under the sun, so how could this be a thing if there can't ever be anything new? So the rabbi took him outside and showed him a chicken which lays eggs every day, saying that clearly this is actually a concept, and it's not new, so to speak. Furthermore, the rabbi said that trees will produce fruits every single day by the time of Mashiach, and once again the student scoffed at him, saying the verse, "There's nothing new under the sun, how is this possible?" So he took him outside and showed him a caper bush, which apparently is edible during each season of the year. Furthermore, the rabbi explained, based off of a verse, that in the times of Mashiach, the land of Israel will produce cakes and wool garments that will grow in the ground, once again based off of a verse. So the student again challenged him, "There's nothing new under the sun, how is this possible?" So the rabbi took him outside and showed him truffles and mushrooms, which I guess are comparable to those things because they're a food which grows overnight. And as for the garments, he showed him a heart of palm, which is coated in a thin, net-like covering and grows very fast. So yeah, that's the argument, and it's moderately interesting and further illustrates some of the things which will occur during the times of Mashiach. Layer 44. Prayer for Lost Objects. There is a fairly prominent sage within modern times, at least the past 100 years or so, whose name was Rabbi Meir, who was called Rabbi Meir Balanes for his proficiency in doing miracles for people and whatnot. So there is an old tradition, which is, I'm not sure exactly how it started, but if you have a lost object specifically, then you say a little prayer which mentions this rabbi's name, saying that in his merit you should find it. Then you give a bit to charity, and then hopefully you'll find the object. So it's a bit of an interesting custom. I'm not entirely sure the correlation between lost objects and this rabbi, but that's the idea. Job isn't fully real. So one of the more controversial stories of the Torah is the story of Job, or Eve, wherein God kind of gets challenged by the Satan about this one particular guy who was apparently exceptionally righteous, about whether he could continue doing as he did if his life was filled with struggles as opposed to his relatively good life. So the Talmud gets into a lengthy discussion about it, and it actually states in one source that significant portions of the story are not literal and are actually just metaphor. So I guess if you take issue with the story, then there you go. Most of it didn't actually happen literally. The death of Esav. Esav is one of the most important characters in the entirety of the Torah, being, in a sense, the central villain, so to speak, of nearly a quarter of the entirety of the book of Bereshis, although his death, for some reason, is never mentioned. So you're going to have to look to the commentaries for this one, because his death is actually pretty interesting. Basically, the story mostly focuses around Maras HaMachpelah, the cave of Machpelah in Hebron, which still exists, which is the burial place of Adam and Eve, or Chava, and the forefathers, Avram and his wife, Yitzchak and his wife, and soon to be Yaakov. So the funeral procession was heading to bury Yaakov in his plot when all of a sudden Esav, his twin brother, ran up and claimed that it was part of his inheritance that he should be buried in that last remaining spot, as he claimed that Yaakov had already taken his share when he buried his second wife Leah in the cave. So they got into a bit of an argument, Yaakov's sons and Esav that is, and they decided to go fetch the deed. But the deed was back in Egypt, and they were in Israel. So they sent Naphtali, who was one of Yaakov's sons and the leader of one of the 12 tribes, to run to Egypt and go fetch it. Now, it describes Naphtali as being incredibly quick. He's compared to a gazelle. It's his sigil and the animal on his banners. So I don't know how fast Naphtali himself would have to be to sprint across the entirety of the Sinai Desert from Israel to Egypt in a few hours, presumably, but the 12 sons of Yaakov are frequently explained in the commentaries to have near superhuman capabilities. One of them was said in an argument with the Egyptian royalty back when they were arguing over the whole situation with Yosef, and that was the whole thing, to punch the walls of whichever palace they were in, causing a massive earthquake and nearly knocking down the entire tower. Also, simply, in the Torah, 2 of the sons of Yaakov, particularly Shimon and Levi, killed an entire city of people in one day. So there's that, and I guess tossing someone having super speed into the list isn't too far off, particularly when Kfitzas Haderech, which can basically just be simplified into being godly fast travel, is a thing too. But turns out that was all irrelevant, because while this whole argument was happening, there was this one kid by the name of Choshim, who was the deaf son of Dun, who was one of the other of the 12 sons, asked what was going on because he was deaf, and found out that Esav was halting the funeral of his grandfather, which he was pretty upset by. So he drew his sword and cut off Esav's head, which then rolled into the cave of Machpelah, and then came to rest on Yitzchak's lap. It also mentions that at this moment Yaakov's corpse smiled, which is kind of strange, but there you have it. Adam was folded in half. Adam, according to the commentaries, was giant. Literally, like he was an actual giant. Like in one source, it says that he was initially created, he stretched from one end of the heavens until the other, which is pretty big. But by the sin of the Tree of Knowledge, he was shrunk down to about 100 cubits, which is still absolutely massive. Anyways, Adam and his wife Chava, or Eve, were buried in Maras HaMachpelah, the cave that was just mentioned before, the cave in Israel that you can actually visit today, along with the forefathers, their wives, and apparently the head of Esav. Maras HaMachpelah in Hebrew means the cave of doubles, and there are a few explanations given as to why, the main obvious ones being that the forefathers and their wives, meaning pairs of couples, were buried there. However, there's an additional reason given, which is that Adam, due to his absolutely enormous stature, had to be folded in half when he was buried. So if you were to go to the cave and dig him up, then you'd probably find a giant skeleton, maybe folded in half. Although he might not actually be a skeleton, which is a whole other thing, as cited by other sources, that the bodies of righteous people don't decay, and also I do not recommend digging him up because that is illegal. Layer 45. Things created before the world. So, in addition to the things created after the 6 days of creation, which is a different thing which was way earlier on, it says in the Talmud that there was a list of things which were created before the 6 days of creation, and the list is as follows. It says, quote, 7 things were created before the world was created, and they are Torah and repentance, and the Garden of Eden, and Gehenna, which is hell, and the Throne of Glory, and the temple, and the name of the Messiah. Then it goes and cites a bunch of sources for this, and then gets into a little bit of a conversation about how Gehenna, hell, that is, could be created if fire was only created on Saturday. So then it says that the void of hell was created before the world, but the fire for it was only created after the 7th day. How to kill a demon. The Talmud discusses demons every once in a while, and also in one part gets into a bit of a discussion on how to kill them. So first of all, there are just general warding amulets, which apparently people carried around with them back in those days, which could prevent being attacked in the first place. In addition, there's the general rule that a demon can only cause harm to a person if he's alone, as opposed to if there are 2 people, in which case it could appear but not cause harm, or 3 people, in which case it can't appear at all, although there are some exceptions to this rule if the demon happens to be particularly powerful, but yeah, that's that. In one source, it mentions that the wood of the Kuromisa tree, which is Aramaic, and I'm not entirely sure what kind of tree that is, but apparently there is one kind of tree which is wood is harmful for demons. It mentions that this is a kind of tree whose wood is hard, but its shadow is not dangerous, whatever that means. So if that helps you figure out what kind of tree it is, then great. In addition, it goes on to a lengthy explanation about how demons are greatly associated with the concept of pairs and doubles. Hence, it's very dangerous to do anything in pairs or with doubles. For instance, it says that if you drink an even number of glasses, then that could be very dangerous for you. So it says, what should you do if this happens? He should take his right thumb in his left hand and his left thumb in his right hand and say a whole thing where he says in Aramaic, although I don't know if it works in English because I've never had to try it, thank God, but whatever, where he says, you and I are three. And if he hears a voice say, you and I are four, which makes a pair, which is very bad, he should respond with, you and I are five. And if he hears it say, you and I are six, then he should say, you and I are seven. And it says there was an incident where somebody kept on doing this until he reached 101, and the demon exploded. So I guess that's another strategy you should hold on to. And last but not least, probably the simplest one, is that at some point in the Talmud in Tractate Shabbos, later on, it gets into a discussion about this topic once again, and it just gives a list of certain spells and incantations, you could say, which banish a demon. In fact, I think this would be a good time to actually briefly get into the topic about demons in the Talmud in general. How legitimate are they? Are they an actual thing or just superstition? And these things are just listed to make people feel better about them, or were they an actual concern? Or is it a metaphor for some, according to some people, bacteria? Or are they actual demons? I don't know. Maybe they are a thing, maybe they aren't. But truth be told, they're not a very relevant topic in Judaism. I'm really cherry-picking the examples here. There's probably one mention of demons every, maybe 3 entire books in the Talmud, so they're very, very uncommon and are not relevant. I just make them kind of, I think, more prevalent than they seem because, like I said, I'm sort of cherry-picking them here, because I personally find them somewhat interesting and enjoyable to discuss. But I hope this isn't too disappointing. They bear basically no relevancy to Judaism whatsoever, as they just aren't relevant and don't have what to do with your day-to-day practice. I guess if you do come across one, then maybe this could be useful, but until then, they aren't too relevant and shouldn't be taken exceptionally seriously. Rabbeinu Gershom. Rabbeinu Gershom was a rabbi of particular note around the year 1000 or so, who instituted a few particular laws for the Jewish people that were accepted universally and are now a part of day-to-day Jewish law, and are actually so accepted to an extent that they're described as if they were given by Mount Sinai. Besides for that, this guy, Rabbeinu Gershom, had a pretty interesting life, apparently helping out and tending to sick people during a plague, and assisting a king with building a replica made of silver of King Solomon's throne. The story goes that he actually had 2 wives, one of which wasn't that great, and conspired with some of the royal court to accuse him of stealing from the funds to make the throne. So he was imprisoned at the top of a tower in the middle of a desert to wait and starve. So his other wife, the good one, came, found him, and tried to help him out. Basically, as per his request, brought a length of rope, a length of thin silk, a beetle, and a worm. So the length of silk was tied to the beetle, and the other end was tied to the rope. And then she let the worm crawl up the tower, and then released the beetle, which began crawling up after the worm, dragging the thin silk thread up after it, up until when it reached the window, wherein Rabbeinu Gershom grabbed the silk thread and pulled it up until he brought up the regular rope, and then climbed down and escaped. It also mentions that the wicked advisor who arranged all of this to begin with, conspiring with his other wife and whatnot, went to check up on him later on and went inside the cell, and was so surprised to see that Rabbeinu Gershom wasn't there that he forgot to keep the door open, at which point it slammed behind him and locked him in. So some of the laws instituted by Rabbeinu Gershom are a complete ban on polygamy, which is why that's no longer a thing. B, stuff in regards to laws of divorce. C, the prohibition to read another person's private mail, among a few others. Pairs of evil. For some reason, as mentioned earlier, pairs are associated with a lot of negative energy, so to speak, in the Talmud. It says that Ashmedai, the king of the demons, is appointed over all pairs. Apparently this one rabbi went and managed to converse with a demon, and the demon told him that if one drinks 2 cups, we try and kill him. If he drinks 4, then we don't try and kill him, but we do harm him, with some variation based on whether it was done intentionally or unintentionally. It mentions later on that if there were a pair of signs placed on a barrel, then that one time caused the barrel to explode. It says that it's dangerous to have 2 eggs, 2 nuts, 2 cucumbers, and some other stuff in pairs, as that could cause harm, apparently. Although, besides for all this, it says that generally speaking, if somebody's particular with all these things in regards to demons, then that's when demons will focus on him and cause issues. If he messes up, versus a person who just goes about his life not caring about any of these things, then they just won't pay any attention to him and they won't be an issue. So maybe don't focus on this too much, as it's probably not relevant. As I mentioned earlier also, that demons just aren't a relevant concept and aren't really a thing anymore, so far as we know, that is. Layer 46. The gates of hell. So, hell, or Gehenna, is a topic in Judaism, which is kind of discussed here and there. It's not particularly relevant due to the nature of hell being somewhat different than it is in other religions. However, in some places it actually gets into the location of hell. In one source it says that it's in outer space, hence me mentioning Warhammer 40k way earlier on in this iceberg. Some other places it seems to imply that it's deep under the ground, although, truth be told, all of it probably is metaphor, and it most definitely is not an actual literal location that if you dig down far enough you'll reach hell. It's probably a spiritual place where your soul goes to. But one of the places which I think is moderately interesting is that it mentions that the gates of hell are 3. There are 3 entrances to Gehenna. One of them is in the wilderness, one of them is in the ocean, and one of them is in Jerusalem. It also mentions one other place, which is that there are these 2 date trees in the valley of Ben Hinnom, and also potentially on somewhere on the mountain of Har HaBarzel. I'm not sure where that is exactly. Also, briefly, it mentions over here all the 7 names of hell, which there are many. There is Sheol, Avadoin, Ve'er Shachas, Var Sha'in, Tithayavin, Tzalmaves, and Eretz Hatachtis, which just literally means the underground, but you know. So are there literal, actual gates to hell, like actual Elder Scrolls Oblivion style gates to Oblivion in these locations? I don't know. I've never looked. If you see one, please let me know. But you know, it's probably metaphorical. It also, to be fair, mentions that there are gates to the Garden of Eden, one of which is in Eretz Yisrael, its entrance being in the area of Beis Sha'an, potentially another entrance being in Arabia, its entrance being in Beis Gerim, possibly being between the rivers of Babylonia, and its entrance could possibly be in this area called Dum Saknin. Don't know where that is, but yeah, that's about that. The staff in the stone. This one might actually be my favorite non-story entry in this entire list. It's actually really fascinating, and it's pretty cool how there's so much lore to Moses' staff. Besides for, you know, parting an ocean, doing a few other miracles, apparently it's ancient, being listed by the Talmud as one of the 10 wondrous things created by God at twilight by the first Shabbos of creation. Apparently, it was made out of either sapphire or wood from the Tree of Knowledge, which is pretty cool, and had engraved onto it the Tetragrammaton, which is God's full name, and also the initials in Hebrew, Ditzach, Adash, Ba'achav, which is an acronym for the 10 plagues. The commentaries relate that the staff was given to Adam in the Garden of Eden, who passed it on to Enoch, who passed it on to Noah, to Shem, to Abraham, to Yitzchak, to Yaakov, who then brought it to Egypt, who passed it on to his son Yosef, and when Yosef died, the staff was taken by the Pharaoh. Eventually, Yisro, or Jethro, who at that point was one of Pharaoh's advisors, saw the staff and its letters and thought it was pretty cool, so he took it to his house in Midian, where he took it to his house and planted it in the middle of his garden, at which point no one else was able to pull it from the ground. So, much later on, when Moses fled Egypt and came to Midian and ended up marrying one of Yisro's daughters and having Yisro as a father-in-law, he went over to the staff, which had been stuck in the ground for years, no one being able to pull it out, and then promptly pulled it out of the ground, which bears a lot of similarities to the myth of King Arthur, which I guess could maybe mean that that was taken from this whole thing, but yeah, that's the idea. It's pretty cool. Says that also that the staff will ultimately be given to the Messiah during the Messianic era, so that's something to look forward to. As for now, we have no idea what the staff is, and apparently it was hidden away. The mistake of idolatry. There's a pretty interesting belief in Judaism, particularly in regards to idolatry, which was that idolatry wasn't actually some wicked, heretical thing to spite God. It was actually a fairly understandable mistake. This is referring to biblical era idolatry, by the way. I don't know that people do modern era idolatry, but if you do, stop that. But besides for that, essentially it states that people actually believed in God. The thing was that they believed that the things which are, so to speak, emissaries of God, things which act as an intermediary between God and everyone else, for instance, say the sun, which, obviously God made the sun and whatnot, and the sun thereby gives life and causes plants to grow and does all sorts of great things for us here on this world. So the sun, in a sense, is an intermediary of God, and this applies to most things that people did with idolatry, because the mistake that they made was that they believed that while God exists and he's cool and all that, it would be much more effective to just pray to the intermediary forthright and not have to go straight to the guy at the top, instead just pray to the guy who's directly giving us stuff, which is of course a bit of a foolish belief. It'd be like, I don't know, paying a waiter an extra sum of money because you're so thankful for the food he gives, because obviously these things like the sun, moon, and stars and whatever else they were praying to don't have any will of their own. It's just as explained like in axe in the hands of a woodsman. The axe doesn't decide what it's going to cut, it just goes wherever the woodsman swings it. So too with the higher spheres and whatever God's running. So by that regard, idolatry was more of just a foolish mistake than anything else. Water reflections and love. So there's a very important thing in the Tanya and concepts in Hasidus, which is about the importance of having a level of love and awe towards God. It's a whole topic. It's like one of the most discussed things in the entirety of the Tanya. In fact, it describes that when you do commandments with love and fear, they're like wings which attach to the commandment and ascend it towards the highest spiritual levels. Thing is, it gets into a bit of a discussion about how to actually feel a level of love towards God, because you can't just command somebody to love something. That's not how that works. You actually have to have that feeling from within. So one of the topics it brings up is the idea of reflections of water and how it relates to love. It says, quoting a verse, that the same way water reflects another thing, that's the same way that love functions, which is obviously a concept the same way that if somebody loves you, you will immediately want to feel a sense of love towards them, and if you love somebody else, then they will probably love you in return, and somebody who loves others will generally in turn be loved. So clearly love is something which reflects, once again, compared to water. So it explains, basically, as is known, that of course as God has this great love for the Jewish people, thereby this love should too be reflected in you, and this applies, obviously, as one would have love reflected for another person. How much more so if, like, say, as it explains, a king loved you, who is a much lower person than a king, obviously you would have that love reflected back towards them, and how much more so if it's literally God. So that's a pretty important concept, and there you go. Layer 47, Mesiras Nefesh. Mesiras Nefesh is the concept that for a Jewish person, when push comes to shove, so to speak, they will generally give up their lives for the sake of God and refuse to give up their religion, generally even if they had nothing what to do with their religion previously. And this is explained because you have a godly soul, which of course is connected to God. So therefore, even if you don't feel your Judaism at all, or have anything to do with it, or care about God in the slightest, or even believe in him, when it finally comes down to it, for instance, say in the Crusades, or the Holocaust, or the Roman exile, or the Babylonian exile, or the time of Haman, or during, say, communist Russia, or in any of these situations when the Jewish people have been dealing with these kind of shenanigans, people will always refuse to give up their Judaism and instead often give up their lives for God, which is a nice concept, and let's hope we don't need to deal with that ever again. The quickest track to Mashiach. So Mashiach is brought up very, very often throughout Judaism and on this chart because it's very important, and especially towards the lower levels, as now we're getting into some of the more esoteric things. But as is known and is cited very often in the Talmud, that the second temple, which was the last temple, was destroyed because of hatred between Jewish people. And hatred between Jewish people on top of a very bad thing is particularly detested by God. So it says that in order to build the third temple with the coming of Mashiach, probably the fastest and simplest track to get this done is through being kind and loving one another, as it says that the second temple was destroyed through having hatred between one another, and the third temple will be rebuilt through having love between one another. So, in short, just be good to each other. The War of Persia and Rome. Persia and Rome are both very important countries throughout the Torah and the Talmud. They're explained to be not just literally Persia and the Roman Empire, but actually their ideologies and people, which, as said in the Talmud, are the only two peoples which will basically last forever, as opposed to the other ones, like, say, the Babylonians. These two peoples are supposed to be eternal. And in addition, it says before the coming of Mashiach, apparently at some point, very briefly beforehand, these two countries are supposed to kind of go to war with one another. Now, most people agree that the modern equivalent of Persia is Iran and that general region, and of course the modern equivalent of Edom, or Rome, is the United States, which I'm not saying is a bad thing at all. I actually love the United States, best country, but point is, it says that towards the end times may have some significance in relation to the war of Gog and Magog, that these two countries will go to war with one another, which will herald in and somehow the coming of Mashiach. So I guess that's something to look out for. The fox on the Temple Mount. Long after the temple was destroyed, it says that Rabbi Akiva, who's mentioned once again quite a few times, and a few other rabbis decided to travel back to Jerusalem and its ruins, which was a pretty sad experience because this was the very start of an exile which would last for a few thousand years. It says when they arrived at Mount Scopus and saw the site of the temple, they rent their garments, and when they arrived at the Temple Mount, they saw a fox that emerged from the site of the Holy of Holies. So the rabbis began weeping, however Rabbi Akiva began laughing. So they asked him, "Why are you laughing?" So he responded by saying that there are these two verses in the Torah which are linked, both of which contain two prophecies, the prophecy of Uriah and the prophecy of Zechariah, one of which speaks about the destruction of the second temple, and the third speaks about the coming of Mashiach. So it says that up until this point, Rabbi Akiva hadn't been certain about the prophecy of the coming of Mashiach coming true. But now that the destruction of Jerusalem and the second temple had occurred, it was a given that one day the third temple would be rebuilt with the coming of Mashiach. So the book of the Talmud ends with the rabbis responding to him, "Akiva, you have comforted us." Layer 48. The Prophecy of Daniel. The Book of Daniel is one of the strangest books in the Torah. It starts off pretty ordinarily, dealing with the events of the prophet Daniel and the situation after the destruction of the first temple with Nebuchadnezzar. But then, at the very end, it sort of descends into this whole chaos of dreams and prophecy and esoteric symbolism, and basically nobody has any idea what it means. At the very end, it speaks of a prophecy by the coming of Mashiach, a prophecy which speaks of a king in the north and a king of the south who will go to war against one another. It speaks about countries that will be destroyed, countries that will be spared. It basically dictates the story of an incoming great war that will happen one day in the future in very vague terms, with very vague terminologies to reference certain countries. There was a few previous wars that were mentioned earlier in the book of Daniel, which are generally attributed pretty precisely to some of the later wars of the times of the Romans and the Greeks. However, this one last battle, which is attributed to refer to the coming of Mashiach and is said to happen right before the end times, we basically have no idea what it's referring to. It ends off by saying that then Mashiach will come and that the resurrection of the dead will occur, and says, quote, that the knowledgeable will be radiant like the bright expanse of sky, and those who led the many to righteousness will be like the stars forever and ever. But it says then that you, Daniel, should keep the word secret and seal the book until the time of the end. Finally, it ends off with Daniel asking the angel who's telling him all these things, "When will this thing occur?" And the angel responds, "For a time, times, and half a time, and when the breaking of the power of the holy people comes to an end, then shall all these things be fulfilled." Then it also lists a few dates, which we have no idea what those mean either, and then it says that you should go and rest and you'll be awoken by the time of Mashiach. So, what does any of this mean? Nobody has any idea. There has been attempts to interpret this time and time again, and they keep on failing. It specifically says in the Talmud that anybody who attempts to predict this or try to figure out what's going on here will fail, and it's also a very bad thing to try to do. Instead, the general idea seems to be that you should try to bring Mashiach through your own action, and this book of Daniel, it says what it actually means will be revealed when the time comes. So, maybe look into it if you care to, but I don't think you'll get very far. You cannot begin to understand God. This is sort of referencing a concept in Kabbalah, which is that of Seder Hishtalshelus, which basically means the chain descent of the creation of the world. And what it's getting at here is that basically you really cannot begin to even fathom what God is. Like, whatever you think God is, it's kind of explained that what most people envision, if they don't study these more esoteric Kabbalistic things, what most people envision when they think of God is kind of like the lowest levels of God in this whole concept. In fact, there is an idea at the very, very top called the Ur Ein Sof, which literally means the light without end, or the infinite light, or something like that. And basically what it refers to is, up until this point, we just can't define what God is anymore. He's so infinite and incomprehensible that you cannot even begin to separate one level from the other, because it would be too impossible to understand. In fact, the God that most people think of when they think of God is actually some of the lower levels. Rather, God is actually more of this thing, I guess, which has existed since before time and will exist eternally after time, and is infinite, and any attempt at giving any definition at all is in a sense limiting it. He simultaneously exists within everything and beyond everything, and is constantly recreating all of the universe at every single point in time, always. Which isn't just the universe, but, every single atom within the entire universe. All the while simultaneously providing individual focus and assistance towards everything that exists ever. And all that's just sort of a simplified explanation. Point is that God is a lot more incomprehensible than you'd think he is, and that sort of makes it all the greater that he decides to deal with us. But, here we are. Layer 49. Crushed for the luminary. This is a concept which is written about in the very last thing which was given out by the Lubavitcher Rebbe before his passing, in the teaching of V'ata Tetzaveh. Basically, it explains about the importance of how, generally, when the Jewish people are struggling, that's when people particularly do the best and turn to God and pray and try their hardest to bring Mashiach, mostly because things aren't great. But it's particularly important, even when times are good and easy, to have this level of effort. And even though your life might seem nice, it's still vitally important to make effort into bringing Mashiach. This whole concept is called Crushed for the Luminary, because it's based on a whole verse from the Torah which speaks about the lighting of the menorah. But yeah, that's that, and I think it's a very important thing, as do most religious Jewish people. The most important world. So, as referenced earlier in this concept called Seder Hishtalshelus, which is the chain descent of creation, which is basically that there are a bunch of worlds and spiritual concepts which slowly facilitate in having God and his, light and energies descend from the higher realms into the lower spiritual realms in this Kabbalistic idea. Basically, our world is the lowest, and there are a bunch of worlds and layers above us. So the point is that, generally speaking, when you have a whole system where everything is designed to funnel down to the lowest possible thing, that lowest possible thing is the purpose and result of everything, hence that lowest possible world is the purpose of all those higher things. So it essentially states that even though our world is the lowest and least spiritual, it actually is the most important world, as the entirety of existence and all these higher spiritual spheres exist solely for the purpose of facilitating the existence of this lowest world. Layer 50. When will Mashiach come? Well, this one kind of had to be the lowest thing on this entire iceberg, and the last, because it goes in order as to what's least and most unknown, and of course the thing which nobody knows precisely is when Mashiach precisely will come. It says by Yaakov, the forefather, that he actually knew, and when he tried to relate it to his kids right before his passing, he immediately just had his memory wiped and completely forgot about it. It says all throughout the Talmud that anybody who tries to figure it out and analyze texts of the Torah which speak about in vague allegory towards the time will be unsuccessful. So far as I know, there isn't a single thing in the entire Torah which tells the exact time of Mashiach's arrival. Most people do, however, seem to agree that it'll be soon, very soon. In fact, the Lubavitcher Rebbe states that it will be during this generation, the 7th generation, which is the people alive today, presumably, who will bring Mashiach, which is actually a fairly new thing, because Mashiach wasn't really such a relevant topic in the past few hundred years. It only became recently prevalently spoken about in the past maybe 50 to 100 odd years, and recently, of course, when it suddenly became of particular significance and people began agreeing that it's going to be basically any day now. Well, the world is changing very fast, constantly, much more than it did in years prior. Some might even say towards messianic concepts such as the mass propagation of knowledge throughout the entire world, and countries making serious efforts to try to decrease war and, so to speak, beating their swords into plowshares, as the verse goes. So when will Mashiach come? We don't know, but soon, I hope. I think all we need to do is just